left yesterday feeling like I shouldn't go.
I know.
I should stay.
Mark Vargas is on the commission audit, not here yet.
Good. Okay. Good morning and welcome to the California Coastal Commission for May 15th. We begin our meeting today in beautiful Inverness on a remarkably gentle morning, and I'm happy to be here with all the commissioners and the public. We begin our meetings with a call to order. Vanessa, if you could call the roll, please.
Commissioner Bochco. Here. Commissioner Diaz. Here. Commissioner Duclos.
Here.
Commissioner Groom.
Present.
Commissioner Howell.
Here.
Commissioner Jones.
Here.
Commissioner McClure.
Here.
Commissioner Mitchell.
Here.
Commissioner Schellenberger.
Here.
Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Here.
Commissioner Zimmer.
Here.
Chair Kinsey.
Here, and we have a quorum and we're ready to go. And before we get into agenda changes, I just wanted to welcome publicly Olga Diaz, who is the alternate commissioner for Commissioner Greg Cox from the South Coast San Diego area, and welcome to this meeting on behalf of that area, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you. So we next move into our agenda changes for today. If there's any modifications to the agenda that we have proposed.
Yes, thank you, Chair Kinsey. I'll run through those briefly. Beginning on agenda page number 9, this is item number 8A. This is the UCSC Notice of Impending Development. That's been moved to consent. Moving to agenda page 10, item number 9A. This is the held coastal permit application in Morro Bay. This one's been postponed. Staying on page 10, item 9B is the City of Santa Cruz coastal permit application. This one's been moved to consent. Also on page 10, not on the sheet that was distributed this morning, but a late addition, item number 13A. This is the Montera Water and Sanitary District Notice of Impending Development. That one's been moved to consent as well. Moving to agenda page 11, item number 15A. This is the Gibraltar Capital Appeal, and that item's been postponed. So those are all the agenda changes, and I just have a couple reminders for folks in the audience. If you're here to address the commission on one of the agenda items, or to give general public comment, there are speaker slips available at the front desk outside, and you'd have to go out there and complete a speaker slip. There's also some addenda and other materials for today's items. And I'd also like to ask everybody at this point to turn off their cell phones or put them into silent mode so as not to mess up the proceedings. Thank you very much.
Okay. With those as the agenda changes, yes, for the public's benefit, I just would point out that we have general public comment for items that are not on the agenda, and we allow for 30 minutes for those. If we have continuing public comment that hasn't been heard at that time, we will hold those speakers to the end of our meeting day, or perhaps as early as a lunch break if that's needed. In this instance, I think we're going to be able to make it in the 30 minutes, and I want to invite Amy Traynor up, followed by Robert Jungling, and then Kristen Anderson. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Kinsey. Good morning, Commissioners. Another beautiful day in Inverness. Welcome. Amy Traynor, Executive Director of the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin. And I would like to take a couple of minutes this morning and share with you some of the other good work that the Environmental Action Committee does, in addition to protecting our marine wilderness at Drake Cestero, and in addition to working on the Marin Local Coastal Plan. About 3 weeks ago, EAC hosted its 5th annual Point Reyes Birding and Nature Festival. This event has become wildly popular. It brings birders and nature lovers from all over California, all over the country really, from Michigan, from New York, from Texas, Mississippi, to bird. We have some of the most phenomenal birding habitat and phenomenal naturalists and nature guides in West Marin and the Bay Area. And Point Reyes, you may or may not know, there's over 400 species of birds that have been seen out in the outer point of Point Reyes by the lighthouse. So it's really tremendous habitat. It's a fantastic opportunity for EAC to kind of showcase what our mission is, get everybody excited, get everybody outside, and really understand why we're protecting this place. Next slide, please. So this year we brought David Sibley. He's a renowned author and artist. The Sibley Guide to Birds, he just came out with the 2nd edition. He's one of the most highly regarded birders in the country. And one of the things I asked him to do was to lead a nature hike for kids. So these kids from as far away as Santa Cruz and Sunnyvale had to write an essay about why birding was important to them and why they would want to hike with their hero, David Sibley. And these kids are amazing. There were 11 and 12-year-olds who just blew me away, and I think actually very much impressed Mr. Sibley. Next slide, please. So this was, we saw a rare Swainson's thrush, which has one of the most beautiful calls, which has just started this time of year. So we were all down. It's kind of rare that you actually get to see a Swainson's thrush. Next slide, please. One of the other things that we really try to do is get underserved kids out to Point Reyes National Seashore, out to the wilderness, to really have a wilderness experience, to say, this is what it's all about. Turn off your cell phone, turn off your CD, really get an experience with a naturalist. So this was a group of kids from East Marin, from the Canal District, that we brought out. We bought them lunch, we paid to have them drive out, and really showed them with a naturalist guide, like, this is a wilderness experience, and it was a really terrific day. Next slide, please. And this was our naturalist guide showing them a dead fulmar, which these birds are seabirds, and they often starve to death, and if they do, they'll wash up on the beach. But next slide, please. And the other program I want to highlight is our Marine Protected Area Watch program, partnering with the California Academy of Sciences and Point Reyes National Seashore. It's a citizen science collaborative monitoring human uses in our marine protected areas. We just started it last year, and we're really excited to partner with the Seashore and the Cal Academy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Robert will be followed by Kristen Anderson and then Terry Shore.
Hello, California Coastal Commission and Inverness and wonderful Tomales Bay. What a wonderful venue. I'm just here to give some generic positive comments.
Could you just provide your name for the record,
yes,
Robert?
My name is Robert Jungling. I'm from Wallala, California. What an honor to be here on the Marin County coastline attending this meeting. My name is Robert Jungling. I am a lifelong resident of Sonoma and Mendocino counties. The last 30-plus years I have been active from my home base in Wallala. As the current vice chairman of GMAC, that's the Wallala Municipal Advisory Council, an advisory council to our Mendocino County Board of Supervisors, and as the president of our local Redwood Coast Chamber of Commerce, I agreed to be here to address the commissioners. Our greater coastal area roughly includes the Sea Ranch south to Fort Ross and north to the Navarro River by Elk. The Mendocino-Sonoma County line is the middle of the Wallala River at its entry to the ocean. You will find us another mere 84 miles north on Highway 1 from here, 104 miles north from San Francisco. Referred to as Mendonoma, we are often considered a lost part of our bi-county coastline. Yet 2 recent visits by the Department of Secretary of Interior, Sally Jewell, and President Obama's designation of the 1,600 acres of Stornetta-Poronarina coastal lands as part of the California Coastal National Monument has earned us some national recognition. This year marks the 50th birthday of the Sea Ranch. Thankfully for the creation of the California Coastal Commission through Proposition 20 in 72, I believe, and the subsequent passage of the Bain Bill in 1981, which guided further development at the Sea Ranch, the public can now enjoy beach access at various points through this northernmost 10 miles of Sonoma County and at the 70-plus acre Wallala Point Regional Park along the southern bank of the Wallala River. Last year marked the completion and dedication of the Wallala Bluff Trail, a public access trail west of Wallala's business district on the north bank of the Wallala River. In May of 2013, we finally concluded a decades-long utility undergrounding project in Wallala, removing 74 poles and over 6 miles of wires. Currently, Wallala is undertaking, through MCOG, which is the Mendocino Council of Governments, a streetscaping plan which will remove Highway 1 parking per our LCP and create a center left turn lane, pedestrian walkways, and bike lanes through the congested downtown corridor. Our Mendonoma has much to offer. A renowned Wallala Art Center with its Fall Art in the Redwoods Festival, Point Arena's Port, Lighthouse, Theater, Library, and Wildlife Preserve, tourism, national, international, consistently on the rise, active coastal conservancy groups, the Garcia River Native American Casino, wineries, organic food farms, and vibrant business districts.
Thank you.
Dear Coastal Commissioners.
I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you very much. Kristen Anderson, please, and then she'll be followed by Terry, as I mentioned, and then Richard Plant.
Good morning, Honorable Commissioners. My name is Kristen Anderson. I'm here this morning speaking on behalf of the Main Street Moms, a citizen action group who are based right across the bay over there in Point Reyes Station. In the last year and a half, the moms have charged me to go up and down the state to speak at the Department of Oil, Gas, and Geothermal Energy, to speak at Senate hearings, to encourage them to take leadership against fracking in our state. I think all of us know about the damages of fracking. We are looking to you, Honorable Commissioners, to take leadership in this issue, to review all of the fracking that's going on in offshore waters at this time, both state and federal, to issue some guidelines to coastal governments around fracking so we can discontinue this very damaging industrial use of our land and water, and to continue your wonderful leadership. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have a PowerPoint. Terry Shore.
Yes, good morning, Chair Kinsey and Commissioners. My name is Terry Shore. I'm with Turtle Island Restoration Network. We're based out here in West Marin. We're very lucky to be out here, a partner with the National Seashore. And I'm here to give you a very quick update on California's deadliest catch, the California driftnet fishery, to give you updates since the last Coastal Commission action in 2012, and ask you not to eat swordfish in California because of the high bycatch. Next slide, please. I don't have time to go through all the problems with this fishery along our coast, but it's an indiscriminate fishery. It's a Category 1 fishery under the Marine Mammal Protection Act, which means it takes more than 100 marine mammals per year, dolphins and sea lions, in pursuit of swordfish. Next slide, please. So in March of 2013, the California Coastal Commission submitted a letter to the Pacific Fisheries Management Council with concerns about this fishery. That helped move things down the road. The council did not expand the fishery as it had planned. And then this year we introduced legislation to ban this fisheries gear, the driftnet gear. That prompted the council to reverse course, and instead of continuing to expand this fishery, they're now looking at phasing it out. However, the bill did not garner its votes. It died in committee, and now the council is once again changing course and looking to expand this fishery along our coast and also introduce long lining along the California coast. So next slide, please. Another thing that's now being proposed is the federalization of the fishery, which would remove the state of California's authority to permit this fishery. The state has a long history of regulating this drift net fishery because of the bycatch. It's kind of an end run around the state's authority. So last slide, please. What we're asking is for the Coastal Commission and staff to consider another letter to the council with concerns about this fishery to ensure that they remain on course to phase out drift nets and certainly not to federalize the fishery. We believe this fishery remains in conflict with the Coastal Zone Management Act, and the CCC has gone on record for longlining and drift nets on this issue in the past. And we would also like the council, the commission, to remind the council to stay on track on the original decision made last year to look at phasing out the fishery instead of expanding it. So I'd love to work with the commission and with commission staff if this is something you would like to consider doing.
Thank you.
And I'd like to submit a copy of California's Deadliest Catch in our presentation.
You can provide that to the clerk. That would be fine. Thank you. Okay. Richard Plant, and we'll...
No comment at this time.
That's a rare treat. Richard, good morning. Not at all. He's a wise man, yes. And then Scott Hochstrasser. Just for the record, Richard has provided our family with wonderful tomatoes that he has managed to figure out how to grow in our Inverness climate. So thank you, Richard.
Mr.
Scott.
Chairman, members of the Commission, my name is Scott Hochstrasser. I'm an environmental planning consultant and a land use planner. I've been working in this county for 34 years, and I wanted to share with you an observation I have regarding agriculture in the coastal West Marin. I believe over the last 15 years there's been a significant paradigm shift in the farm-to-market interactions. I call this shift from farm to market to market to farm, where the farm to market used to be rural agriculture that was developed in the rural communities and then shipped to the urban consumer. That shift is happening. There's a paradigm shift in Marin County where the market is a place where the towards a market to farm desire, where the consumers are coming to the rural areas to consume the food and fiber that's produced in Marin County directly where it's actually produced. And the urban dwellers venture out to the farms and to consume those products directly from the cities. The consumers in the Bay Area are no longer content to eat oysters in a bar. They want to come and eat them on the shore side. Here's a case in point to demonstrate the observation. Just a few miles south of where you had your reception last night is a Tamales Bay Oyster Company. It's a company that's been processing oysters in an existing oyster bed since 1902. For 30 years, 3 owners have had leases and allotments on 156 acres in this area, and they've been growing oysters and providing them to basically the market in the urban environment, and also they have a permit from 1987 to sell their product retail at the site. Over the past 10 years, the retail sales have been wildly successful. This success, coupled with adjacent Millerton Park reduction in service, they've actually removed picnic tables and removed their trash services there, has basically created a huge demand at Tamales Bay for a place for people to picnic and eat their oysters. My clients have been responding to the public demand by adding picnic tables and providing shoreside location for kayak put in, managing their own restroom facilities, and managing parking and traffic with shuttles and valet service. They've even offered to reinstall the picnic tables at the state park and to manage the trash there. The operations has grown well beyond their permit limitations because the public demand moves much more swiftly than the government agency permitting process. The market-to-farm paradigm shift has a significant positive benefit to local and state economy. It has the potential to adversely impact the coastal West Marin resources, and accordingly, please take into consideration this observation when making policy and regulatory regulations for the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That completes our public comment, and we will move on now. Our enforcement report was yesterday, so we move directly to our Central Coast District and our Deputy Director's report, item 6.
Thank you, Chair Kinsey. Yes, that does bring us to the Central Coast Deputy Director's report, and we have 5 waivers and 1 emergency permit to report. I'm not aware of any objections or controversy regarding these items, and we're looking for the Commission's concurrence on them.
Very good. Any unwillingness for unanimous concurrence on these matters? Seeing none, we concur.
Thank you, Chair Kinsey. That'll bring us to item 6A, and this is a Executive Director checkoff item. This regards the Commission's February approval of an LCP amendment for the City of Pismo Beach to update text and requirements for 2 of the city's LCP planning areas. The City accepted the Commission's modifications, and the Executive Director has determined that the City's actions were legally adequate. Thus, we're looking for the Commission's concurrence on this point. The required motion is found on page 1 of the staff report, and that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Commissioner Howell, do you have an interest in this matter?
I have no interest, thank you.
Okay.
Except to support.
Then why don't you make the motion?
Forgive me. I move that move per staff recommendations. Thank you.
Is there a second? Yes. Motion and second. Would you like to speak to it?
No,
Thank you. Okay. We have no public speaking cards on this. Any unwillingness for unanimous yes vote? Seeing none, that we concur with that.
Thank you, Chair Kinsey. That will bring us down to the consent calendar, and as you heard earlier, we moved 2 items to the consent calendar for Central Coast. The first is for the University of Santa Cruz's proposed marine mammal pool expansion at the UCSC Marine Science Campus at Terrace Point in Santa Cruz. This is a project that's consistent with their certified CLRDP and will help expand the university's program in a way that will greatly benefit marine research and provide better educational opportunities at the campus. The second project moved to consent is the City of Santa Cruz proposed fireworks display to be held this October. We worked closely with the city on making sure that the project was appropriately defined, consistent with the Commission's general approach to such fireworks displays in the Monterey Bay, and the city is in agreement with the conditions of approval. Thus, we're looking for the Commission's concurrence on these 2 consent calendar items.
I'll move the consent calendar.
Have a motion and second. Either of you care to speak to it? Okay. Any unwillingness for unanimous yes vote? The consent calendar is approved for that Central Coast District. Yes. Okay.
Okay, so let's see. So that will move us all the way down to the North Central Coast District because the 2 items were moved to consent.
Correct.
And the other
item
was
number 10 on the agenda.
Yes, so that takes us to item number 10 on the agenda. So item 10 is the North Central Coast Deputy Director's report. We're reporting 1 immaterial amendment and 1 extension this month. We have received an objection to the immaterial amendment. This is the determination for the changes to the McGee coastal permit. One aspect of the amendment is to allow grazing within the wetland and riparian buffer areas of the site, and the objector says this isn't allowed by the current LCP and wouldn't be allowed under the to-be amended LCP, the land use plan portion of which will be in front of you later today. So with respect to the current LCP, we found this to be allowed under the LCP based on an assessment that these areas historically supported grazing, which explicitly makes such activities allowed in such buffers, and because the grazing would be a benefit to the resources in the buffer, including native grasses. The resource benefit assessment is Dr. Dixon's assessment based on his site visit reconnaissance and review of applicable project materials. So in terms of the proposed amended LCP, although it's not the standard of review for this amendment determination, and thus not explicitly relevant, if it were, the same assessment would apply in the same ways. So, in short, Dr. Dixon sees this as a habitat enhancement project, and we believe it to be appropriate in this case. So thus, we're looking for the Commission's concurrence on both items in the DD's report.
Commissioner Zimmer.
Yeah, I had a question. So this is an amendment of a CDP that was approved by the Commission. And what I'm wondering about is how does this analysis relate to potentially our definition of permit requirements for agricultural grazing, I mean for grazing generally, in terms of it coming within the definition of new development. If there were not an existing permit for this, would we be saying that putting the grazing function within the creek buffer required a permit, or a permit would be?
I mean, currently,
Right.
this is one of the issues that we're working with county staff on in the implementation plan, in terms of identifying what constitutes ongoing agricultural operations. And as we've currently got it structured, this would be something that wouldn't be a permit issue, absent this base permit, which had specific requirements which are being changed.
Right.
It wouldn't be something that would rise to the level of a permit requirement in the way that we're considering it right now.
Okay. Well, I would like to understand how this is evolving going forward for purposes of those definitions. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, is there any unwillingness for unanimous concurrence? Seeing none, we approve those minor amendments.
Thank you, Chair Kinsey. That will take us to item number 11. As you heard earlier, this is the consent calendar for the North Central Coast District Office. As you heard earlier, we moved the Montero Water and Sanitary District notice of impending development to the consent calendar. This project provides for a new water storage tank, as was previously authorized by the Commission through the Public Works Plan process. The project includes all of the applicable requirements of the PWP, and we're looking for the Commission's concurrence of this PWP project on the consent calendar.
I would move approval.
Do we have a second on the consent? Motion and a second by Bochco. Initial motion by Groom. And any unwillingness for unanimous yes vote on the consent? Seeing none, we approve the consent calendar.
Thank you,
for the
Chair
North
Kinsey.
Central Coast.
That will bring us to item number 12A. This is the proposed Marin County Land Use Plan update. This is an LCP amendment that we've been working with the county and interested parties for a number of years, and one that significantly updates the county's LCP for the first time in some 30 years. We're very pleased to be able to bring it to the hearing here in Inverness and Marin County. I'd like to note that the county's submittal to the Commission includes both the land use plan and the implementation plan, but only the land use plan is before the Commission today. The implementation plan would be the focus of a separate hearing sometime in the future, pending the outcome of the Commission's deliberation and action on the land use plan. I'd also like to note that there are two addendums that have been distributed for this item. One that covers issues associated with ag production, viewshed protection, village commercial protection, and a range of other topics. In particular, the first addendum provides additional clarification and information regarding agricultural protection, including in terms of development potential on ag lands, and strengthens the staff recommendation on several points in this regard. The second addendum provides information related to coastal hazards, and in particular provides a new framework related to development along the shoreline, as distinguished from development along bluffs. You'll hear a little bit more about the net effects of these changes as the presentation continues. For the presentation, I'll turn it over to Kevin Kahn and Madeline Cavallari, who will be up here too, the primary two team members for the project from the Commission's Santa Cruz office.
Good morning, Chair Kinsey and Commissioners. Item 12A is the Marin County Land Use Plan update. Next slide, please. This slide provides an overview of the presentation. I'm first going to briefly discuss the county's local process in updating their LCP. I'll then briefly discuss the Marin County Coastal Zone to bring some context about the vast coastal resources that this coastal zone contains, and ultimately why this LCP is of such great local and statewide importance. Finally, I'll walk through the LUP submittal itself, including a brief discussion on the LUP policies and some of the more substantive suggested modifications required to achieve Coastal Act consistency. Next slide. The County of Marin is proposing to comprehensively update its local coastal program's land use plan and implementation plan. The implementation plan will be heard at a future Commission hearing. Today's hearing will only discuss the LUP with the policies of Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act as a standard of review. The current LCP was originally certified with the county assuming coastal development permitting authority in May of 1982. The proposed LUP update is the result of nearly 5 years of public involvement, formal hearings and extensive deliberation by the Marin County Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors, concluding with approval of the LCP update in 2013. County staff has offered an open, inclusive, and collaborative dialogue with Commission staff, including early consultation on issues to be addressed in the update. Next slide. Marin County contains approximately 106 miles of coastline from the Sonoma County border in the north to Point Bonita near the Golden Gate Bridge in the south. The coastal zone totals roughly 130 square miles, with approximately 53 square miles owned and managed by the federal government, mostly within either Point Reyes National Seashore or Golden Gate National Recreation Area. Approximately 75 square miles comprise the county's LCP jurisdiction area, with nearly two-thirds of this area zoned Coastal Agricultural Production Zone, or CAPZ, making agriculture and its protection a primary LUP concern. Much of the rest of the coastal zone is contained within the 9 designated coastal villages. Next slide. The map on the left shows the general boundary of the coastal zone, with the area shaded green being federal land and in blue cross-hatching non-federal land. The map on the right shows the general boundaries of the 9 coastal villages. Next slide. This slide shows how much of the coastal zone is held within local, state, or federal parks, including nearly the entire Point Reyes Peninsula and most of southern Marin. You'll notice the northern coastal zone along the east shore of Tomales Bay does not contain much parkland, and that's because, next slide, this is the area where much of the coastal zone's vast agricultural lands are located. The light green shows the area zoned Coastal Agricultural Production Zone. As discussed, two-thirds of the non-federal coastal zone is zoned APZ. All of these maps are shown in Exhibit 8 of the staff report. Staff's recommended modifications range from minor changes to clarify terms to targeted revisions needed to ensure conformity with the Coastal Act. Next, I will provide an overview of the county's submittal and some of the more substantive suggested modifications required to achieve Coastal Act consistency. Next slide. In terms of the LUP's policies on agricultural protection, Sections 30241 and 30242 of the Coastal Act require the protection of agricultural lands within the coastal zone by, among other means, requiring that the maximum amount of prime ag land be maintained in agricultural production and that all other land suitable for agricultural use not be converted to non-agricultural uses. The Coastal Act thus protects agriculture by strictly limiting conversion of agricultural land to non-agricultural uses. Marin's coastal zone includes broad swaths of open space used primarily for grazing. The county has a distinctive legacy of preserving its family-owned and operated farms. Since so much of the Marin's coastal zone is used for agriculture, the LUP's policies addressing agricultural protection, including allowable uses and resource protection standards, are of paramount concern. Next slide. Currently, the certified LCP does not designate one principally permitted use in the APZ zone. Instead, principally permitted uses include agricultural uses, single-family residential dwellings, which are a residential use, and bed and breakfasts, which are a visitor serving use. Next slide. The APZ zoning district currently includes agricultural protection standards, such as a 60-acre minimum density requirement, as well as a requirement for a preparation of a master plan for all development subject to specific standards and requirements. Although these master plan requirements are part of the certified LUP, the certified implementation plan allows the planning director to waive the master plan when one single-family dwelling is proposed and or when the development is within the intent and objectives of the LCP, something the county indicates it has consistently done. Next slide. One of the primary differences between the existing and proposed LUP is the LUP's proposal to designate one principally permitted use, agriculture, for the APZ. The proposed LUP would include several new types of agricultural development within the PPU designation, but would confine the development types to agricultural uses. The types of agricultural development encompass activities essential to the viability of agricultural operations and thereby its long-term preservation, including not only agricultural production, but also one farmhouse and one intergenerational home. Next slide. Intergenerational homes are a new type of use within the umbrella of agriculture. The intent of these homes is to allow for the preservation of family farms by facilitating multi-generational operation and succession. While the current LUP only allows one single-family residence per parcel, as proposed, one intergenerational home, in addition to a farmhouse, would be allowed for members of the farm operator's or owner's immediate family as a principally permitted agricultural use. A second intergenerational home may be permitted as a conditional agricultural use, thereby subject to commission appeal. As proposed, the homes cannot be divided from the rest of the agricultural legal lot and must maintain the APZ district's required 60-acre density, meaning that an intergenerational home would only be allowed when a parcel is at least 120 acres, and a second intergenerational home is only allowed at least 180 acres. The LUP further requires a new restriction on the combined total size of homes allowed on APZ land, 7,000 square feet. The 7,000 square foot maximum is a cap on the aggregate size of all homes allowed, meaning that a farmhouse and an intergenerational home would have to average 3,500 square feet, or less, in order to be consistent with the LUP's home size limit. The LUP also proposes to retain the existing requirement that agricultural dwellings be placed, along with other permissible development, on a total of no more than 5% of the gross acreage, with the remaining 95% of land used for agricultural production or open space. Next slide. Some have questioned the appropriateness of classifying a farmhouse and intergenerational house as agricultural uses, recommending instead that they are residential uses. However, the proposed LUP amendment includes requirements to help ensure these dwellings are indeed necessary for agricultural operations and therefore an agricultural use. Several modifications are necessary to ensure that this is the case. For example, the LUP's requirement that occupants of intergenerational homes can only be family members and do not have to be actively or directly engaged in agricultural use is suggested for removal, including because state and federal housing laws prohibit regulating housing based on familial status. Instead, modifications are required to designate both the farmhouse and intergenerational home as agricultural dwelling units that can be owned by a farm operator or owner who is actively and directly engaged in agriculture, and may be occupied by any person authorized by that farm owner or operator, as long as the units meet applicable LUP size and density requirements, including the aforementioned 7,000 square foot dwelling unit size cap. As modified, the 7,000 square feet is an aggregate cap on all homes owned by the owner or operator, regardless of how many legal lots they own. By tying the agricultural dwelling to the farm owner or operator, who is by definition actively engaged in the agricultural use of the property, there is no conversion of agricultural land to a non-agricultural use. Further, in order to account for any change in future conditions and therefore address potential cumulative impacts, including changes to Williamson Act laws and subdivisions, a cap is placed of no more than 27 intergenerational homes allowed throughout the coastal zone, which is the maximum number of intergenerational homes estimated by the county to be developed within all the county's APZ coastal zone lands. There are therefore sufficient standards to ensure that farmhouses and intergenerational homes are necessary for and protect agriculture, and it is appropriate to classify these uses as agricultural uses. Next slide. This slide shows policy AG5, which contains all of those aforementioned suggested modifications. A more readable version is in page 18 of Exhibit 6 and in the addendum on page 7, but this was just for your viewing pleasure. Next slide. The LUP designates one principally permitted use and provides clear, objective standards in order for those uses to be classified as principally permitted. Certain modifications, as shown on this slide and in page 15 of Exhibit 6 and page 7 of the addendum, are required to add additional standards for principally permitted uses, including, for example, that processing facilities must be 5,000 square feet or below and only use products grown on site. Because Coastal Act Sections 30241 and 30242 limit the conversion of agricultural land to non-agricultural uses, how the Commission regulates the use differs depending on whether an agricultural or non-agricultural use is proposed. Allowing both agricultural production and the facilities necessary to support it as forms of the principally permitted use is reasonable in an agricultural production zone, not only because these uses are critical to the long-term viability of agriculture in Marin, but also because development of agricultural uses does not involve a conversion of agricultural land. The LUP contains necessary development parameters meant to address potential adverse impacts to agricultural production, including the aforementioned size and density requirements. Therefore, the LUP's list of principally permitted uses, as modified, is consistent with the Coastal Act. Next slide. Finally, many public comments assert that the proposed LUP modifies the definition of a parcel and that this change results in increased development potential because the county will no longer consider commonly held contiguous properties when evaluating development proposals. However, the certified LCP differentiates between an assessor's parcel and a legally divided lot, in part because a request to separate assessor's parcels does not constitute a land division. Thus, a legal lot may consist of multiple assessor's parcels because an assessor's parcel does not in and of itself determine lot legality. Rather than rely on assessor's parcels or other properties of unknown legal status, the proposed LUP uses the term legal lot, thereby improving clarity. Thus, the proposed LUP uses the same unit of measurement as the existing certified LUP, the legal lot, and despite assertions to the contrary, there is no change. Moreover, suggested modifications make it clear that all legal lots, and not just assessor's parcels, in common ownership, are to be considered when agricultural dwelling units are proposed, by capping at 7,000 square feet the total size of all allowable dwelling units for each owner-operator, regardless of how many legal lots the owner-operator owns. This provision guards against the possibility that one farm owner could attempt to develop multiple farmhouses on each legal lot under their ownership. Thus, the development potential of farmhouses is similar, if not reduced, under the proposed LUP. As modified, the LUP's agricultural policies protect agricultural land, promote the agricultural economy, and foster family farming operations, all consistent with the county's objectives and the requirements of the Coastal Act. Next slide.
Excuse me, just one moment, Kevin. Breaking news here. A Volvo sedan that's tan has the opportunity to save themselves a towing fee if they will move their vehicle, which I assume is parked in the driveway of the yacht club and preventing access. So if you have a tan Volvo, you may want to have a self-interest in at least wandering out there to see if it's yours. Thank you. Kevin, please go ahead.
Sure. On to coastal hazards. Coastal Act Section 30235 acknowledges that development of shoreline protective devices, such as seawalls, alter natural shoreline processes. Accordingly, with the exception of new coastal dependent uses, 30235 limits their construction to protect only existing structures or public beaches in danger from erosion. Coastal Act Section 30253 requires, that risks be minimized and that new development be sited, designed, and built without the need for shoreline protective devices. Slide 18. The existing certified LUP requires all development within areas subject to geologic or other hazards to demonstrate that the area of construction is stable for development, the development will not create a hazard or diminish stability, and that the development will not require the construction of protective devices. The LUP also contains specific requirements for bluff-top development and shoreline development, including requiring protection for a defined 50-year economic life expectancy. Next slide. The existing LUP allows shoreline protective devices subject to 7 requirements. If each of these tests can be met, the LUP then requires the device to meet 5 design standards, including that they minimize the impairment and movement of sand supply. The proposed LUP generally maintains and strengthens the existing certified LUP's hazards policies, including by requiring new development to be safe from hazards for a defined 100 years, maintaining the required criteria for allowing shoreline protective devices, and maintaining the required design standards. Additionally, the LUP contains new policies meant to address new coastal hazards concerns, including prohibiting permanent structures on bluff faces, addressing FEMA flooding requirements, and directing the county to prepare a vulnerability assessment from the potential impacts of sea level rise in the coastal zone, for which the Commission recently provided an LCP assistance grant to the county. While the policies provide added protection against coastal hazards, modifications are necessary to ensure compliance with the Coastal Act. Next slide. The LUP establishes that a structure's economic life is 100 years. As written, there is an expectation that a structure is entitled to 100-year life, even if coastal hazards are present. It is not the LUP that should be defining an economic life. Rather, conditions of the site in question, including endangerment from coastal hazards, will dictate when the structure has reached the end of its economic life. Therefore, while 100 years is an appropriate time to plan for hazards protections in terms of setbacks, suggested modifications are required to remove the provisions that define a structure's economic life to be 100 years. Next slide. The proposed LUP does not address the point at which an existing structure has been improved so much that it instead constitutes a new structure and must meet all applicable LUP policies. Thus, suggested modifications are required to add a definition of coastal redevelopment. Shoreline development is development at low elevations along the ocean-sand interface, and in Marin includes the communities of Seadrift and Stinson Beach. Although there remain some existing developments in these shoreline areas that have not been built with deep caisson foundations and elevated as a response to coastal hazards, many have, including to meet FEMA flooding requirements. The proposed LUP does not explicitly address shoreline development, past stating that all development must avoid hazards and meet the 100-year stability requirement. Thus, it is unclear how shoreline development is addressed. However, as stated earlier, the county was awarded a grant to evaluate such low-lying areas and develop policies that address these coastal hazards issues. Per the Commission's grant, this effort is meant to culminate in an LCP amendment submittal in early 2016. It appears that this upcoming planning exercise is the appropriate vehicle to develop appropriate shoreline hazards policies through a local public process. In recognition of these factors, staff suggests a modification that would generally provide for shoreline development to be treated similarly to blufftop development, except that elevation may be considered as a strategy for shoreline redevelopment. In other words, in cases where there is insufficient space to meet setback requirements, redevelopment would be allowed to meet the 100-year stability requirements through both setbacks and caisson elevation. New development and additions would still be required to meet all applicable hazards policies. Therefore, the only difference here is that the Commission recognizes the above factors and chooses to allow shoreline redevelopment to meet hazards policies through elevation via caisson foundation for a limited time, tied to the upcoming grant project.
And I'll just quickly jump in at that point because we have, as Kevin just indicated, we provided new shoreline development standards in the addendum number 2, which was submitted. And the timing that he referred to with respect to when the limited term application of that policy would sunset, it's currently structured to be April 30th, 2017. And we're going to make a small change to our staff recommendation, and I'd like to take you to addendum number 2, pages 6 and 7, to walk through that. And this change is specific to when the sunset clause, when it would sunset.
Addendum 2, page 6 and 7.
So addendum 2, this is the coastal hazards addendum, and pages 6 and 7. And I'll just tell you ahead of time, the intent of the change to the recommendation on this portion of the language is really to provide a little more flexibility in the timing to account for any unforeseen circumstances in the local public process. And also it's to try and better align with potential FEMA changes that are being considered at the federal level, which are anticipated to complete sometime around 2018. So that's really the intent of what I'm about to make the modification. So are we ready to walk through it?
Yeah, that's not you.
Okay. So I'll continue to explain what it's going to do, and then I'll read it into the record. So the intent of the change would be to allow the sunset clause to not be structured about when it was amended, but rather when the amendment was submitted by the county, so that they would have some certainty in terms of being able to submit a complete LCP amendment, so as to make sure that it didn't sunset, and then it would be on the commission to review and deliberate and act on that LCP amendment. So the language is it affects the subsection B, which starts on page 6, which refers to shoreline development and the way in which staff's recommending that it be handled. And at the end of subsection B, there's the language, the quote-unquote sunset clause language. The change would begin on page 7, in the first paragraph at the top of page 7. In that first paragraph, the first sentence that starts with, if this subsection is not amended by April 30th, 2017. So that's where the change is going to be inserted. The language that I just read would be deleted and would be replaced by, if a complete LCP amendment to amend this subsection is not submitted as of April 30th, 2017, including where subsequent withdrawal of such LCP amendment will deem it to have not been submitted, comma, then the rest of it stays the same. So again, it changes the trigger point to submittal as opposed to the commission certifying the LCP amendment. So unless there are any questions on that, I'll pass it back to Kevin.
I just want to check with commissioners. Do any commissioners have questions, since that's a on-the-fly change of the amendment language to move it from an approval to a submittal and a complete submittal? Commissioner Mitchell.
Yes, just a process question. Is there any way that we could get that language emailed to us so we could, in addition to you reading it into the record, which is for the public, that we could read it while we're deliberating? Because it's...
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, that would be wonderful.
Thank you. Okay, no other questions? Please go ahead, Kevin.
Now that's all clear. Okay.
Bay Mud, Tamales Bay Mud.
Further, the LUP as proposed does not tie the allowed armoring to the development it is authorized to protect. A modification is required to state that a shoreline protective device is only authorized until the time that the structure being protected by the device is either no longer present, no longer requires armoring, or constitutes coastal redevelopment. Finally, while Policy EH13 includes requirements that applications for shoreline protective devices mitigate for effects on local shoreline sand supply, the policy is modified to state that mitigation is required for all associated coastal resource impacts, such as those related to public views and public access, and that such mitigation is required in 20-year increments. Other modifications in the coastal hazards policies include requiring development that must be elevated to meet FEMA flood requirements, to also meet applicable visual resources and community character policies, and ensuring that new development is sited and designed so as to avoid the need for fuel modification and brush clearance for fire safety. As modified, the LUP provides new requirements for the protection of development against coastal hazards and is consistent with the Coastal Act. Next slide. Biological resources and ESHA protection. The Marin County Coastal Zone contains an extraordinary variety of habitat types and geologic features. Because so much of the coastal zone is rural, the protection of these habitats, including through policies that specify allowable uses within them and clearly define development standards, is critical. Coastal Act Section 30240 requires that environmentally sensitive habitat areas, or ESHA, be protected against any significant disruption of habitat values and prohibits all but resource-dependent uses within it. Section 302.3.3 provides that the diking, filling, or dredging of open coastal waters, wetlands, or estuaries may only be permitted for specifically listed uses, including new or expanded port facilities, public recreational piers, and incidental public service purposes. Section 302.3.6 limits channelizations, dams, or other substantial alterations of rivers and streams to only 3 purposes: necessary water supply, flood control projects, or the improvement of fish and wildlife habitat. Next slide. The proposed LUP generally maintains the same standards from the existing LUP, but also includes new requirements detailing specific biological resource protections. The proposed LUP protects the county's significant natural habitats primarily through the designation and protection of ESHA. The LUP defines 3 types of ESHA: wetlands, streams and riparian vegetation, and terrestrial. Terrestrial ESHA is defined as those habitats that support rare and endangered species, coastal dunes, roosting and nesting habitat, and riparian vegetation not associated with a perennial or intermittent stream. Allowable uses within the 3 types of ESHA mirror those allowed in the existing LUP and the Coastal Act. Furthermore, the LUP requires buffers surrounding such ESHA, a minimum of 100 feet for streams and wetlands, and a newly defined 50 feet for terrestrial. New LUP policies include the requirement to prepare a site-specific biological assessment. As proposed, any development proposal within or adjacent to ESHA is required to prepare a biological assessment that identifies the extent of ESHA, recommends precise buffer widths, and recommends appropriate restoration and mitigation. The site assessment is also required for any project that seeks to reduce the width of the buffer. While the existing LUP allows for a reduction in buffer width only for streams, the proposed LUP allows for a reduction in the required buffer to an absolute minimum of 50 feet for both wetlands and streams, and no absolute minimum for terrestrial ESHA. Any buffer reduction must also provide a net environmental improvement over existing conditions. The LUP policies as proposed generally reflect the Commission's best practices in terms of LCP requirements for resources protection. However, a few suggested modifications are required in order to achieve consistency with the requirements of the Coastal Act. Next slide. For example, although the proposed LUP includes an absolute minimum buffer of 50 feet from streams and wetlands, it does not include a minimum buffer from terrestrial ESHA. As proposed, habitat buffers could be eliminated entirely, inconsistent with 30240B. A modification is to proposed policy Bio 3 therefore establishes an absolute minimum buffer of 25 feet from terrestrial ESHA. Additional suggested modifications to other policies are relatively minor and further clarify terms and standards. As modified, the LUP provides a more encompassing definition of ESHA, requires detailed site-specific biological assessments to protect it, and the allowed land uses within those resources are fully consistent with those specified by the Coastal Act. Next slide. Moving on to visual resources and community character. The Coastal Act requires new development to be located within, contiguous with, and in close proximity to existing development, or in other areas where it will not have significant adverse impacts on coastal resources. For otherwise allowable development, Section 30251 requires that development be sited and designed to protect views to and along the ocean and other scenic coastal areas. The proposed LUP implements these Coastal Act requirements primarily through 2 chapters: community design and community development. Much of the policy language in these 2 chapters is carried over from the existing certified LUP, including the requirement that structures be limited to a 25-foot height limit. The proposed LUP also contains new policies that contain more objective standards, including those for ridgeline protections and nonconforming uses. In general, the relevant policies ensure community character and significant views are protected. However, the LUP as proposed contains some elements that are not Coastal Act consistent and can only be approved with modifications. Next slide. Some of the modifications required for Coastal Act consistency include the protection of significant public views, maximum height limits, and the protection of community character, and Coastal Act provisions that address destroyed structures. Next slide, please. As listed there. As modified, the LUP's community design and community development chapters are consistent with the Coastal Act. Next slide. Public recreational access. The Coastal Act requires maximum public access to and along the coast, prohibits development from interfering with the public's rights of access, and protects recreational opportunities and lands suitable for recreational use. The existing LUP requires the protection and enhancement of public access opportunities to the coast, including through the provision of public recreational opportunities and visitor serving facilities. The existing LUP's public access policies require coastal access in all development proposals located between the sea and the first public road, but for certain exceptions. Visitor serving uses are provided for within the Coastal Village Commercial Residential, or CVCR, zoning district, including shops and restaurants. Residential uses are also allowed, but only when they are incidental to the primary commercial use of the property. The proposed LUP's Coastal Access chapter retains many of the policies from the certified LUP that protect public access and recreational opportunities. However, the LUP as proposed contains some elements that are not Coastal Act consistent. Next slide. First, Coastal Act sections 30210 and 30211 require maximum public access to be provided and conspicuously posted. Policy PA20 requires that any development that could reduce public parking opportunities to evaluate alternatives and ways to mitigate any potential loss of coastal access. A modification clarifies that changes to parking timing and availability and any signage indicating parking restrictions must be evaluated for those project alternatives or mitigation. Second, the Coastal Act gives priority to the use of land suitable for visitors serving recreational facilities over private residential, general industrial, or general commercial development. Proposed policy PK3 states that commercial and residential uses shall be principally permitted in the VCR zone, while residential uses on the ground floor of the road-facing side of the building are conditional. As proposed, the policy does not provide enough of a priority for commercial uses to remain the primary use within those commercial districts. Therefore, a suggested modification is required that a finding must be made that development in the village commercial core area on the ground floor road-facing side of the property protects and enhances the established character of village commercial areas. As modified, the LUP's parks, recreation, and visitor-serving uses and public coastal access chapters protect and provide for public access and recreational amenities and are consistent with Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act. Next slide. Regarding public services, the Coastal Act contains the provision of requires the provision of adequate public services to serve new development, gives priority to certain land uses if public services are limited, and requires Highway 1 to remain a scenic two-lane road in rural areas of the coastal zone. The proposed LUP maintains many of the certified LUP's policies, and in many cases updates them with additional clarity and requirements. Foremost, policies PFS 1 and 2 implement Coastal Act sections 30250 and 30254 by requiring a finding for all proposed development that adequate public services are available to serve it. Public service expansions must not induce additional growth that either is not allowed or that cannot be handled by other public services. For transportation, the LUP requires all roads in the coastal zone to remain 2 lanes and contains a new policy for the county to consult with Caltrans on the impacts of sea level rise on Highway 1. However, certain modifications are required to ensure Coastal Act consistency. Next slide. First, policy PFS 4 requires any extension or enlargement of a water or sewage treatment facility to reserve capacity for properties zoned for visitor-serving uses. However, the policy omits other uses given priority for scarce public services under the Coastal Act, including coastal-dependent uses in agriculture. Modification is required to add these other Coastal Act priority land uses. Policy TR2 requires the protection of the scenic qualities of Highway 1 by ensuring that road improvements do not detract from its rural scenic characteristics. The County, Coastal Commission, National Park Service, and Caltrans have been coordinating to develop a set of design guidelines for the repair of Highway 1 in Marin. While the guidelines are still being prepared and are not available to be incorporated into the LUP at this time, a modification adds Program TR2A, requiring stakeholders to continue working on the guidelines. In conclusion, the Public Services and Transportation chapters, if modified, would be consistent with relevant Coastal Act policies. Next slide. Finally, the LCP contains an appendix which includes 7 items, including a list of recommended public coastal access ways and the local coastal program historic review checklist. Nearly all of these documents are being retained as is from the existing certified LCP. The proposed maps, however, are new. Since these maps are intended to be for planning purposes only and are not intended to be, for example, definitive delineations of ESHA, nor for the actual precise boundaries of the coastal zone, modifications are necessary to insert language recommended by the Commission's mapping unit that the coastal zone boundary depicted on the maps is shown for illustrative purposes only. Next slide. Finally, maps 28A and B do not accurately depict the location of coastal permit and appeal jurisdiction boundaries. Again, while these would only be illustrative since the appeal and jurisdiction boundaries are determined by the maps certified by the Commission and on file in the Commission's offices, the maps must be corrected to ensure clarity. Therefore, modification is required to replace proposed maps 28A and B with maps that accurately depict the Commission certified permit and appeal maps. Next slide. In conclusion, the county's extensive consultation and hearing process has informed Commission staff's recommendation. The staff recommendation has also benefited from public comment that was received by interested stakeholders and community groups over recent years on issues raised by the submittal. Commission staff has worked very closely with county staff over the course of this time and has continued to work closely even after the proposed LUP was submitted to the Commission. The end result of this close collaboration is a robust LUP as submitted and as suggested to be modified, one that should serve to protect Marin's significant coastal resources, consistent with the Coastal Act. If modified as suggested, staff believes the LUP is in conformity with the Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act. Staff recommends that the Commission approve the LUP subject to those modifications, and the motions to accomplish this are found on page 12 of the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. So just to lay out the procedures that we go through here for the benefit of the public who are here, we will ask commissioners for any ex partes, which are conversations that have been had with interested parties in advance of this public hearing. After we do ex partes, I will be asking that we take a brief break. Just let everyone get ready because we're going to have probably a couple hours of public testimony at a minimum. There will be 2 minutes per speaker. You are allowed to cede your time to another person. You need to make that clear. We do have one organized presentation identified at this point from EAC. We'll also be providing the applicant, which is the County of Marin, to make their organized presentation at the beginning and to have a rebuttal period at the end. So once the public hearing is closed, we will bring the item back to the full commission for our deliberation and possible action. And in the course of this, there may be one additional break, but we'll just measure that as we go. So I'll begin on my right with ex partes. Any ex partes coming down here? Please, Effie. Turnbull Sanders, Commissioner.
On Friday, May 9th, I had approximately 3:15. I had a conversation with Amy Traynor, and she pretty much summarized what she submitted in her letter, which is on file of May 12th, 2014, which is on file with staff opposing the certification of the LUP. I also, I think that's it, actually. That's it for me. Thanks.
Commissioner Groom?
Oh, thank you. On May 12th at 11 o'clock, I had a teleconference with Amy Traynor. It is comparable to the letter that we received. She did express concern about the proposed update to the Marin County Local Coastal Program.
She is concerned that there's amounts to a fundamental change in the balance between agricultural lands and development of the region, and the update violates sections 30241, 30242, 30250, 3006 of the California Coastal Act. I also had an email exchange with Jack Liebester from Marin County Community Development Agency, who clarified for me that this current plan would not be any more open than what is currently allowed under the existing LCP. The default of the amendment, should the default of the amendments fail, more importantly, there could be considerably fewer square feet because the amendment places a 7,000 square foot limit on all residential use on the entire parcel, even those that are 400 to 800 acres, as many here are. If certified, this would be an unprecedented level of protection for open ag land, unmatched anywhere in the coastal zone.
Thank you. Commissioner Zimmer?
Thank you. On May 8th from 10 to 10:40 a.m., I had a teleconference with Jack Liebster and Brian Crawford of the County of Marin. They stated that the county's approaches to preserving agriculture have been fourfold, with strong land use protections in the LUP, strong relations with the Marin Agricultural Land Trust, saving over 40% of all ag lands in conservation easement, Williamson Act, and support of multi-generational housing on ag land. They're mostly in agreement with the staff modifications. They think that there's been a shift in agriculture to organic specialty crops, and with the proximity to San Francisco or large urban area, people are willing to pay more for these foods. He thinks most individual farm operators are willing to accept the land use plan, and that the plan represents compromise at the highest level, recognizing both the needs of farmers and high standards for environmental protection. They see the shift to recognizing development potential on a per legal lot basis as being legally required. They think this would result in one farmhouse and intergenerational housing per legal lot. They can't force merger. However, he stated their legal lots are mostly in excess of the 60-acre minimum lot size under the zoning. They indicated that they don't have a definition of farmhouse in the land use plan, but they do have one forthcoming in the implementation plan, which will assure that a residential use on a ag lot will be subordinate to the agricultural operation. They do require agricultural conservation easement as a condition of residential development, and have other standards to protect from conversion to estate residential. For example, the 7,000 square foot aggregate limit on development. Regarding coastal hazards, they have a concern with the specificity of the definition of the 50% redevelopment criteria on coastal bluffs. They think Marin is very different from Solana, so that they don't have so much a bluff erosion issue as a sea level rise issue, and they have grants to address that and want to work out the specifics of their definition in the implementation plan. Then on May 12th, I had a telephone conference from 10 to 10:30 a.m. with Amy Traynor. That conversation reflected the concerns that are in her letters, primarily that the change in definition from parcel to legal lot will result, in her view, in additional development potential of 1 million square feet. And they've been trying to get the county to realize that this would open the door to development pressure that is antithetical to long-term continuation of agricultural operations. Right now, she said, the county is required to consider all contiguous parcels under the new definition. That would change. For example, a 400-acre dairy operation would be allowed one new farmhouse. Right now, there's no provision for the intergenerational housing, so there is a new development category. She went into more detail about how the 129 houses that they estimate would, if multiplied by the 7,000 or 7,500 square foot per legal lot aggregate maximum, result in the 1 million additional square feet of development. And in addition to that, with the principal permitted use of up to 5,000 square feet of commercial agriculture, she felt the development potential was huge. EAC is not saying it shouldn't be allowed, but allowing this as a principal use without appeal is an enormous amount of new development, and no impact analysis has been done. And this has the potential to change the character of Marin's agricultural lands. EAC fully supports young family farmers. Some new housing will be supported, but she feels this is drastic. Also objected to the change in the definition of agriculture, that the farmhouse plus intergeneral housing and farm worker housing, again, would result in excessive new development, and in most cases there would be no right to appeal. For now, what is proposed is a limit of 27 units, but they're not requiring the occupant to have anything to do with the farming operation. The staff report says they can allow whoever they want. They want to be very clear with the purpose of the housing. It may not have anything to do with the operation, violating 30241, 30242, and 30250. And she also believes that the current average size of farmhouses is 2,000 to 3,000 square feet. She discussed the Marin Economic Analysis commissioned by the county in 2003, and its conclusions do not support what the rewrite would allow. They are also concerned that there's another 500 square feet added to the 7,000 square feet, concerned about the high real estate value driving up land ownership costs. And that the point is that after all the proposed improvements, all of the parcels have costs exceeding agricultural income. The higher level concern is that these new definitions by right will open wide the door to new non-agricultural development pressure, and malt is not going to be able to have the capacity to keep up. And so she believes that this should be rejected and sent back to work out policies that actually achieve their intended purpose. And she feels that this is not salvageable unless the definitions of agriculture and parcel are retained as in the certified LCP.
Thank you. Commissioner Bochco?
Yes, I had a conversation with Ms. Trainer on Monday, May 12th at 2 o'clock, and again we went over the letter and a lot of the details that Commissioner Zimmer has just mentioned.
Thank you. Commissioner Howell?
Thank you. On Tuesday, I also spoke with Amy Trainer. She shared her concerns that the intergenerational farmhouse provisions will be growth-inducing.
Thank you. Commissioner Schallenberg?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On Tuesday, this past Tuesday afternoon, about 5 o'clock, I met with Amy Trainer and Bridger Mitchell, who is president of the Environment Action Committee of West Marin, and the substance of that has been covered by Commissioner Zimmer.
Thank you. Any other commissioners have ex partes? Commissioner Duclos?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On Friday, May 9th at 2:30 p.m., I had a telephone conversation with Amy Trainer regarding the proposed LCP amendment from Marin County. She noted that she had earlier in the day had a telephone conversation with Dr. Lester and Dan Carl regarding issues that the Action Committee and other organizations have with the proposed updates and amendments to the land use plan. She noted that her organization has worked closely with the Marin Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors for many years, and that 3 years ago they were in more than 90% agreement with the revisions that the county was making, but that 2 years later a major shift occurred in the relation to the definition of development, and that many of the protections afforded in the 1982 LCP were removed. And what is now being proposed, she believes, is inconsistent with the Commission's guidance documents and the Coastal Act. Specifically, she noted that the LCP as amended would allow more than 1 million square feet of new residential and commercial development by right in the coastal agricultural zone, as well as the elimination of virtually any public hearing or public right of appeal. That this area has been subject of very little residential development during the past 30 years due to Chapter 3 policies in place to protect the maximum amount of agricultural land in production. Defining all residential development as principally permitted use and as such not subject to commission appeal, she further believes represents a wholesale policy shift and is in direct conflict with Coastal Act policies 30241 and 30250. She also noted that Dr. Lester didn't generally agree with her analysis. She also took exception to the removal from public documents of the county's build-out analysis as represented by assumptions in a comprehensive spreadsheet prepared by the county. She believes that neither the county or commission staff has directly addressed this build-out analysis and potential impacts. And when asked of other concerns with the amendments, she noted the proposed exception to wetland buffers and stream buffers and the need for better definition of what constitutes exception, such as for principally permitted uses or for public purposes or to avoid taking of private property. This concludes my report.
Thank you. Welcome. Commissioner Vargas?
I have no ex partes, but I want to just note that as I showed, I just got here about a few minutes ago. I wanted to just be on the record saying that I've reviewed the staff report and have also reviewed the addendums that are included.
Thank you, and welcome to West Marin. Okay, so we've taken care of our ex partes, and at this point we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we're going to let folks stand in line and try and figure out how to share the limited bathroom capacity that we have, or step outside and find the appropriate non-ESHA, and we'll see you shortly. Thank you.
Chair.
Yes.
Just as an announcement for
please,
the
yes.
room, we're sorry that there isn't enough refreshments for the entire public, but this isn't for the public back here, and the area behind the staff table is for commissioners and staff.
Thank you. Thank you. Brian Crawford from the County of Marin. And for all speakers, we would ask that you present, when you step up to present, if you would please say your name for the record so that we have the ability to capture that. Thank you.
Brian Crawford, Community Development Director for the County of Marin. And I want to begin by thanking your staff for all of their cooperation and collaboration along the 5-year time frame that we've been working on our 6 amendments to the LCP. They should be commended. Of course, Dr. Lester, but especially Dan, Madeline, and Kevin, who have been doing a lot of the hard working and working late until the evening to resolve many of the issues that we've been struggling with. Some of them struggling, some of them positive working relationship and getting to the point where I think we are very close, if not in agreement with all of the policies in the LCP. Earlier in the week and up until today, it felt to me like we were at about mile 24 of a marathon, and that there was a environmental hazard in front of us that we had to try to work around. But I think based upon some of the behavior and optimism that I saw in the eyes of both of our staffs, we may be able to resolve that issue today. Jack Leapster, one of my colleagues, is here this morning, and Jack is the program manager for the LCP. He's very knowledgeable about the intricacies of the policies and programs. Jack is going to be giving a presentation in just a moment, but I want to spend a few moments making some comments about agriculture, which I think are important for you to consider along with your staff's recommendation. Agriculture was perhaps one of the single biggest issues that we've dealt with. And let me begin by saying that we are very proud of the role that our LCP has played in protecting agricultural land and our agricultural heritage in Marin County as a working landscape that, as Kevin noted, is deeply rooted in multi-generational family farms. And of course, the LCP and the county itself can't take responsibility for the landscape that you see and all of us see looking across the Tamales Bay. It's been a partnership with organizations like the Marin Agricultural Land Trust. We have very active farm and environmental organizations that have been influential in public policy in Marin. The Williamson Act, of course, has played a critical role, but perhaps most importantly, it's been the willingness and the ability of farmers and ranchers to carry on viable ag operations, and in some cases adapting their operations to changes in the market and pressures to the market. With respect to the changes in the LCP or the proposed LCP amendments as they relate to agriculture, I think it's very important to acknowledge what hasn't changed in the LCP, what's staying the same, as well as considering the amendments. We're very aware, and have been for quite some time, that as local regulators, we can't stick a hoe in somebody's hand and make them farm. And we don't, of course, regulate real estate transfers. So our overarching goal throughout this process has been to try to maintain our balanced approach of protecting agricultural land, helping our ranchers and farmers succeed by facilitating ag production operations, and at the same time, of course, preserving our environmental resources. I think your staff's recommendation essentially achieves that goal, in large part because the important ag production or protection policies in our LCP have been retained. For example, the longstanding density does not change with this proposal. The rule that only one primary single-family dwelling, which we're now calling a farmhouse, does not change. The very restrictive and discouraging policies in terms of subdivisions remain fully intact. And as an aside, I think the county's only approved one subdivision in agricultural land in the last 15 years. And the mandatory findings that agricultural projects have to preserve and protect agriculture, as well as respect environmental resources, remain intact as well. So when you look at what's happened in the past with our administration of the LCP, I think there's one figure or data point that is worth mentioning. In the last 27 years, the county has only approved 13 single-family homes, what we would consider primary single-family homes. That excludes farm worker housing, of course. So it's very evident that our existing LCP has led to very limited development. And I think a big part of that reason is that the county has done a good job in adhering to our ag protection policies, and again, at the same time, trying to encourage ag production facilities. That's essential to the continuation of agriculture in Marin County, and so we want to keep that as part of the basically part of our overall objectives. All right, and for now, I'll stop and turn it over to Jack for his presentation.
Thank you, Brian. And very briefly, in view of the time, thanks to the staff, you know I love you, and and I will get right to the points. Commissioners have expressed concerns about some of the information that's been put out, the 1 million square feet of new residential and commercial area by right. And if we can have the slide, please, or do we have the slide? Next slide. This is the 13 homes that have been approved since 1987, average size somewhere under 3,000 square feet. Next slide, please. So, 1 million square feet sounds like a lot, and it certainly gains a lot of attention. It amounts to 23 acres in the coastal zone, of which the total coastal zone is 30,800 acres, and that's what's depicted on this slide. Can we see the next slide, please? So if you're looking at our coast, then the homes for the people who own and operate the land and produce the product that they are going to produce is that little dot. If, in fact, all 7,000 square feet are used, and if, in fact, every existing home that is out there right now is expanded to 7,000 square feet. So one of the things that I would like to get across is, why did we put the cap on, the only place that's put a cap on agricultural land? Because we tried, just as an example, the agricultural people were telling us, look, what we want is we want to be able to have our kids be on the farm as well. So let us subdivide so that we can get, give the kids someplace to be. And so in working with them, we said, so what you really need is a place for your kids and your family to grow on the farm. You don't need to subdivide just because that's not ever been done before. So we took the needs and the Coastal Act, instead of smashing them together, we fit them together. And that's been the whole approach with the staff and with everything that we've done in the LCP. So just since statistics seem to speak louder than reason perhaps sometime. So yeah, 23 acres. Okay, that dot there, you can see that's 0.75%, 3/4 of 1/100th of a percent if build-out occurs to the max. Now let's talk about by right. Supposedly the LCP is allowing development by right. Well, by right means it's a ministerial development. You meet the standards. If you're this high and if your setback is this much, you go in and you get a building permit. Nothing in the coastal zone goes in and gets a building permit. Everything in the coastal zone is a development unless it's categorically excluded or exempt, and all of them require a coastal permit that goes through the coastal permit process. And another idea, without public hearings. Well, one of the things we'd like to point out is that that's a permit process question. That's embedded in our IP, which we did do simply to be able to answer these kind of questions. But our IP isn't before us right now. So we have a provision in there that says where the executive director determines that there's a controversy, basically, he can bump it up for a public hearing to the Planning Commission. And the executive director has done that in the past. Beyond that, all that has to happen is for someone to appeal the decision of the director, and then it automatically goes to a public hearing. So where's the problem? The appeal. What's appealable? Well, there's been a lot of focus about principal permitted use and what should be in and what should be out. Can we go to the next slide, please? So here's a map of the appeal areas in Marin County. Let's go to the next slide and focus in. This is the northern part of the county. Everything in green is appealable because, as you know, appeal has two parts. One is the principal permitted use, but the other is the geographic appeal area. Seaward of the first public road, as a huge part of the county is, and protecting within 100 feet of a coastal wetland, estuary, or coastal stream. Everything will be appealable to this commission within that area. That area happens, let's take the next slide. Okay, here the highway is closer to the sea, but you'll see these little, I hope you can see the little green fingers. Those are the streams running up through the developed area. I'm sorry, through the agricultural area. And anything in there is appealable. So the things that we care most about, I mean, we care about all of our coast, but the streams, the wetlands, the area, they and the area 100 feet around them, which happens to be exactly the same as our buffer area, are all appealable to this commission. So now I'm running out of time, so I would have said our letter to you is a total of 3 words: move per staff. But but there are a couple of things that we need to work out. There are policies that I think we can resolve with regard to CPK3 and CPFS4 that I would be happy to talk about as we, if a question arises. And I would just point out that the plan contains 201 specific policies to protect the coast. Each one of those policies has to be found to be, a development has to be found to be consistent with each one of those policies. And in the critical areas, you're the backstop. In other areas, the county has already demonstrated 13 houses since 1987. That's less than a half a house per year. If at that rate, even if these assertions were true, it'd be 160 years before the 83 potential units that could be built would be built. Now I'm going to have to ask the fire marshal to talk about his issue. Come on. So thank you very much.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the great work you're all doing. Jason Weber, County Fire Chief. I'm joined with Chief Brown, Chief Fox, and Chief Stevens from the local fire districts. And after review of the proposed changes in CBio 4, CEH 23, CEH 25, CDES 11, the fire community requests the language as proposed in the LCP remain. We feel that the proposed changes are in direct conflict with the Public Resource Code 4291. If that's not possible, we respectfully request additional time to work with your staff to ensure a balance of community wildfire protection and environmental sensitivity during the IP phase. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that completes Marin County's presentation, and we'll move into other speakers, beginning with Dama Yamagata and Bruce Bamp, followed by Bruce Bramson, and then Louise Gregg. And I'm going to be asking folks to stand up so that we can make the moves fairly quickly. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Donna Yamagata. I'm going to cede my minutes to David Lewis of the UC Extension.
Thank you. Bruce, followed by Louise, followed by Peter Martinelli.
Thank you, Commissioners. 2 minutes is a very short time. I think I'm speaking in favor of adoption of the proposal, and I come from Tamaulipas, a town of 204 people. We're the furthest northwest Marin community and often slip under the radar, and we like it. I've made the mistake a couple of times of trying to speak for the community, and I've regretted that. So the fact that I'm chairman of design review and on a finance committee and way too involved in many other organizations in town, I have to speak personally. As a homeowner, a 20-year resident, I feel like this should be a moment of celebration. This is an incredible accomplishment. Because we are so isolated in Northwest Marin, And because all these communities are unincorporated, we need a protective umbrella that we can trust, that is thorough, and that has a level of humanity to it, along with the impressive apparatus that supports it. And having been involved for 5 years in far too many meetings and watching this process evolve, I really can't do anything more than commend the people involved in this huge process in involving a document that's going to be a real legacy that we can all rely upon. And I just thank you for that.
Thank you. Louise, followed by Peter, then Frederick Smith.
Hi, my name is Louise Gregg. I'm an environmentalist, and one of the things that I would like the board here to change is that I would like them to change the language from visitor appeal in the HAR, from visitor appeal. I'm from Tamales also. I've lived there for 44 years. Visitor appeal to historic. The word historic is very important. It has environmental connections with environmental laws, and I would like that what is ever written in the LCP to be compatible with the CEQA laws, so that we won't keep running into confusion, because new people are moving into town. They don't understand that what this means, like visitor appeal, for example. Also, it can avoid conflict with, that we can continue to have, and also it can avoid law cases. We had that law case that had to do with Next Era Energy that was, a 2-year commitment with all the environmental organizations in the area that ended up, and now we still have big wind in the LCP. So it's in a way, it's a conflict that we have to keep working to deal with. The other thing is, there's two other things that I don't have time to talk about, but one of them is Dillon Beach has a conflict. You have Lawson's Landing that is compliant with the ESHA laws. You have the parking lot that is not. The parking lot has hundreds of people with dogs coming, and they're off a leash. ESHA is requiring them to be on a leash. So the small area is impacting this huge area of Lawson's Landing by having, people spend $8 to park and they have 6 dogs because they're dog walkers. I mean, it's really, think about California expanding in the next 10 years. It's not a pretty picture.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter, Frederick, then Thomas Beatty.
Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you. And I want to, Commissioner Kinsey, I want to mention that Alethea Patton and Nancy Gates have ceded their time to me.
Okay.
My name is Peter Martinelli. I am an organic farmer. I'm located on a ranch down in Bolinas. Farm about 22.5 acres of organic fruits and vegetables. My family's been involved on and off in Marin County agriculture for close to 150 years. I also represent the Marin Agricultural Land Trust. I'm their stewardship chairman. I'm also the chairman of the Marin County Farm Bureau Land Use Committee. I've been involved in the process to update the LCP for 5 years of workshops and meetings. And through that process, let me just stop right here and give a great big thank you, first of all, to the County of Marin and their staff for engaging with the agricultural community, coming out to our properties, getting to know what we do, because a lot of what we do is sort of mysterious and, behind the gate kind of stuff, and actually what it takes to run and survive in the difficult economic world of agriculture. I also want to give a huge thank you to the Coastal Commission, and especially the Coastal Commission staff, for your willingness, again, to come out to our properties, visit our farms, see what we're all about, and understand the issues that we brought out. And the important thing about these issues is that for us, for me in particular, and I think all the people that I represent, we're really working, what we're talking about is the future, the things that we've put forward and that the staff has embraced as our needs and our wish list is not for us. I'm not going to build a house or another house or whatever. We're looking to keep agriculture the veil or the umbrella of permitted uses and the things that we're adding in this LCP, we're looking for those things to help the future generations to be able to farm here and have what we have. And unfortunately, I wish the environmental community or some certain leaders of it would have embraced and come out and gotten to know what we do and understand what we do, as you all have done. And unfortunately, we've been sort of straddled with this language of development and the idea that something like logging and mining and real estate development and all that language and that lexicon, we don't do that. We live on the land generationally. New people come and go, but majority of us are generational farmers. We stay on the land. And if we don't take care of it, if we don't take care of the resources there, we can't farm. The fertility goes away. The kind of farming I do, organic farming, we need wildlife. We need predator insects. We need predators and all that kind of, managing rodents. We need that stuff. So we are land stewards. We take care of our land. And I wish that the LCP continues to be a protective veil, a protective umbrella, I like to say, in the terms of permitted uses and the things that we're allowed to do as principal uses are really what allow us, our farms, to be a nursery, a place where young farmers like myself can get a foothold in agriculture. Last year my farm produced close to 100,000 pounds. These numbers are relevant. This could be a day in certain big farms, but think of this, 100,000 pounds of pumpkins and squash, about 20,000 pounds of dry farmed organic potatoes, a few thousand pounds of beans, and a few thousand pounds of apples and strawberries and miscellaneous things. Under some of these restrictions that you've been pushed, this sort of straitjacket of things like changing intensity of use and farming near sensitive habitat areas, if I had to enter into that, under some of those circumstances that have been pushed into you, I would not be here today. I would not be farming. It would not be possible to play around and not have any money and borrow money and buy a funky tractor and all that stuff to do it and go through processes and have a very vibrant, and I love them, but a very vigorous environmental community review everything I'm doing and proposing. Wouldn't happen. So our protection comes from you guys. You're the firewall. So let me just say that going forward, I hope that the environmental community comes around and are partners with us, as they were a generation ago when we saved this coastline. A lot of collaboration, a lot of mutual interest is what made it and kept it what it is today. And that you all understand that, what you see here today is a result of unregulated, but unregulated farm activity, sort of the natural ecosystem, if you will, of farming. Think of it as a human ecosystem, and with a straitjacket of regulation and the inability to change uses and all that sort of thing without a process, wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here, and we've made it this far and kept it this nice without all of that. So we appreciate you all thinking that way. As far as the effort that's going on to sort of take the LCP and send it back down for more review, and especially the objection to the intergenerational house, I just want to say that I hope you go through, and I hope you have the courage to stand up for all the work we've done and all the work your staffs have done and the county staff has done, because I think it's a very strong document, and I think there's a lot of protection, as Jack has just clarified, for all of us. One other thing that's really close to me, because I farm in an area that has lots of wetlands and lots of creeks and things like that, is that I think there's a really fine line dividing point between habitat and prime farmland. You have a specific thing about protecting prime land. Well, that bottom land is where the wetlands, is where the creeks are. So we have to define with our buffers, be very careful about what we arbitrarily call a buffer. Do site-specific, and be careful, because it's the same resource. We're arguing about the very same thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Just for the record, you said that Aletha Patton, and who was the other person?
Aletha Patton and Nancy Gates.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
And more breaking news. We had Volvos first. Now we have a blue Prius is next to the building, and it's running. So you better go catch it. Thank you. Okay. Frederick
Hi, my name's Frederick Smith. I'm currently living in Fairfax, although I have lived out in West Marin for quite some time, and I'm still very involved in the community. There's going to be a lot of talk about the environmental and ag types of things, so I'm going to leave that alone for now and kind of focus on a few other things that I think are of concern. I was involved with the first year of the LCP planning process while I was the executive director of the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin. And so I've been very involved in West Marin planning for a long time. The first thing I'd just like to bring up is that we're essentially facing a complete market failure of low and middle income housing in West Marin. We already have very small definitive areas where we're allowed to have residential development, and those are very quickly being converted. There's very few places left for people to live. And policies CHS 3 and 9, which try to address these issues with regards to affordable housing, are only for units, for developments or conversions of units of 2 or greater. Well, that's not what happens out in West Marin. We don't have developments of 2 or greater. We have developments of 1. So in the process, none of those policies really apply out here. So I'd love to be able to see some attention towards either density bonuses or other types of ways to alleviate for the sake of affordable housing, or to be able to turn visitor-serving uses into affordable housing for residents. Also, quickly, while I'm running out of time, I think that it's very cost prohibitive under the current LCP proposal to allow for cottage industries out here, to allow local entrepreneurs to be able to actually make a living, and that includes intergenerational transfer and multi-use on farms and ranches. For example, CAG 026 for processing limits you to only use raw materials from your own property. Well, why can't you use raw materials from other West Marin ranches as well? It seems like it'd be better to locate and have one big facility of 2,000 square feet for everyone, rather than have dot the landscape with a bunch of small ones. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thomas Beatty, followed by Terry Hope, and then Amy Traynor with her group presentation.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner Kinsey and the rest of you commissioners. Tom Beatty from Inverness, and I would like to voice my strong support for the analysis and criticism of the proposed LCP that's been put forth by the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin, and I wanted to make 2 quick points. I understand that the proposed changes in the LCP are intended to support viability of local agriculture. Yet one of the biggest threats to our local pastoral zone is a very real threat from the shift away from genuine agriculture agricultural production to the very marginal agricultural activities that are done primarily to meet zoning requirements. Whether to take advantage of the ever-expanding tourism in the area or to simply qualify to build that big country estate, many of the recent developments are not truly agricultural in their intent or execution. The proposed policy change in the LCP will only accelerate this trend, making it easier to build that big weekend family compound or to take advantage of the retail potential of Highway 1 tourism. If we are serious about preserving local agriculture, a good place to start is by not opening the door to rapid development. I would ask the Commission to table the current proposal and find an alternative plan that supports genuine agricultural production rather than providing a template for build-out. My second point is the concern over the appeals process. It is my understanding that some developments under the proposed policy would no longer be subject to Coastal Commission appeal. This would be a grave mistake. Over the years, the Coastal Commission has provided an essential firewall between protected coastline and some very bad development plans and unpermitted actions. Some coastal protections are only as strong or as weak as the mindset of county supervisors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Terry Hope. Okay. Amy Traynor. And you have 12 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Chair Kinsey, and thank you, Commissioners. Amy Traynor, Executive Director of the Environmental Action Committee. I want to thank the Coastal Commission staff. I think they have done a Herculean effort. They've been very attentive to our concerns. They put out 2 addenda in the past day, which address many, I would say most of the concerns that were raised, that I raised in my ex parte calls. So thank you, Dan, Madeline, and Kevin very much. I want to thank the county staff. You know, we don't agree and haven't agreed throughout the process on a lot of things, but they've done a tremendous amount of work. We had to read over 4,000 pages of draft policy and code language, but they had to write over 4,000 pages. And so truly, it's a big effort, and so I do thank them very much for their hard work. It's true what you said yesterday, Chair Kinsey, that West Marin did not happen by accident. Residents have fought off ill-conceived development proposals for decades. Of developers have had their eyes on north of the Golden Gate, being so close to San Francisco, especially once the Point Reyes National Seashore really came to fruition after 1962. Those residents, like EAC and many others today, want to preserve the agricultural heritage that is tremendously important and integral to West Marin. They also want to preserve, like us, the spectacular natural environment this place has, the sweeping and majestic vistas that you all got to see, hopefully on your boat ride up to Hog Island yesterday.
Yes, I agree.
To those ends, in 1981, Marin County leaders approved our existing certified LCP. It is a truly visionary document in a way that is artfully and scientifically has protected this place. Artfully because of the poetic language that talked about the majestic rolling hills, the bucolic agricultural operations, the family farms, but scientific because they did traffic studies, groundwater studies, biological studies, housing inventories, and agricultural analysis, studies that actually have not been updated as part of this LCP process. Our certified LCP acknowledges in clear and concise terms the significant pressure put on our coastal zone, particularly our agricultural production operations, as well as our wetlands and streams and Tamales Bay, which serves to feed and provide essential forage habitat for up to 100,000 migrating birds every single year. If we really want to maintain multi-generational farms, we have to keep the development pressure away. It is through that lens that EAC has been so vigorously engaged in the Marin LCP process for the entire update. Our bottom line is the Coastal Act, 30241, 30242, and 30250 that preclude the conversion of agricultural land to urban uses. 30251 expressly states that the scenic and visual qualities of coastal areas shall be considered and protected as a resource of public importance. If you look out the window, you understand how important this area is to protect. And 30006 states that the public has a right to fully participate in decisions affecting coastal planning, conservation, development, and that achieving sound coastal conservation and development is dependent upon public understanding and support. One of our main concerns remaining is the definition of agriculture. For over 30 years, it has not included these residential uses that are proposed to be included. The county staff itself called the residential dwellings what they are. Then the commission staff said, well, we're going to add under this umbrella of agricultural residential units, farmhouses, intergenerational houses. But at its foundation, this is residential development. We have never said that we're against it. We fully support family farms and the right for them to build some new development as it's needed to allow that next generation to come on. But the public has always had the right to seek review from the Coastal Commission of residential development in the agricultural production zone. And why? Because it's almost 2/3 of Marin's coastal zone. This right to public appeal unequivocally is absolutely of paramount importance, and I ask you to please amend the definition of agriculture to remove those residential uses. Again, we understand that some public housing is going to be needed. We're trying to find the right balance, one that protects the magic and the rural spirit of this place, but inherent in that balance, again, is the right of the public to always fully participate in coastal areas, and that means always having the right to appeal. I have a tremendous amount of respect for the county's community development agency, but they don't always get it right. We've had to file appeals in the past 3.5 years, and every appeal that we have filed, I think it's 3, have been found to have a substantial issue. I have no interest in filing frivolous appeals. I have no interest in micromanaging family farmers, and I have no interest in trying to make their lives difficult. What I do want is that if there is an instance where we don't think the scenic view shed or ESHAs or the mitigation measures or whatever are fully and adequately protected, that we get the right to come to you and say, here are our concerns, please fix it. And we think this is essential. Okay, so let's get to the county's build-out analysis. It gave us quite a scare. To say that 129 new residential units were possible, and taking that times the 7,500 square feet per legal lot, adding to that as a principal permitted use up to 5,000 square feet of commercial processing space per legal lot, that's a lot of new development potential, and that's way over 1 million square feet of new potential. I think I tried to make it clear to everybody in my letter. I'm not saying that that is going to happen, but that the door is open here for that, and that's a concern. If you had over 1 million square feet of new development, commercial or residential, the character of West Marin would be drastically changed. And, you know, again, there's no traffic studies, biological, no cumulative impact analysis here to address this potential. So that is very concerning. When we used the term by right, it was a slip. It was meant not so much in the legal sense, but that in West Marin, if you are a family farmer and you're going to apply to have a residential house, even the standards that the commission staff have added, which we do think strengthen these agricultural policies. Again, we're grateful. They've done a tremendous job. They've tightened up these agricultural policies. But even with those standards, it's still likely that, you know, if a farmer comes in and says, you know, we need this, they're probably going to get it. And that's fine, again, but we need that right to just have you do your job as the gatekeeper, the way that the Coastal Act defined it. You need to have that last word, if and when it's necessary. So again, very strong support for family farms. We're trying to find a balance here. We want to change the definition of agriculture to remove those residential uses so that they are not a part of the principal permitted use. So the definition of agriculture means whatever is defined as agriculture is the principal permitted use, and it's not always guaranteed that the public has a right to appeal. So that's the definition that is key. We have one other main concern, and that is that the county has, from our perspective, opened wide the door to allowing exceptions into buffers for ESHA, C-BIO20 for wetland buffers and C-BIO25 for streams, add exceptions. For over 30 years, we've had a hard and fast 100-foot buffer for ESHA. And you would only even think about changing that if it was the principal permitted use of the zoning district. Well, this language is very wide. We tried to work with staff, and bless Jack's heart, he sat through like three-hour meetings with the environmental community where we hashed all this through. We made a lot of progress, but there's still language we feel very strongly needs to rein in when you can get an exception, because if you talk to some of the long-standing environmental activists in Marin, they will say this is very likely to become the rule and not the exception it's meant to. So the language we feel should be added is that qualifies that you can only seek and only be granted an exception to the 100-foot buffer in rare and exceptional circumstances and for the principal permitted use of the zoning district, or for a necessary public purpose. Let me give you an example. Right now, the North Marin Water District had to drill a new well because their water well was getting saltwater intrusion. The new pump house would need to encroach about 30 feet into the ESHA buffer. I understand that the county wants to have the flexibility in that kind of situation to say, yes, you can encroach. That is a necessary public purpose where we are fine giving the county the flexibility and the authority to give an ESHA buffer exception. But without that language, it's not enough. So rare and exceptional circumstances when it's the principal permitted use in the zoning district for a necessary public purpose or to avoid illegal taking. And we absolutely think that a public hearing should always be required no matter what other circumstances are going on. Always a public hearing if there's going to be an ESHA buffer exception, and that there is a requirement, not a discretionary, but a requirement to always have to look at all contiguous lots under common ownership for the ESHA buffer. So if you have two parcels, say in Inverness, and they, you know, one is mostly an ESHA under the exception language right now, you wouldn't have to look at your other lot as potential development. You would get it encroached because it would be infeasible to build on your one lot and not avoid the ESHA buffer. We're saying if we really want to have meaningful protections of ESHA buffers, and there is loads of peer-reviewed research saying that at least a 100-foot buffer for ESHAs is necessary. It's supported by all kinds of science. So only giving exceptions in very rare circumstances and looking at if you have other property, let's try and develop where we're outside of the ESHA and the ESHA buffer. So in conclusion, we really strongly asked that you would look at amending the definition of agriculture to remove as a principal permitted use, move them down to a permitted use, farmhouse, first intergenerational house, second intergenerational house. Again, I gave my word to the Farm Bureau. I called 3 or 4 meetings with them. I like these guys a lot. They're cowboys. They're really cool. And I told them at public hearings, I give you my word, I want to work collaboratively with you. Like, I want to come out on your farm. Show me where you want to build. Let's talk about it. This is not about fighting this right to appeal. This is just about when Supervisor Kinsey's gone and we have a different board of supervisors, just a multi-generational farming is great. Well, so are making sure that the public has the right to ensure our new LCPA is, we have the adequate right to enforce it. So thank you very much to the Commission, to the county, and to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Susan Jordan, followed by Bob Johnson and Gerald Merrill.
Susan Jordan, Director of the California Coastal Protection Network. I don't really think I could say it any better than Amy Traynor just said it. And a little bit of my concern here is that much of what EAC has argued for in the ex partes that you've had has now been addressed in the addenda. I mean, there has been progress made. So I don't think characterizing EAC's concerns as wild assertions is on the mark. They're here to protect this environment, which I'm extraordinarily amazed at. And it's funny because we talk about outdated or old LCPs. This one was in the 80s, the early 80s. This is not, to me, an outdated LCP when it comes to protecting the environment. I think the policies that they decided on are why this looks the way it does. So the question, I think, for the Commission is, are you 100% certain that the way that this definition of ag is being changed will not result in the potential for development? You don't know what this Board of Supervisors is going to look like in 5, 10, 20 years. You're not going to be back at the table with this LCP and any potential amendments. So you have to be 100% sure that the action that you take today continues the protections. I think putting it from a principle, putting residential uses under a principle permitted use, this is a lot of P's, but I mean, I think you're really taking a risk here. And you have to be sure that you're not. So I advise you to move with caution, and I would recommend that you take EAC's concerns to heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Johnson, Gerald Merrill, and then Jack Rice.
Good morning, Chair and Commission members. I'm Bob Johnston. I live in Inverness, just up the road. I'm a professor from UC Davis. I taught land use planning there since 1971. I've worked with many counties for the last 40 years on ag protection in California. I'm currently a member of a state conservancy board, not in the coastal zone. I've been a planning commissioner for 2 different California cities. My overall remarks are that the staff draft is much better than the county's proposal. My specific remark goes to item 12A on the intergenerational housing. It has not been adequately evaluated by the county staff or the commission staff, in my opinion. I have 2 arguments. The first is financial. Allowing 1 or more additional homes on ag parcels will increase their value as hobby farms, or we call them residential estates. Buyers will now have more housing units and newer ones to fix up and live in. I think this is likely to lead to the loss of small farms and ranches. Second, and other speakers have noted that, second is a legal argument. Almost all the ag lands in this county are under the Williamson Act. It's not free, it's costly for the counties, and as taxpayers we all pay for those reduced taxes for the farmers, so we all have an interest in these parcels. The Williamson Act requires that all residences on contracted parcels be related to ag use. The county, when they floated this thing a couple years ago, had assurances that the family members, that the occupants were family members and were working in ag, and those assurances are now gone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Merrill, Jack Rice, and then Sally Gale.
Mr. Chair and members, welcome to Inverness. I'm an Inverness resident, recently retired as the Deputy Resources Secretary for the state of California. The
Thank
concept,
you. Your name for the
Gerald
record.
Merrill. The concept that the expansion of residential development will be beneficial for agriculture is perhaps a good one if it could be shown in the plan that in fact this new residential development was beneficial to agriculture, but it's not. Due to requirements that your staff described, there's no real restriction on the use of this new housing for family members. Maybe that's a law requirement, but that just seems to be the way it is. Further, the concept that somehow this new housing will benefit the crisis that we have here in West Marin of affordable housing is unfortunately also not right, because the affordable housing that we're trying to develop here in West Marin through the very good efforts of CLAM and other groups needs to be concentrated in the villages that we have here, because people who need affordable housing need to have the services that they'll find in the village. They don't want to live 20 or 30 miles from the nearest place they can go to the grocery store. So I think the odds are that this new housing would not, in fact, provide much affordable housing. On the question of the right of appeal, that's a very important issue. You yourselves sit through many long and tedious hours of appeals, but often, very often, come to the right decision about whether the local government did the right thing or not. And I would urge you to preserve that right. You need to have that level of review. We know that that review is the core of the Coastal Act. If there was no right of appeal, the Coastal Commission itself would probably have very little to do. And it really, when we gathered signatures, as I did for Prop 20 way back when, that was a core of our concern, the public right to address decisions of local government. That's your main function. You should preserve it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jack Rice, Sally Gale, and then Jameson Watts.
Jack Rice with the California Farm Bureau and the Legal Services Division. I want to thank the staff and the county and the local Farm Bureau and Cattlemen's Associations for the work they've done on this, and we've been part of it for a long time, always trying to weigh in when there's something particularly important. Briefly, we have a letter that was submitted, and we support the points raised in that letter and in the letter by Marin County Farm Bureau. The gist of it is that the changes, some of the staff recommendations, as identified in those letters, render it a little untenable for agriculture, and so we would support going back to the county's provision in that, and I think that could take the opportunity for the agricultural community to work through some of those issues. And then, putting on my farmer hat, we have a organic hay ranch up on the Eel in Humboldt County. I just wanted to address a couple of things as more from the agricultural, as a farmer perspective, I guess, and that's, we need to try to protect our culture of agriculture in addition to the resources we need, and some of that means trying to figure out how you keep people interested and invested in agriculture. The idea, what we've learned is you need to keep your family on the ranch, family on the farm. The other thing we've learned about ag is it is dynamic. It will change over time, and we need flexibility to do that. You don't know what people are going to want to buy. You don't know. You used to take it to the farmer's market. Now you see people wanting to drive to the farm to see it. And so there needs to be some flexibility that allows people to experiment. And finally, about the people that are here, so there's fears expressed about who's on the county board, but I think that the farmer is concerned about what environmental group is going to want to walk around their property and tell them where a house should be built? So there's no certainty about who's going to be there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sally Gale, Jameson Watts, and then Nancy Scolari.
Good morning. My name is Sally Gale. I'm a rancher in Chilena Valley. I produce grass-fed beef. Lamb, and organic apples. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this morning. I am dismayed by some of the comments that I've heard from the so-called environmentalists who have spoken before me. And I would like to counter some of their concerns by saying that I think that this proposal is a good one. I think it will support agriculture, and agriculture supports the environment. If you look around at these beautiful green hills, we are the ones that have kept them green. We are the ones that take care of the thistles. We are the ones that make the grass productive, and we are the ones that provide the grazing animals that keep everything in balance, including the native grasses and plants. I appreciate the changes that you are proposing in terms of the processing facilities, the on-farm retail sales, and the intergenerational housing. I also appreciate the limits that you are setting on the square footage of the intergenerational housing. I am an older rancher. I am typical of many of the ranchers. I am concerned about the future and making it possible for my kids to farm. And I think the changes that you have made promote that. The one thing I would like you to look at is charging money for farm tours. I think ranchers should be able to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nancy Scolari, then Jameson Watts, Nancy Scolari, then Don Lloyd.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you, Chair Kinsey. My name is Jameson Watts. I'm the Executive Director of the Marin Agricultural Land Trust. For about 34 years, we've been working shoulder to shoulder with the County of Marin to protect agricultural land in Marin. And so much of what you look at in West Marin and during your stay here is the result of a lot of hard work and a lot of support from agency partners, supporters, and the County of Marin. Malt, in our 34 years, we've protected over 46,000 acres of privately owned farmland in Marin County. That's almost half of all the privately owned farmland in the county. In the coastal zone, we hold, monitor, and enforce 33 agricultural conservation easements in the coastal zone, totaling about 47% of the coastal zone, the privately owned land in the coastal zone, about almost 15,000 acres. So we are definitely a vested stakeholder in this discussion. We're also currently working to acquire additional easements on 5 more family farms and ranches in the coastal zone. So quickly, I'm here today to talk to you about the county's proposal to add intergenerational housing in the coastal zone. The average age of Marin farmers and ranchers in Marin is 60 years old, and that's just increasing nationwide. So it's imperative to keeping agriculture alive and vibrant going forward, to plan for the next generation. And so this plan to add intergenerational housing and farm worker housing on farms and ranches in West Marin and Marin is critical. So MALT supports the county in this effort. We think it's a good proposal. In closing, our philosophy on land use and management is predicated on relationships with people and the community in which we operate. That's critical. And this is a need of this community to plan for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Scolari, Don Lloyd, and then Bruce Bowser.
Commissioners, good morning. Nancy Scolari, Executive Director, Marin Resource Conservation District. In 1959, the people of Marin County voted to create our district. It was at that time that 5 farmers were voted into office and created a vision for Marin County, which goes like this. The mission of the RCD is to conserve and enhance Marin's natural resources. It is our belief that the health of the county's natural landscape is dependent upon a robust agricultural economy and the active preservation of our agricultural heritage. In addition, it is our firm conviction that the agricultural productivity of the county is dependent upon the diligent application of conservation practices which conserve and enhance our natural resources. That mission still stands today, and the farmers who created that vision are now represented by the people in this room. We are dedicated to fostering that robust land stewardship ethic and strong conservation partnership that we now see within the ranching community, an ethic that has developed voluntarily and steadily over the years. A recent report entitled A Half Century of Stewardship highlights a number of conservation accomplishments, including the implementation of over 3,500 conservation projects in our watersheds. This ethic has been acknowledged by the governor and local environmental groups. This culture, heritage, and conservation ethic is what we want to support. It is critical we support the continued productivity and viability of these family farms. Therefore, the Marin RCD supports the proposed amendment with only 2 suggested enhancements: the addition of farm stays and farm tours as principally permitted uses. Thank you.
Thank you. Don Lloyd, then Bruce Bowser, and thank you. Bruce Bowser, Michael McEnany, and Jeff Miller.
Bruce Bowser. Thank you, members and staff of the Coastal Commission. Thank you, county staff, for your hard work and well-documented, well-distributed, multi-year effort to create a new Marin LCP. As a 20-year resident of West Marin and Bolinas, I'm here to speak to you today on an issue that causes me great concern. The county land use plan of the final LCP, I fear, is flawed, and if adopted, will set a dangerous precedent for statewide coastal development. 1 million square feet of residential and commercial development on zoned agricultural lands. If this is indeed so, and if approved, it will, by default, get built. 1 million square feet is roughly 10 big box stores. Okay, littler boxes then, and then spread out. Nonetheless, this is a huge potential for development. 7,500 square feet is 5 times the size of my comfortable 2-bedroom home. 129 McMansions serves no one but the very wealthy. This is not farmland format. Where could these be placed? What infrastructure would be required for such a build-out? Our rolling hills and grasslands, our quiet valleys, our watershed is not equipped for the havoc such structures would create. We love and admire our families in agriculture and want only the best for them. They need special consideration and protection to ensure their lands remain viable so they can work that land profitably. Intergenerational homes, yes. Workforce housing, yes. Reasonable support and processing structures, yes, but multi-McMansions, not by a long shot. Allowing such build-out is in no one's interest. The potential to build. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael McEnany, Jeff Miller, and Chip Armstrong.
I'm Michael McEnany. My wife and I live in Inverness. Students of ancient history may remember the war between Athens and Troy. The legendary, bigger-than-life Trojan horse proved to be the defining element in that conflict. It was placed outside the gates of Troy, ostensibly as a peace offering from the departed Greeks who had long besieged the city. Seen by the Trojans as a symbol signaling the end of a long and bloody conflict, it was brought inside the walls of Troy. Unbeknownst to the Trojans, the horse contained Athenian commandos hidden inside its belly. In the dark of night, they crept out of the horse to open the gates to the city to the hidden Athenian army. Troy was destroyed. A saying arose, beware of Greeks gathering gifts, beware of Greeks offering gifts. Today, let's rephrase that to read, beware of unintended consequences. The LCP as written has the potential to become a modern version of the Trojan horse, which could open the gates of the West Marin Coastal Zone to development and set a precedent with the potential to weaken this Commission's power to protect the coastal zone statewide. It could result in de facto subdivision of farmlands within the coastal zone. We cannot allow for potential residential development to trump the public trust, which each and every one of you commissioners is sworn to protect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chip Armstrong, Jeff Miller, excuse me, then Chip Armstrong, and Susie Schlesinger.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for a microphone that actually reaches up this high. Jeff Miller, I'm speaking on behalf of the Center for Biological Diversity. I'm also a resident of Point Reyes Station. I just want to thank the Environmental Action Committee for all their time and effort they put into analyzing and commenting on the LCP and also disseminating information to the public. I think they had some very valuable input. Unfortunately, I think some of the important points have been lost in the LCP, and policies are being pursued that would dramatically change residential and commercial development in the coastal zone here. We think that the LCP as it currently stands should be rejected until Marin County can get it right. We're particularly concerned about new definitions in the LCP that give entitlement to significant development that is not essential to agriculture. People have gone over the amount of square feet. This is a dramatic change in coastal zone policies, and this was done without any supporting findings, without any studies, and certainly without any analysis of cumulative impacts under CEQA. More disturbing to us, though, is the taking away of the public's right to participate in the process and to appeal. And this, we think, is absolutely essential if you're opening the door to this kind of potential development. More important is to look at Marin County Planning Department's recent track record on protecting our coastal resources. And recent events do not inspire a lot of confidence. The county recently has gone out of its way to undermine environmental protections for some of our most sensitive environmental areas. And just 2 months ago, a federal judge struck down Marin County's countywide plan because the county refused to do a proper CEQA analysis, and this is for development in endangered coho salmon habitat. So please do not leave this up to the county. Please do not cut the public out, and please send this back until Marin gets it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Chip Armstrong, Susie Schlesinger, and then David Lewis.
Hi, I'm Chip Armstrong, and I want to applaud the Marin County Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors for the monumental work of overhauling the LCP. I want to emphatically inject that I opposed anything approximating industrial wind development anywhere in the coastal zone or Marin County at all. And I appealed to the California Coastal Commission that they truly embrace, honor, and perpetuate the intent, the full intent of the Coastal Act. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kinsey, Helen Shoemaker should speak with me.
Okay.
That's okay.
That would be fine if she wants to come up. Had she filled in a card?
It's on mine with her together.
Okay, very good. There it is. Get her up here, and we'll give you the 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to thank, I'm Susie Schlesinger with the West Marin Sonoma Coastal Advocates, and I'd like to thank the Coastal Commission's contribution in halting the construction of an industrial-scale wind farm proposed by Next Energy near the historic town of Tamales. Next Era initially proposed to erect two 197-foot-tall meteorologic towers to gather wind speed data on the West Marin coast for an industrial-scale wind farm. Former Coastal Commissioners Mark Stone and Steve Blank filed an appeal on behalf of the Coastal Commission in opposition to the construction of the Met Towers. West Marin-Sonoma Coastal Advocates filed an appeal to the Coastal Commission in conjunction with Marin Audubon and Environmental Action Committee of the Marin County Board of Supervisors of approval of NextEra's proposal. At the same time, West Marin-Sonoma Coastal Advocates also filed a violation of the California Environmental Quality Act lawsuit against the County of Marin. On December 6, 2011, the Board of Supervisors set aside the permits granted for the Met Towers in addition to the project's categorical exemption from environmental review. When NextEra withdrew the project application, there was still controversy in the county as to the inclusion of industrial wind farms. West Marin-Sonoma Coastal Advocates has been involved in the local planning processes and the local coastal program update for a number of years. We have pointed out many important factors to consider in our numerous letters and testimony before the Planning Commission. We've illustrated with wind maps from the California Energy Commission that there are no economically viable industrial-scale wind resources in all of Marin County. Supervisor Steve Kinsey had proposed a wind energy-free zone in the coastal zone. He stated, and I quote, "I've been clear that we do not want industrial..." May I finish?
Your 2 minutes are up. I think that we need to be complete at this point. Thank you.
Helen Kazora Shoemaker, and I'll just pick up where Susie left off. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Supervisor Steve Kinsey had proposed a wind energy-free zone in the coastal zone. He stated, "I had been clear that we do not want industrial-scale wind energy in West Marin. There's no need for it, no demand for that scale, and the transmission facilities to bring wind all the way back would be so significantly costly and disruptive that it isn't viable. Why not just make it a wind energy-free zone?" WMSCA supports the BOS recommendation that WEX be excluded from Marin's coastal zone. We also support the establishment of a wind energy-free zone in hopes that Marin County can set a precedent for coastal planning. WMSCA also requests that all references to exemptions of major energy and industrial development in the coastal zone, including industrial-scale solar or wind energy, be removed from the Marin County LCP land use plan. Specifically, Energy Policy CEN 6 states, quote, "Energy and industrial development. The coastal zone contains unique natural resources and recreational opportunities of nationwide significance. Because of these priceless resources and the very significant adverse impacts which would result if major energy or industrial development were to occur, such development, both on and offshore, is not appropriate and shall not be permitted. The development of alternative energy sources such as solar or wind energy shall be exempted from this policy." We ask that the following sentence, "The development of alternative energy sources such as solar or wind energy shall be exempted from this policy," be stricken from CEN 6 and replaced with, "including the development of alternative energy sources such as industrial scale solar or wind energy." We also ask that the exemption of industrial scale solar and wind energy development in Unit 2 north of Alima be deleted. Thank you.
Thank you. David Lewis, followed by June McCrory, and then Alden Bevington.
Chair Kinsey, Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. Donna Yamaguchi ceded 2 minutes to me, so thank you for that. My name is David Lewis. I'm Director for the University of California Cooperative Extension and the Farm Advisor's Office in Marin County. And in starting, I want to really acknowledge the long, open, and responsive process that the County of Marin staff and the Coastal Commission staff have led and have held in bringing this amendment before you today for your consideration. That process, in my estimation, has forged a shared understanding of what agriculture needs to be viable locally and the role agriculture plays in environmental protection and natural resource stewardship. This includes understanding that agriculture isn't what you did last year, what you're doing this year, what you might do next year. It's a suite of options and choices of cropping systems, grazing animals one year, maybe growing dry farmed potatoes the next, and maybe even putting some land in fallow for 5 to 10 years and coming back to it. That's what agriculture is in response to weather, climate, natural resources. Different timing of choices, different places on the landscape and choices you need to make as well. So we want to recognize the understanding and the shared understanding that's been achieved on that front. This shared understanding also includes an appreciation for the need to diversify and to value add. Specifics include the understanding about processing and retail sales and what local coastal ag can do for coastal communities if they're viable. And we can talk about multiplier effects, jobs created by on-farm viability projects that you're entertaining today. I know seconds are ticking by, and I'm going to just say that in addition, as you've already heard, it includes an intergenerational home. It's a place that the next farmer or rancher can live, the next family member can then take on the operations. That's a transition and plan that happens really over decades, handing down to the next daughter that wants to take on the cheese processing in the creamery, or the son that wants to take on the grass-fed beef operation. So that home is invariably important. In combination, these additions as principally permitted uses really give the Marin small farms, medium-sized farms, and the farmers and ranchers a pathway to succession and to viability. It's important to note that these principally permitted uses are not going to happen without these activities aren't going to happen without careful review and approval through the strict requirements that you'll see in the implementation plan when you see that. There are 2 points of potential revision I'll make, and they've been made already. One is that the exclusion or the making of homestays and educational tours as a conditional use ignores agritourism, ignores the opportunity for the rancher and farmer to connect with its customers and build community relationships and be the ambassador for what on-farm stewardship and natural resource protection and local farm economies are, while making additional income. Also, restricting processing to on-site products misses the opportunities like mixed milk cheeses. These are artisan cheeses where you actually take cheese from cow, from sheep and goat, and you make a beautiful blend of a cheese. If you could be able to go and receive milk either on a farm that you own elsewhere that might have the sheep and you have the farm that has the cow, or maybe from another Marin or area producer, you'd be able to achieve this kind of production, this kind of mixed production. So in closing, I think I'll reference John Hart, a local author of Farming on the Edge, and there's folks in the room that helped to write that, including Phyllis Faber. He wrote a short piece called Sense of Place about West Marin. It's a shared sense of place. I think this LCP amendment has that shared sense of place because of what the ranchers and farmers do, and I implore you to join that shared sense of place.
Thank you. June, followed by Alden, then John Taylor.
Hello. Oh, hi. I'm June McCrory. I come as a resident today. I came today to get better educated on what you all have been doing because I first heard about it about a week ago. I've lived here for 10 years. In the whole 10 years that I've been here, I've worked in the service industry. So in 2 days, I would be likely to get your hotel room ready, make you your coffee in the morning, sell you a necklace in the afternoon, and probably serve you dinner at night. It's like a local joke. I am everywhere. And in that, I have had the amazing opportunity to build relationships with locals as well as people who are coming through. And it is across the board. People are here for the nature. People need the nature and the open spaces. And as these relationships and as I've been here for longer, I've gotten so much more generous with this feeling of giving this space, this place that I live in, to other people. You know, I came out here and I was like, who are all these people in my space? It's like, this is not my space. This isn't the rancher space totally. This isn't everybody who's stewarding. We're here to share it. And it's very obvious how much the nature provides emotional, physical, spiritual well-being for people everywhere. What else did I want to say? Basically, it's really clear that this came from some very genuine needs from the ranchers. I really want Peter and Sally and all those folks to be able to have their next generations on the land. I would just urge you to make sure that this is what's actually happening with this. There's some very exciting conversations happening around here with local people about affordable housing, about what the next level of housing is going to look like. I think public appeal is really important, so that those voices that are talking about what's next with housing can be in those conversations still. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Alden, followed by Burr Hanneman. And please go forward.
Hi, my name's Alden Bevington. I'm a West Marin resident, and I'm a systems analyst. And I want to give my recognition and thanks to the staff and council for an enormous amount of work. I support West Marin agriculture, and I support truly agricultural housing, and I appreciate that the needs of farmers and future farmers must be met in order to maintain the unique and precious character of West Marin. But this real and just need of West Marin's farmers is, in my analysis, being applied, I will even say used, by the Community Development Agency and staff as a mechanism for amending and weakening protections on development in West Marin. Whether it's ag housing or affordable housing, I expect these to be used as the leading foots for expanded development. Whether it's intentional or not, I find it telling that I have found no presentation by the county on a multi-decade impact assessment on development pressure. As a systems analyst, I have done this casually and run war games. And what I have seen makes me consider the absence of this analysis is very irresponsible and not befitting any group asserting itself as a steward of such a gem as West Marin. This amendment is not ready. I do not see the kind of protections and language in place in the amendment proposal that I would expect to see. Certainly, if I were a developer, and I have worked with a number in my career, I could game this system as it is now proposed. In the short term, and even more easily in the long term. Do not underestimate the power, tenacity, and legal departments of development capital protecting its interests. The capital for this kind of development will almost certainly come from banks and private investments. So this document will be West Marin's immune system as boards and demographics change.
Thank you. And John, I called you, but I did see that you were ceding time. Is that correct? Or you'll take the time? Okay. Very good. So please come forward, and then Burr Hanneman and Phyllis Faber.
Hello, my name is John Taylor. I'm a local organic dairyman here in West Marin. I'd like to start off by thanking Supervisor Kinsey and with all the work that's been done throughout this entire process, and certainly the county staff. And there's been thousands of hours behind all of this work. My family, my children represent 7 generations of dairy farmers here in California, 5 generations right here in West Marin. And I'd like you to seriously consider the generational housing, because that's very important. We have 3 kids that want to continue to farm here in West Marin. Thank you.
Thank you. Burr, Hanneman, Phyllis Faber, and then Maureen Cornelia.
Chairman Kinsey, Commissioners, thanks for coming out here to have the hearing. I'd like to thank also the county staff for coming up with a terrific plan, and the commission staff for making it significantly better. My background is, my career has been as a conservation science and policy. I've lived in the Marin coastal zone somewhat longer than the coastal zone has existed. Walked precincts for Prop 20 in 1972, participated in the conversations around development of the coastal plan in 76, and the LCP that currently is in effect in Marin County in the 80s. I want to focus on the intergenerational housing also, and I want to underscore this idea of the multi-generational ranching here. It's not just a good idea, it's really a reality in Marin. It's the norm here. There are exceptions, but it really is the majority of ranching in West Marin. 3rd and 4th generation ranches are common here in the county. And they And we got new generations coming along with there now. The average age of ranchers and farm owners is fairly high now, but there is another generation coming along or two. They need to live on the land, including this, one intergenerational home and the principal permitted uses makes total sense. And I think the protections built into it, the limit on the number of them, the size and the clustering, and the rest of the county permitting process that would be involved in that is terrific safeguards on it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Could you just state your name for the record, and I'll run
Burr Henneman.
Thank you. Phyllis Faber, Maureen Cornelia, and then Kevin Lunny. Welcome.
I want to thank you, Coastal Commissioners, and I want to thank your staff. The work that you all do is so critical for this incredible state of California, and the work that you do really protects this entire coast. Many coasts do not have such an organization as yours, and their coasts suffer for it. So please work hard and accept all of our gratitude here in this room. My name is Phyllis Faber, and I'm a former Coastal Commission. I was on the original Coastal Commission. I was the co-chair for Prop 20 in Marin County, and so I've been involved in coastal affairs for a very long time now. I'm also the co-founder of MALT, the Marin Agricultural Land Trust, and I want to point out to you that MALT was founded as an outgrowth of the Coastal Act. Marin County in the 1980, as you know, the 1976 Coastal Act required each county or city to form a coastal plan. Marin was facing downzoning its coastal zone ranches to A120 or A240. That's half of Marin's ag land. The coastal line goes right through the county ag land. So we were faced with this huge downzoning after several years earlier going through a huge controversial downzoning to A60. So our supervisors, as Steve may well remember, were facing what they did not want to face. So the notion that Ellen Strauss and I came up with of a land trust seemed like an easy out. So that's the history of MALT. And it's really a wonderful history because we have been inordinate. Can I just finish? We've been inordinately successful. And as people have said, the average age of our ranchers is 59. We need farm housing. We really need this in this county. Thank you.
Okay, Maureen, Kevin Lunny, and Tom Yarsh.
Hi, I'm Maureen Cornelia, and I live here in Inverness and am the board president for our local community housing trust. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you for your huge amount of work. I think historically there's been a lot of emphasis on visitor serving facilities in our community, and we have a lot of them. And what I'm asking the county, who's been very supportive of us, but as well as the commission, is for you to give to consideration what it takes to support visitor serving industry. And it's people. And you've heard a few comments from people about the real urgent situation we have here in terms of providing housing for the workers in our community, those people that really serve the visitors that come out to this area. I think there's some creative ways that it can be looked at, but I think it's really time for there's some balance to be brought into play with a consideration for visitors, for us to really shift some emphasis to the people that are working in the communities, the people that welcome those visitors to our community here, so that we can have some stability. In order to have a thriving visitor serving entity, we need to have thriving communities, and that's not going to be possible if we can't address the housing situation that we have. So I just ask that you give that some further consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maureen. Okay. Kevin Lunny, Tom Yarsh, and then David, just Tom Yarsh, and then we'll figure something out.
Hi, my name's Kevin Lenny, and I'm going to cede my time to Sam Dalcini.
Okay, thank you. Tom?
Sorry, I'm not at my full singing voice with allergies, but I moved here with my family just after World War II, and have seen this county through a lot. As a Cub reporter, I worked in the Marin Civic Center in the early 70s, the time when the countywide plan was being devised, and certainly a lot of attention was paid to the future of agriculture. Then planning staff told me that they thought maybe the agricultural zoning they were implemented would over time extend the life of agriculture, but they saw what's happening today, a time of changes, stresses from drought, from market conditions, and the inevitable pressure of urban development and population pressures on land values. My concern has been about the gentrification of farming has been amply stated before me. I'm enormously sympathetic to agriculture. I would like to see agriculture sustained in this county in most of the ways that we've seen it. I now live in Sonoma County, just across the border. One of the big issues up there is a conversion of former ranch lands into vineyards and agricultural practices that don't necessarily produce food or fiber. And the consequence of that has been the gentrification of much of what were formerly traditional agricultural lands, and the escalation of property values beyond anybody's imagination just a few generations ago, to the point where housing prices are now unaffordable for even the middle class. So I would just like to direct your attention to the fact that these new operations pose some additional hazard to water resources in a time of drought. I think the right of the public to appeal to the commission and to the county is essential. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker was David Wimpheimer, and I see that Bridger Mitchell has identified him as ceding his time to him. So if that's correct, David, then I will provide Bridger with 4 minutes at that appropriate time. Thank you. The next speaker is John Becker, followed by Neil Desai, then Bernie Steffen. Is John here?
I don't think he's here.
Okay. Neil.
Yep. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Neil Desai. I'm the Pacific Region Field Director for the National Parks Conservation Association. As someone said it earlier, I cannot say this better or communicate the issues better than Amy Traynor. She's put forward. But I do want to raise a few unique issues here. One is that Marin County is home to two amazing national park units, the Golden Gate National Recreation Area and the Point Reyes National Seashore. Our concern about this plan involves the statewide precedent that would be set by moving forward without allowing reviewable items before you that you currently have the ability to do. Across the state in the coastal zone, we also have Redwood National Park. We also have the Santa Monica Mountains National Recreation Area, all places that we collectively own as Californians and as Americans. These are nationally significant areas, and their viewscapes, even here, have been preserved as a result of the protection of our pastoral and working landscapes. That is fantastic, and we need to be able to continue that. This plan attempts us to get in that direction, but we are extremely concerned about stripping the amendment and the ability for you, the Commission, to exercise your expertise that you've been doing for many years and decades. It's created your enduring legacy for all of us, and we're extremely concerned about this being removed. We would strongly urge that this aspect be brought back into the fold. It's not only good for open space protection, it's perfect for agriculture protection and environmental viewscape protection. And I would just close by saying this, you know, these are the types of issues of development proposals when they come before you. You have the expertise. we count on you. We want you to be able to continue to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Bernie Steffen, Marshall Livingston, and Corey DeRapano.
Chairman Kinsey, Commissioners, good morning. I'm an Inverness resident. I'm a real estate broker, and an earlier speaker here said this should be a time of celebration. I'd say this is a time for celebration in that we have differing ideas, but everybody really is coming from the same place of wanting to both protect the environment, to protect the natural beauty, what you're all about, and protect local farming, the sustainability of farming to continue. This is not really farmers versus environmentalists, in my opinion. I think we all really want that affordable, the farm worker housing. We really want the intergenerational housing. We are afraid, ultimately, I think, of it going bad and really having development, which we've seen so many times go unchecked, and that this be the Trojan horse or be the thing that really lets in the door the opportunity to turn the true agriculture into the estate, the pressures of financial pressures. In other words, all of the good that's been done by the environmental community, by the Coastal Commission, has raised the values out here, so it's no longer affordable for many people to live here. And to create opportunities for someone to lease out intergenerational housing to others for that becoming the income stream for the farm, that's what we don't want. So I see an opportunity here that's happening. I'm very much in support of EAC and what they're doing. I'm very much in support of the farmers and what they need, and I think we're very close to those things being merged. I don't think we need a redefinition of agriculture at this point, and I urge you to put off approving this amendment. Let us have a little more time really to work, farmer and environmentalists and community here, to come together with everyone's goals really converging. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Marshall Livingston. And again, I'll just remind folks it would be helpful if you would say your name even though I'm calling you, just for the record. Thank you.
Well, to the commissioners, staff, welcome to my hometown. My name is Marshall Livingston. I wanted to address we really do have a housing crisis here. Over many years, more and more houses, as they sell, become second homes, weekend homes, vacation rentals, and I know that part of the Coastal Act was to create visitor-serving facilities, but it's gotten to the point where we do have a housing crisis. I work, or I'm on the board of the Community Land Trust Association of West Marin. We create affordable housing. It's been a long uphill battle. We've made a lot of progress, but it's getting harder and harder. And any sort of restrictions in our zoning on affordable housing will only increase that, particularly in the CVCR, the Coastal Village Commercial Residential zoning, which is really the only zoning which we have any opportunity to develop any sort of multi-unit or affordable homes. So I would just like to ask that the Coastal Commission and the local coastal plan address affordable housing and promote affordable housing as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Corey will be followed by Catherine Caulfield and Joyce Arndt.
I'm Corey DeBravenel. I'm a resident.
Pull the microphone down, and thank you
yes,
very much. Thank you.
Slightly larger than I was here.
Step right up. Yep, there you go.
I'm Corey DeBravenel. I'm a designer, a planner. I was here yesterday. I'm totally impressed with you. And I'm also here to discuss affordable housing. And I am here to discuss a proposal for affordable housing or a development on the wetlands on the Giacomini property. And I feel that perhaps you're not aware of it, perhaps it's not in your jurisdiction, but I feel that the Giacomini property is irreplaceable, and that although I am totally for affordable housing, development on that property would be disastrous. So that I brought some photographs of that property, and I'd like to be able to share that with you and ask that property not be developed for affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Caulfield, Joyce Arndt, followed by Robert Arndt.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Catherine Caulfield. I live in Inverness. I used to be the head of Environmental Action Committee of West Marin, and I do support their comments. But I really appreciate the chance for public input as just a private citizen today, and I think you're hearing from a lot of people today that they want that public input, they want that commission review, and that it's really not a matter of environmental versus agriculture. It's a matter of our ability to fully participate and your ability to have your oversight. The bottom line right now is there's going to be far fewer chances for public review and commission oversight, and that's because, one, we're using the term principally permitted uses, whereas Marin County has always used permitted uses. Principally permitted uses are not appealable to the commission outside the special appeal areas. Permitted uses are appealable to the commission. That's one reason. The other reason is that the principally permitted use in CAPZ zones is much broader than just agricultural production. It includes all the residential housing and the sales processing facilities. It's important, I think, to realize that appealability does not tighten or restrict the permissions that are already, or the standards that are already set for housing or intergenerational housing or processing. It just ensures that those conditions, those standards are actually met. And that Sections 3006 of the Coastal Act, allowing public participation, is met. Now, for one thing, it's a fairness issue. Outside the coastal zone, it's conditional and appealable to have a processing plant. Inside the CAPZ, it won't be. Another thing is, as it's been brought up before, the intergenerational housing, we really want to make sure it's not a Trojan horse. We want intergenerational housing. We really do. So please, just ensure we can appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Joyce, followed by Robert Arndt, and then Sam Dulcini, who has had 2 minutes seated by Kevin Lunny. Oh, they're ceding their time as well? Okay, then Mr. Dulcini, please come forward, state your name for the record, and you will have 8 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Sam Dulcini, board member, past chairman of Marin Agricultural Land Trusts, currently serving as the president of the Marin County Farm Bureau, 5th generation agriculturalist. I'd like to thank Chairman Steve Kinsey, the board of the staff of the Coastal Commission, the board and staff of the Marin County, of the County of Marin, for all the hard work they put into this project. I remember the first listening session at the Dance Palace over 5 years ago. My hair was a lot darker, and Jack Leapster had a lot more of his. In fact, I'm beginning to have a growing concern about the size of the carbon footprint participation in this project has taken. In our haste to write our letter on short time with a volunteer organization, I regret that we should have added at least a paragraph and taken up some space for a thank you to the California Coastal Commission for reading our letter and taking into consideration what they have done so far. As you can see by our letter, though, there are still some details that we think we could use some improvement, such as the family housing issue and the opportunity for public production opportunities on our ag lands as well as agritourism. But I just want to have one much bigger request that I leave you with, or that we discuss here today. As you saw last night, we live in a very, very special place here in West Marin. And the reason it looks the way it does, the reason there's not a city of over 100,000 here in Point Reyes, the reason there is no freeway going up along Highway 1 is because production agricultural work and we built a coalition to preserve the land. There's been a spirit of cooperation over the past decades. Many organizations came from opposite directions to weave opposite directions and ideas, and we weaved together a tapestry built of trust and commitment with a healthy tension that gave it strength. It is unfortunate now, but it feels as if there are some that are pulling very hard on the threads of this tapestry masterpiece. And my fear is that if one pulls too hard, it may well unravel, and our masterpiece will turn into nothing but a pile of threads. For we see regulations are a lot like nails. A nail is very hard, not bendable, has a sharp point on one end, and on occasion it takes a very large hammer to put it in place. Nails can do a lot of damage in the wrong location. Stepped on, they'll hurt your foot. In a tire, they'll give you a flat tire. Try and pound them in a board too small, and a good board ends up looking like little more than matchsticks. But when used correctly, they can build great things. The local coastal plan is like a box of nails. The question will be, can we pick out the nails to help continue to build the masterpiece in West Marin County? Or will they be used to secure the lid on the coffin of our agricultural heritage? It is felt that production agriculture has been critical to preserving something near and dear to all of us in the room. We, the family farmers and ranchers of Marin County, feel that we have brought you this far, so we just have one request. Please dance with the one that brought you to the ball. In the story of Cinderella, she had to leave the ball at midnight because of a regulation from her fairy godmother that said she had a time certain to be home. She dropped her glass slipper out the door, and that glass slipper gave her Prince Charming a second chance to find his love. We, the family farmers and ranchers of the coastal zone, do not own glass slippers nor glass milk boots. When we leave, Prince Charming will not have a chance to find us and bring us back. It will be a love lost forever. So I ask you one thing. Please let us keep dancing, a celebratory waltz that has gone on for generations, so that in the future we do not become mourners of a lost love, but can celebrate numerous anniversary parties for years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would like to see 2 minutes to Rob Arndt now. I mean, I didn't use all my time.
No, that doesn't work, but thank you. Yeah. Not even for Prince Charming. Ann Baxter, Ed Newt, and Marcia Newt. Ann, please come forward.
Ann Baxter, resident of Inverness, and I don't get to participate in this kind of gathering very often, but I just have been so moved today. And if I was going to entrust the future of West Marin, I would entrust it to all the people in this room and this commission. It's just been moving, and I would hope for the farmers, for the intergenerational housing, I would hope the flexibility. But I think we have an immense responsibility about unintended consequences. And I think a lot of questions have been raised today, and I hope the Commission will look at two in particular: the definition of agriculture, the consequential, the unsuspected consequences that could come when the people in this room and this Commission aren't still involved, and also losing the ability to appeal. They both feel like really critical pieces in the web that everyone cares about, and to do with the passion that's in this room. So I would end with that and hope that both of those will be considered by you.
Thank you. Ed Newt? Marcia Newt? Okay. And then Bridger Mitchell, and you have 4 minutes because of David Wimpheimer. Yes.
I believe several other people also ceded time. I don't know if you have their slips.
Actually, I'm looking here. You also have a card from Kim Thompson. You had written down Martha Howard, but we did not have a card from Martha Howard.
She was denied the chance to bring her card into the room.
That's because at some point we've cut it off, including for the general manager of North Marin Water District. So take your 6 minutes, and we'll be happy with that.
Julia Bartlett, Catherine Mitchell, David Wimpheimer, as further on the list.
Did you want Catherine Mitchell to be as well?
If she still supports me, yes.
Okay. So you're up to 8 minutes.
Okay, I should be able to finish before that. And I have a short presentation. And I, too, would emphasize the importance of public participation. My name is Bridger Mitchell. I'm a resident here in Inverness, a director of the Inverness Association. Since time is limited, I'll try to move quickly. Next slide. We've already heard from some of the speakers about the importance of public participation. And indeed, this is something that is emphasized and ensured by the Coastal Act, Section 30006. This LCPA, as proposed by the county, would remove most development on almost 2/3 of the non-federal land in the coastal zone from your jurisdiction. This wholesale reduction in your authority would surely become a precedent for amending other LCPs throughout the state. As Commissioner Zimmer said so well yesterday, the appearance of fairness is essential in dealing with appeals to your commission. And I'll return to that point in a moment. So equally is fairness necessary to ensure proper processing and issuing of the development permits. Next slide. What the county has proposed, in effect, is sort of a stealth procedure, approving housing on agricultural land by administrative action, out of public sight, with no public participation, limited hearings, limited public notice, no public hearings, no staff report, and no design review, and virtually no appeal to the Coastal Commission, either by the public or by you commissioners, unless it is in the narrow geographic areas like a stream or the shoreline. Next slide, please. There's equally a stealthy process of slipping in processing and sales on ag land entirely by administrative permitting for the same basically problems with limited notice, no hearing, no staff report, no design review, and only very limited appeal to the commission. Next slide. I got ahead of myself. Yeah. Another aspect of this is that the proposed treatment of some agricultural developments is essentially a granting of special privilege to one zoning district that's not available for the same type of developments if they were to occur elsewhere. So housing of 7,000 square feet would get design review and would get a public hearing in almost every other zoning district unless it's a very limited area of conventional zoning. And similarly, processing structures would require a master plan and would be a conditional use and therefore appealable elsewhere in the county. And of course, relabeling residential structures as agricultural development units is a subterfuge. It walks like a duck, it is a duck, it is a residence, and it should be treated as a residence wherever it is in the county under the same rules and review and public participation. Next slide, please. So you have experience in this county, and we have, several speakers have mentioned it, with appeals that reveal genuine problems with county permitting. And mistakes will get made in any county, in any local jurisdiction. And it's essential that there be some review possibility so that the Coastal Act provisions can indeed be appropriately applied. And our view is that the Commission should not give up this oversight authority in what is essentially 2/3 of the entire land area of Marin County for these type of developments. Next slide, please. The staff report, although in many ways has fixed or largely fixed many of the problems in the county's submission, is notably silent about the need to fix the problem with lack of public participation. And I've just listed the particular problems that need remedy here. And again, I acknowledge that there are stream and habitat buffers which do come appropriately on appeal to the commission. But with those narrow exceptions, all of these new ag developments, all of the housing on ag, the processing and the retail sales within the square foot limits would no longer be appealable to your commission. So with the last slide, I just sum up. We recommend that you deem residential development on agricultural production land appealable to the commission. And by doing so, it will not be a PPU for purposes of appeal, whatever it's called by the county. They can call it permitted, they could call it principally permitted, but you would be saying for this use on agricultural land where the primary principal use is agricultural production, housing is not in that category and is subject to appeal to the commission if there's a problem with the local jurisdiction's processing of the development permit.
Mr. Mitchell, I'm just going to step in at this point and say that we actually had provided you with a full amount of time that you had asked for, but it's been notified that Kim Thompson did not cede her time to you. And so at this point, you have used the time that is available.
I'm afraid that's my error, so I will finish it. Thank you for calling me.
Thank you. Okay, I will call Kim Thompson up. If she didn't cede her time, I want to give it to her. She would be followed by Richard Ross. And again, if you could say your name for the record, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kim Thompson. I serve as the Executive Director of the Community Land Trust Association of West Marin. We are a community land trust. We provide permanently affordable homes and thus are key to community stability in the communities that surround Tomales Bay. You've already heard from several people, both CLAM affiliated and not, of our crisis in housing for low to moderate income persons. As you well know, in Marin County, low to moderate income persons takes a really interesting twist. You can make as much as $100,000 or just under and be considered, not moderate income. So what I want to share with you is that, and as you know, is that community stability for our members is key to the Coastal Commission's goal of enabling access to this beautiful coastal zone. And in the 30 years that the coastal that the LCP has been in place, we have experienced a significant underproduction of housing and are right now in an incredible crisis. As in my role, in my tiny little closet-sized office, and in my conversations on the street, I encounter people every day, especially increasingly over the past 2 years, who are being internally displaced. As we have a proliferation of non-documented VRBOs and Airbnbs, and we've got home sale prices escalating and the turnover there, what we have is a dramatic decrease in our rental housing stock and an escalation of rental prices. We have a number of perpetually internally displaced families and singles. And I just want to ask, are there folks in this community who are concerned about affordable homes? Anybody? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
We just ask that the Coastal Commission maintain a balance with the VSF serving and our community stability. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Richard Ross, and then Sam Johnson, and that will complete the public comment, and we'll come back to the county for its rebuttal.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Ross. I'm second vice president of the California Cattlemen's Association. We have a sixth-generation teenager on the home ranch, but it's up in the Sierra foothills and not over here. My contact with Marin County was basically 2 years of search and rescue back in the late 1960s with the Coast Guard. But although I did come over to a malt fundraiser last year. We are here, I came over here today to show the state cattlemen's strong support for the local Farm Bureau and the local Cattlemen's Association. We submitted a letter with regard to the planning that you so generously helped put together last year and continued into this year. We also co-sponsored or co-signed a letter with the Marin County Farm Bureau with regard to the staff report. And we would suggest that this issue be extended over for at least another meeting so that some of the issues that we comment on with the Farm Bureau in our comment letter can be addressed. There are things in there such as prohibition on grazing of wetlands. There's no scientific basis for anything like that, and it's not part of what the county put together in the plan. Now, when I first went on the Placer County Conservation Plan stakeholder group in about 2002 or 3, the consultants from Stanford and from University of Nevada, Reno said, "Oh, you can't graze the vernal pool areas in the wetlands." And I said, that's insane. You have to graze them. And they said, "Shut up, farmer, you don't know anything." And then the Sierra Club's Terry Davis stood up and said, "We support this as well." And then Dr. Ed Pandafino from the Audubon Society stood up and said, "We agree with this." The Nature Conservancy did a 10-year study and determined that if you don't extensively graze vernal pools and other wetlands areas, you lose them to invasive species. Now, did I get the extra 2 minutes from Mr. Johnson?
From Mr. who? No, from Mr. Dolcini. No, we were unable to do that.
No, not from Dolcini. The Pacific Legal Foundation fellow said that he was giving me his 2 minutes, so I'm sorry. I'll leave with that then.
Thank you. So Richard Ross will be followed by Sam Johnson. Okay. Excuse me, Sam Johnson, please. You'll be here.
Thank you. My name is Sam Johnston. I'm an environmental lawyer, a member of the EAC board. I'm here speaking on my own behalf today. I want to thank the Commission and the Commission staff and the county staff for all the hard work that's gone into this very long, complex process. And I do want to talk more about public review, chiefly because given the complexity of this matter, I have heard conflicting notions about precisely what it is that is before you today. And as commissioners, I think it's very important that you understand, and it's as difficult as it's been for me as an environmental lawyer to understand what's going on. I think the public needs to have a better understanding. And, I think this business about the build-out is just one example of that. But I think part of the problem is that what you have before you and what we've been reviewing is a hodgepodge. It's cross-outs, it's new language, comparisons of this version and that version. And I think what really needs to happen is that there needs to be a single, clean, standalone document that you can point to that is the proposal that you're voting on. And I don't think, as commissioners, you can vote on a proposal that does not exist. And so what needs, in my view, to happen here, and this is particularly important, by the way, in that part of what's being proposed here is that public review of future projects be curtailed or withdrawn, where those projects are tiered in some sense to what's happening now. So there's kind of a double whammy, if you will, with respect to the ability of public, and I want to echo what Mr. Bridger Mitchell has said about that. So I think what needs to happen is that there needs to be a new document which presents precisely what it is that's being proposed without any comparisons to anything else, and alongside that, an analysis containing the required CEQA analysis of findings, an impacts analysis including feasible alternatives, feasible mitigation measures, and a cumulative impacts analysis, and none of that has happened yet. By the way, there's a piecemealing issue with respect to the definition of non-appealable development, which later, and I'll conclude by saying that later, the next implementation phase proposes de minimis waivers for non-appealable development, so there's piecemealing issues. At any rate, I urge you to recirculate for public review a single document that can later be considered and voted upon. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will bring the County of Marin back up for 5 minutes to make a presentation based on the information that has been shared by the public, and then we will consider where we are at that point.
Thank you, Chair Kinsey. First of all, I want to say that I think it's regrettable that one commenter characterized proposed amendments as being a stealth attempt, because that insinuates that we've been proposing revisions and discussing them in some disingenuous way, which is certainly not the case. But let me reassure the Commission that in terms of the public input, opportunity for public input issue that's been talked about so much this afternoon, that all new development, all residential development in particular, in the coastal zone will go through a very thorough public review process, whether that begins with the county and ends with the county, or ultimately ends with your commission in front of an appeal. That means new residential development requires a coastal permit. The county has broad latitude to apply all of our LCP policies, and those decisions, if they're made on an administrative level, assuming that they're outside of the Coastal Commission's appeal jurisdiction, are subject to appeal before both our Planning Commission and our Board of Supervisors. So there's actually 3 levels of review, discretionary review, in the scenario that the county is acting on the project. As you saw in Jack Liebster's presentation, the Coastal Commission's appeal jurisdiction remains a fairly substantial portion of the coastal zone. So you do retain your appeal rights in many areas of Marin's coastal zone. Secondly, I want to touch on the fact that what in our existing LCP is defined as single-family dwellings being a permitted use or principal permitted use in the coastal zone are now being redefined as farmhouses. And that's a distinction with meaning, because it's intended to reinforce the county's intent that these farmhouses are occupied by people who are actively engaged in productive agriculture in Marin. They're not intended to be a residential estate where somebody's running their dogs on the property instead of cattle or sheep or some other, or livestock, or planting crops. Lastly, I'll touch on the 7,000 square foot building limitation, because that has received a lot of attention. And again, I want to reemphasize the point that this is a new restriction. It's a new limitation in our LCP that currently does not exist. We have no building square footage cap on residential development in our agricultural production zone. And so, we see a bit of irony in the calculus that's been used to generate this hypothetical prediction by taking a new restriction that's intended to dissuade people from even proposing large residential estates and translating that into a prediction that, in our view, has no basis in reality and really lacks a common sense perspective that's needed to make good public policy decisions. Lastly, I want to just again thank your staff. We are in agreement with their recommendations, and we strongly recommend and urge your commission to follow your commission's staff's lead. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to check in with, at this point, we bring it back to the commission staff for them to make comments. I'm going to just ask Dr. Lester sort of where we stand with lunch, and do we want to take the commission's staff's responses before lunch, or are we ready to have a lunch and take a break?
Lunch is not here yet.
That answers that question.
12:30.
That's fine.
It's probably going to be here in another 10 minutes.
I think we should go forward then, have the staff response to the public comment, and then before the commission takes up deliberations, we will break for lunch. And when we do that, of course, I would ask that none of the public have conversations with commissioners during that lunch break, just to maintain the integrity of the process. Thank you. Vice Chair Zimmer has a question. I assume it's around process.
Oh, well, I would just like to suggest that people who testified remain in case commissioners have questions of them.
There you go. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Dan.
Yeah, so we have a few things that we're going to offer up. I have a few comments, and then Madeline's going to respond to some of the things you've heard today, and then Mr. Kahn also has some things that he's going to rebut, and then Dr. Lester, I believe, is going to have some closing remarks. One of the things I first wanted to say is I wanted to thank the county and the interested parties who are here, many of whom we've engaged with over the past several years, and I think that this process has been a very active and engaged process, and I think that the product is all the better for it. And I think you heard a lot of well-founded and viewpoints that people obviously are very interested in protecting the coastal resources of Marin County. And again, I just want to thank the county and their team, Jack and Brian, for all the engagement, particularly recently, as well as the interested parties and the folks who came out to speak today. Because, like I said, I think that it has resulted in a much better product for your consideration. On that, I'm going to pass this to Madeline. We'll run through a few different issue areas that we think deserve a little bit more information, and then we'll wrap up.
Thanks, Dan. So first, regarding the development potential, there have been numerous comments indicating that the land use plan amendment would significantly increase development potential for farmhouses on agricultural lands in the coastal zone, but we do not think that this is true. First, and as explained in the first staff report addendum, the existing LCP defines a parcel as all contiguous assessors parcels under common ownership unless legally divided. An assessor's parcel is not necessarily a legal lot, in part because it is not uncommon for landowners to request separate parcels for tax purposes, and separate assessor's parcels can be provided without a land division occurring. Therefore, the language of the existing LCP is meant to ensure that a group of assessor's parcels owned by the same entity are not automatically considered a legal lot. The land use plan amendment, as modified, simplifies the language by inserting the term legal lot, which is far more accurate. Therefore, the development potential on each lot is not increased under the proposed amendments. In fact, staff believes the development potential on agricultural lands will be reduced under the proposed amendment, as modified, for several reasons. First, under the existing LCP, single-family residences are allowed on agricultural land with approval of an agricultural master plan, but the certified implementation plan expressly allows the master plan requirement to be waived for single-family residences. And in fact, the county indicates that they have never once utilized the master plan requirement since the LCP's certification over 30 years ago. Our modifications make it so that applicable master plan requirements, including additional refinements compared to those that apply now, better confine what is allowed and are now required to be applied to such development. In other words, the master plan requirements have been incorporated directly into the policies, so they are applied and not allowed to be waived. This will further circumscribe development, including to better protect coastal agriculture and other coastal resources. In addition, as you can see in clarifying changes to Agricultural Policy 5 on page 7 of the first addendum, the Land Use Plan Amendment, as modified, requires all agricultural dwelling units to be owned by a farm owner or operator who is actively and directly engaged in agricultural use of the property, and a single farm owner or operator can only own a single farmhouse, regardless of the number of legal lots that are owned. This guards against the possibility that a single farmer could develop additional homes on each legal lot. That is not to say that we believe that farmers would attempt to exploit a loophole, both because we do not believe a loophole exists and because we share the county's view that this is not the objective of farmers in Marin. Rather, and as we've heard today, farmers are interested in continuing to farm and to account for the realities of intergenerational succession. Thus, the policies respond to the family farm context in Marin in a way that avoids this type of speculation. In addition, the proposed amendment places a 7,000 square foot cap on farmhouses, whereas there is no limitation on the size of single-family residences in the existing LCP. This limitation also applies to in the aggregate to farmhouses and any intergenerational houses, so that altogether there will be no more than 7,000 square feet of such dwelling units, and all must be clustered together. One way of looking at the net effect is that whereas there might be a 7,000 square foot farmhouse today, under the amended plan it would be within a maximum of 3 clustered units, and these units would only be allowed with a maximum of 180 acres on a legal lot. With the cap of 27 intergenerational homes throughout the entire Marin County coastal zone, this seems to be a fairly limited amount of this type of development, particularly within the context of facilitating family farming and the unique attributes of family farming in Marin County. Finally, as you can see in changes to Ag Policy 5, the land use plan requires the county to consider all commonly held contiguous legal lots and only allows each farmer or operator to own a single farmhouse regardless of the number of legal lots owned. Therefore, under the proposed LUP as it modified, we really believe that the development potential on agricultural land will be reduced, not increased. I also want to take a moment to talk about the county's build-out analysis. The county reviewed parcel data and found that there are 193 privately owned agricultural parcels in the coastal zone. Of the 193 parcels, 40 are subject to easements held by the Marin Agricultural Land Trust, 123 are subject to Williamson Act contracts, and based on county's assessors data, 125 of the 193 parcels, which is 65% of the total number of parcels, are currently held in common ownership over 40 ranches. On the 193 total parcels, there are 122 existing homes and potential to build out a maximum of 83 additional farmhouses. The farmhouse build-out figure was developed by looking at parcels that currently do not have single-family residences. For each parcel without a single-family residence, the county assumed a farmhouse could be approved, and that is how they arrived at the number 83. However, the county's build-out numbers represent a maximum potential build-out, not actual build-out. First and foremost, because each farm owner or operator will be limited to one farmhouse regardless of the number of legal lots owned. Further, the county assumed that vacant parcels under 60 acres would be allowed a farmhouse. However, as modified, the land use plan would require the county to look at all commonly held lots when considering development, and if additional acreage is available, the 60-acre density would need to be met. This would lead to certain substandard lots remaining undeveloped or merging with adjacent lots. Therefore, the build-out estimate for farmhouses is likely much larger than actual build-out because the number of legal lots may be lower than the number of parcels inventoried. In other words, although there are 83 vacant parcels that could potentially be developed, some of those are assessor's parcels that represent only a part of the legal lot. In addition, some parcels are uncommonly held contiguous lots owned by one farmer or operator who would only be allowed one farmhouse under the modified land use plan. Also, regarding the Williamson Act, the effect if all Williamson Act contracts were to expire, the farmhouse build-out potential would actually remain the same, but the intergenerational home potential could increase. However, suggested modifications to Ag Policy 5 cap the total number of intergenerational homes at 27, which is the maximum potential build-out of intergenerational homes given the current Williamson Act contracts that are out there. So regarding intergenerational housing, I think it's really important to keep the cap of 27 in mind in terms of potential development. That would be a cap of 27 on within the entire coastal zone, which I think, as we heard, is over 30,000 acres. The county and many of the speakers today who represent Marin's agricultural community have made a compelling case for why it is appropriate to consider intergenerational housing as agricultural dwelling units. The county, in consultation with ag stakeholders, has found that intergenerational homes would provide a necessary avenue for family farming operations to continue, particularly because many of Marin's farms are third and fourth generation family farms with the average age of the farmer at nearly 60 years old. Although occupants of the intergenerational homes do not need to be tied to the working farm, they must be authorized by the farm owner or operator who is actively and directly engaged in farming the property, and the intergenerational home cannot be sold or divided from the legal parcel. Also, although the proposed amendments required the intergenerational homes to be occupied by family members of the farm owner or operator, this requirement was inconsistent with law, and therefore suggested modifications eliminate this requirement. Further, intergenerational homes would only be allowed pursuant to the current certified 60-acre density requirement, which has proved effective in protecting agriculture in Marin over the last 30 years. One intergenerational home can only be allowed if a lot is 120 acres or larger, and two intergenerational homes can only be allowed on lots that are 180 acres or larger. Further, all intergenerational homes must be within the 7,000 square foot cap. And as modified, it is clear that agricultural dwelling units must be clustered within existing development. Finally, I want to talk a little bit about principally permitted uses. We've heard a lot today about the principally permitted uses that are currently allowed under the existing and what would be allowed under the proposed. So I just want to clarify. The proposed land use plan as modified would actually narrow the amount of development that would be principally permitted as compared to the existing LCP. Under the existing LCP, single-family residences, which are residential use, bed and breakfasts, which are visitor-serving use, and agricultural uses are all principally permitted. Although these uses are subject to the county's master plan requirement, as previously discussed, the master plan can be waived by the planning director, and the county has never utilized the master plan requirement. Unlike the existing LCP, which has 3 types of principally permitted uses, contrary to Coastal Act requirements, the proposed land use plan amendments only allow agriculture as a principally permitted use. Further, all principally permitted development must comply with all applicable LCP policies, including limitations on building sizes, as well as requirements to cluster development within existing developed areas. And also, although the LCP allows the planning director to approve principally permitted development, all of these approvals can be appealed to the County Planning Commission for a full public hearing. Finally, the principally permitted uses are appropriate because they are limited to agriculture, and they are further limited by clear and certain development standards. And I also want to say that, that in Marin County, obviously, all coastal permits, including principally permitted uses, are appealable in the geographic appeal area, which in Marin County is especially large due to the location of the first public road. So that concludes my comments, and I'll hand it over to Dan. Oh, to Kevin.
Addressing a few comments related to ESHA. There were some comments stating that the certified LUP requires a 100-foot buffer from ESHA. This is actually not accurate. The certified LUP requires 100 feet for buffers and streams, or 100-foot buffers for streams and wetlands, but for other ESHA, it does not define a numeric buffer. It instead requires development to be set back a sufficient distance to protect the resource, so potentially any distance is allowed. So we feel that the proposed LUP's designation of at least 50 feet or greater, depending on a biological site assessment, is an improvement over the existing certified LUP. In terms of ESHA buffer and the assertions that these are new allowances for ESHA buffer reductions, the certified LUP already allows for a stream buffer reduction, and there's no specified minimum distance for that reduction. And so there are no minimum distances. There are also no other minimum distances for the other types of ESHA. So we feel that the county's proposal and staff's modifications provide a more consistent and potentially more protective approach, including by allowing a reduction only with findings from a biological site assessment that the habitat is not degraded, and by requiring an additional environmental improvement over existing conditions. Even when all of these requirements are met, there is an absolute minimum of 50 feet for wetlands and streams and 25 feet for ESHA. In terms of appealability, any buffer reduction and development allowed within that buffer would already be appealable per the Coastal Act, which defines the area within 100 feet of streams and wetlands as part of the geographic appeals area. So this recommendation that any buffer reduction for wetlands and streams be appealable is already allowed for in the Coastal Act. In terms of, in reference to some comments addressing industrial wind farms and recommending their prohibition, Policy CEN-6 is specifically intended to prohibit major energy or industrial development. The provision for allowing alternative energy is meant to clarify that smaller scale projects like residential or solar panels on residential homes are not precluded from this policy. And accordingly, the proposed implementation plan, which the Commission will see at a future hearing, specifically prohibits in the coastal zone defined large-scale wind energy conversion systems. So we feel that the LCP already meets the commenter's suggestions that large-scale wind farms not be allowed in the coastal zone.
I'll go first. Okay, I just have a couple of things to add on the question of the environmental hazards chapter. Really briefly, I wanted to walk through the intent of the hazard mods. Really, these modifications reflect the Commission's more recent approach to how best to address development in hazardous areas along the coast. The primary objective being to recognize that armoring along the coast leads to coastal resource problems, including critically in terms of beaches and public access areas, which are squeezed between eroding and rising shorelines and armoring. Instead of this vision for the coast, the policies stand for the premise that new development needs to be sited and designed to avoid the need for armoring and to allow natural shoreline processes to do their thing, including to allow a natural equilibrium along the shoreline, where beaches and bluffs have space within which to move inland and be maintained. So to accomplish this, the modified policies explicitly disallow armoring to protect new development. Importantly, this extends also to redevelopment, which occurs when an existing structure is modified to such a degree as to constitute new development. On this point, and as is described in the staff report and in addendum number 2, the approach here is consistent with the approach the Commission adopted in the Solana Beach Land Use Plan. In Marin's case, it's important to break out shoreline from bluff-top new development. And as you heard earlier, we're recommending mods that would allow in shoreline development to use a combination of setbacks and elevation to meet the required 100-year stability standards. As noted earlier, elevation would only be allowed in the short term, recognizing that the county is embarking on an LCP amendment to address shoreline vulnerability and development, including in terms of sea level rise. The idea being that the process would lead to an amendment that would provide the vision, the policies and goals for shoreline development moving forward. Thus, new development would be required to demonstrate stability absent armoring, other than caisson type elevation could be used in tandem with setbacks in the short term for the shoreline component until the Commission grant-funded LCP amendment were to define a different approach. New development applications would be required to analyze hazard issues in detail, including in terms of coastal resource impacts and issues, and appropriately avoid and mitigate impacts, including over time, and including providing for end-of-life contingencies. So we believe we've recommended a hazard approach that's both consistent with the Commission's current approach statewide and one that appropriately refines that approach within the Marin County context, including as it applies to shoreline development. We also feel we're appropriately recognizing the Commission's grant to the county to study sea level rise and to develop a vision and implementation policy framework for Marin County's coast. We intend to work closely with the county on that aspect moving forward. One other aspect of the coastal hazards chapter is with respect to fire safety. You heard from county fire officials today regarding fire safety, and just wanted to observe that we worked very hard to address the county's input on this point. And in a nutshell, we've established policies for new development that are structured to account for fire safety within the development envelope, including avoiding ESHA as other development is required to do. This is exactly what the Commission's approach is in other fire situations, such as in the Santa Monica Mountains. And secondly, for existing development, we've recognized that this circumstance is different, and we've built in the ability for folks to do fuel modification as required in accordance with applicable fire safety regulations. Again, this is consistent with the approach in other places, such as the Santa Monica Mountains. So we really feel we've appropriately provided for fire safety provisions in this LCP, or this LUP, and we'll have the ability to even further refine the approach through details in the implementation plan when we get to that next. And with that, I think that Hope has something she wanted to add before Dr. Lester closes.
Thank you. I think staff and the county and all of the speakers here have covered everything that's in the plan very well. What I just wanted to cover was, as you know, the adoption of an LUP is the embodiment of state policy in creating an LCP for the county to implement. And part of what you were doing is determining what's properly in that LUP and what the definitions should encompass. And you've heard a lot of discussion today and a lot of talk of different folks having different views on what should be included in something like the definition of agriculture and what should be included as the principally permitted use and thus subject to your appeal. And that is something properly within your discretion. So that is, you've heard a lot of viewpoints about that, but that is something within your discretion to decide when you are determining how to act today. Thank you.
So, since lunch isn't here, I'll talk for until it gets here, I guess. I just have a couple things I wanted to say to wrap up. One is to add my thanks to the county and to everyone who's participated in this process. As you've heard, this process really began over 5 years ago at the county level, and I did want to observe that this is a really great example of how complicated and complex and challenging LCP planning can be. And it takes a lot of time and effort on the part of local government, on the part of your staff, and on the part of the public. So we appreciate everyone's involvement in that. We have gone to great lengths, including over that early in that 5-year period, to try to engage with the county and participate in that process. So it's been a long time in development. Notwithstanding, as you've seen, we have last-minute changes occurring, and I think that's inherent in these kinds of processes. I apologize for the messiness of that sometimes, but we think it's an important process of getting to yes, and I think we heard in the county's rebuttal that the county at this point is in agreement with the staff recommendation because we've been able to continually work on these kinds of changes up to today. So I appreciate that. Just going back to one of the main questions in front of you right now, as Chief Counsel just said, the question of what's appealable or not in this case is something that's within your discretion to consider and determine. The purposes of appeal in the Coastal Act really are to assure that what was determined by the legislature to be statewide interests or concerns potentially of statewide interest are something that could come back to the Commission even after an LCP is certified. So the bases for appeal in a county are those developments between the first public road and the sea, so the shoreline basically, within 300 feet of the shoreline, within 100 feet of a wetland or a riparian area. These are all statutory definitions of what was determined to be of statewide interest and therefore should be defined as appealable to the Commission. In counties, we have this other category that we don't have in cities. It's only in the counties, which is if it's not a principally permitted use, the principally permitted use in the zone, a use is also appealable. And I think that was a determination that in more rural areas, once you've determined what the land use should be in a particular place, like agriculture, the question is, well, if something is not agriculture, that raises a concern about compatibility with the basic purposes of that zone, and that's a statewide concern. So in this case, we have, as you've heard, we've eliminated the non-agricultural principally permitted uses in the existing LCP, and we have now the principally permitted use of agriculture. The question is, what is agriculture? And we've gone through a long process of working with the county to arrive at where we did, which was to agree essentially with the points being made about the need for intergenerational housing as an agricultural use. And having considered that, then looking at, well, what kind of standards would be in place to assure that? And in conjunction with the standards that we're recommending, determined that that could be considered agriculture, the farmhouse and the first intergenerational home. So that's the logic behind treating it as the principally permitted use in the recommendation. And a residence that was not owned owned by a farmer and part of an operation would not be considered a principally permitted use because it, by definition, is not that agricultural use. And that would be appealable. Or actually, it's not even allowed, I believe, in this zone now. So the question is, for you, I think, is do you agree with this analysis and determination of the need for intergenerational housing? Do you think, as circumscribed by the standards in the LCP, that it would actually operate as agriculture in that zone to be a principally permitted use? And are you comfortable with those two things in such a way that you see it as a principally permitted use that would not raise a statewide issue subject to appeal? And the appeal process really is, I heard somebody refer to it as a backstop. And I've been watching a lot of my daughter's softball lately, so I've been thinking about the function of a backstop. And you know, it's not, you don't have to think about it as a Trojan horse or something improper happening. The backstop's there for when the pitcher makes a wild pitch or there's a passed ball. You know, these are honest mistakes that can happen. And so you do serve a function to make sure that these statewide interests are being protected. We're recommending that the way the LCP has been structured, that these particular uses would constitute agriculture and therefore could be considered principally permitted. But as Hope just said, that's a discretionary decision. It's a judgment call based on your feelings about what you've heard and how you think these standards would operate going forward. So with that, I will conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lester. So we're at 12:45. I think what we will do is plan to reconvene here at 1:45, and so we'll be taking a 1-hour lunch break. And again, we encourage folks to come back and participate through observation as the Commission deliberates. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. The California Coastal Commission is reconvening. We're currently on item number 9A, the Marin County LCP amendment and update, and we are bringing it back to our commission for commission consideration. And I have Commissioner Schallenberger, Zimmer, and Bochco who would like to speak, beginning with Commissioner Schallenberger. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair Kinsey, I move the Commission Certified Land Use Plan Amendment LCP-2-MAR-13-0224-1 as submitted by the County of Marin, and I recommend a no vote.
So motion by Schallenberger, second by Bochco. Would you like, by Zimmer, and would you like to speak to your motion, to this motion?
No, thank you. I'll speak to the next motion.
And to you, Commissioner Zimmer?
I think I then need to ask some questions and make some comments.
Maybe the next motion.
Okay.
What?
This is on the as submitted.
Oh, this is as submitted. Sorry. Go.
And just for the benefit
I
of the
withdraw.
public, this has to do with, the motion is to approve the county's LCP amendment as it was submitted by the county, and the recommendation is that we say no. That could be followed up with a modified recommendation for what could be approved. And so I think it's relatively routine for us to say no, and in particular the County of Marin has stated that it supports the modifications in the staff report, and therefore it also has agreed that as submitted would not be required. So I just want folks to be clear about that. And on the commission as a whole, are we understanding that this first motion is the as submitted and the recommendation is for a no vote? Is there any unwillingness for unanimous no vote? Seeing none, that motion passes. Commissioner Schallenberger?
Thank you. I move that the Commission Certified Land Use Plan Amendment LCP-2-MAR-13-0224-1 for the County of Marin, if it is modified as suggested in this staff report, and I recommend a yes vote.
A motion and a second. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I would. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I just yesterday when we were doing an annual review of our strategic plan, I said that it was we took some time to congratulate ourselves on really a phenomenal year for work, an extraordinary amount of work done in implementing that strategic plan, and one of them was to the approval of LCPs, the updating of LCPs, and an increased collaborative way of working with staff. And I didn't mention it yesterday, but just the fact that this is before us is an extraordinary thing. And so I want to thank our staff for a job incredibly well done, the county staff for a job well done, working with our staff and the environmentalists and the farmers and the retail people in the cities, and it's been a great. The process may have been bumpy. I wasn't on the process, other than to know it's been out there for years. But I just wanted to thank everybody this is a wonderful moment that it's before us. The second thing, before I address some of my concerns with it, as it currently stands, I just want to give a little bit of my background for those in the audience who may not know. I am a third-generation farmer myself. I grew up on a dairy farm. I was second generation on that dairy farm. And now I run cattle and breed horses and on my ranch. So I do get the farming part. And I have to say, compared to the dairy operations where I live in the Central Valley, I so much more resonate with the dairy operations here, where you actually turn your cattle out on grass. And that's... I just want you to know I do understand ag, and I love ag. I spent much of my life getting back to agriculture, leaving the family dairy farm to go off to school. So I think this is a rare and unique part of California, and it's fabulous. And as has been said in many ways so far, a lot of people recognize the uniqueness of it, which is why we can look across that bay and see nothing but green rolling hills, which support a lot of sustainable ag. And we all, at least I'm sure everybody up here, wants to make sure that continues. Having said that, I also completely understand the need for intergenerational housing in a lot of the farms and ranches that are out here. But I also am concerned that they actually be intergenerational housing. And I say that because we've heard from staff that the law doesn't allow us to say who can live in a house or what their job is. So this gives me a little anxiety about making special provisions for housing on farmland, which we may have a title of intergenerational, but we've been told now that we can't actually do anything to be sure that it's intergenerational. And then the other thing is just the role of the Coastal Commission. I fully support helping ag in this area to be sustainable, to keep the families together, to keep families farming. But I do not support the Coastal Commission giving up its authority over something as important as the implementation of the Coastal Act. And it's not because of there were a few arrows flung during the public testimony, which I think were uncalled for. It has nothing to do with whether or not Marin County does a very good job on its permitting. Mistakes are made. There are different ways to interpret things. And for something as an area as important as this is, as special as it is, it's a national park, it's state park, it has open space and green rolling hills, and this is one of the places that I think the Coastal Commission absolutely must retain its appeal authority. Some of the people testified as if by giving the Coastal Commission maintaining appeal authority, that it was somehow bad, that it was somehow as if we were denying it or not supporting these houses. That's not the case at all. It merely means that as a statewide body, it is our job to be sure that the implementation of local coastal programs is done in a way that is consistent with those programs, because those programs are approved in order to be consistent with state law. Things can only be appealed to the Coastal Commission if, in fact, there's a case can be made that the county has approved something which, which is inconsistent with their local coastal program. And I absolutely firmly believe that in that case, it is entirely appropriate for it to be appealed to the Coastal Commission. So that's one of my concerns, and I'm hoping before the day is done that we can fix that so that it's very clear that these houses are appealable to the Coastal Commission. The second one is this question of buffers. And I do agree entirely with the testimony that talked about I understand that a minimum buffer is more than we have now in the LCP, but I also do think that it should be rare and unusual to allow development within a 100-foot buffer, and that it should be for the principal permitted use. And we may want to put an exception in there for something which is necessary for the public good. But I worry that putting a minimum in for a buffer without very, very high standards for where there could be development between 50 and 100 feet will result de facto in the 50-foot being the buffer, and that is really not accurate, not sufficient for many of our ESHA areas. And finally, for me, there's something that I actually didn't hear in the testimony, but it struck me in reading the staff report, and that is my concern about viticulture. Viticulture is agriculture by almost all definitions. It is, however, a very different kind of agriculture in terms of its impact on the land, on the water, and on visual resources. So it's not a problem here. We're looking across the bay. I don't see acres and acres of vines, but now is the time to address it. It came before the commission last month with the Santa Monica Mountains, and which are also wide open, beautiful, green, rolling hills and mountains. And the decision there was that that's the way we wanted it to stay, rather than become with lots of viticulture on those hills. So again, it's not an issue now, but now is the time to address it to be sure that Tamales doesn't, that the agriculture of Tamales doesn't take on a very, very different impact on the environment. So those are my concerns, and I'm hoping before the end of the day we are able to address those in a way which will enable me to actually vote yes on this motion that I've just made. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconder, Commissioner Zimmer.
Thank you. I want to echo Commissioner Schellenberger's comments, and in particular I want to acknowledge the County of Marin for their very hard work over a very long period of time, and our staff. And it is hopefully becoming a new pattern, but to come to a hearing like this after all these years of collaboration between local government and our commission staff, where the local government up front is accepting of the staff's suggested modifications, is a very, very significant moment for all of us. And I just want to emphasize how significant I think it is, and appreciate everybody for that. The other reason I have been so interested in this particular plan is that since Commissioner Kinsey and I were both appointed, I think the same month, to the commission, we have both, coming from counties that have significant coastal agriculture, have been interacting with, and I'm not a local elected official, but I'm just a general busybody, and have been interacting with our local agricultural community, our local Cattlemen's Association representatives. And we have in my county, Santa Barbara County, a draft Gaviota Coast Plan, which the Gaviota Coast is the equivalent in my area of the beauty and magnificent resources that people are so anxious to protect here. So I've been very interested in how this plan was going to come forward, because I wanted to see what people in my county could learn from it, what they could take from it, and also to make sure that nothing that we do here creates an adverse precedent or an adverse implication for what's going on in my county. And granted, the topography is different, the economy is different, the types of agriculture are different, but there are some common themes here that need to be addressed. So in furtherance of that, that's by way of introduction to the main concerns that I had with this going in. And I appreciated that in my ex parte with the county, the concern that is particular and quite prominent has been for now a couple of decades, in Santa Barbara is to how to make sure that our productive agricultural land is not de facto converted to estate residential because of the problem of having legal lots of record that then have to be recognized for some level of development. So that was my issue coming in. And I was reassured in great part with the County of Marin's situation because, in fact, in my county, the legal lots are very, very substandard in terms of the minimum parcel size for zoning and also for their continued viability for any agricultural use if they were built out according to their lot lines. So the fact that I was told that going in, most of the existing legal lots in the agricultural zone in this county do in fact meet the minimum parcel size, which nobody has really questioned is viable for continued agriculture. At least I didn't hear any testimony today to that effect, was quite reassuring. The other issue that was raised, I guess maybe I should call Ms. Traynor forward, but I understood from your testimony that you effectively were satisfied now with this second addendum to the policy CAG5 agricultural dwelling units with respect to this issue of the real development potential. I got the impression from your earlier testimony that you're no longer concerned with that per se. Is that fair?
Yes, Vice Chair Zimmer, Amy Traynor, Environmental Action Committee of West Marin. Absolutely, we greatly appreciate the clarity and the added language that has come from staff just in the past 36 hours, and that does give us comfort about the issue about the definition of parcel.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that is very reassuring because that was a very loud alarm bell that went off when that letter came in. And I actually appreciate that you rang it so loudly because that led directly to these clarifications, which I think are very helpful in making sure that what we adopt is what we intend it to be. So thank you for that. So I think I'm satisfied on that question. I remained confused, to be honest, right to the end of the hearing on what the legal effect is or would be of the existing lots of record if we change this definition today to reflect a legal lot versus assessor's parcel. And so I just would like, and I think I understand it now, but I just, in the last presentation, the staff rebuttal, I think Ms. Cavallari said more than once that if there is an existing ranch or farm, that farmer would be able to have only one farmhouse no matter how many legal lots they own. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I think that's made clear by the, as you said, the additional changes in the ag addendum.
Okay, and so if, for example, there were a farm that, for round numbers, was 600 acres, and there happened to be 10 legal lots on that each met the minimum parcel size, if that farmer sold off 9 of his lots, which he's able to do since they're legal lots, what would be the development potential on those then individually owned 9 lots?
Each individual lot, if they were 60 acres, would be allowed one farmhouse if owned by separate farmers.
Okay, so
yeah.
So that, what you stated in your rebuttal then was only would only hold true if that same farmer held the entire ranch.
Correct. And the other thing I think to think about is that if you have the individual 60-acre parcels and the rancher wanted to have family members live on the farm, he would be encouraged to merge the parcels to get the larger acreage to have the intergenerational home. The intergenerational home would then have to be clustered, and so you'd actually have an example of where the land use plan policy would encourage merging and clustering development on agricultural lands.
But is there an additional requirement that So each of these additional 9 lots would then potentially be entitled to a farmhouse, if it's sold to individuals, would be potentially be entitled to a farmhouse, but then they couldn't, if they were only 60 acres, they couldn't apply for an intergenerational home because they would need 120 acres, so they would have to merge some. All right. So the worst case scenario of 10 individual farms of 60 acres each would, with a farmhouse and an intergenerational house and farm worker housing, and is not a scenario that we should be concerned about.
Correct. And now, under the changes in AG 5, the farmer would have to be actively and directly engaged, so they couldn't be sold off to non-farmers.
Okay, very good. I appreciate that clarification. That's question 1 through 5 that I had. So, I'm wondering about the agricultural farm stays. I'm not really understanding why staff would not see that as a permitted use if bed and breakfasts are acceptable as a permitted use. It seems like an agricultural farm stay, if I'm understanding it correctly, is directly related to the farming operation. So I'm wondering why you're not supportive of that as a permitted use.
We identified it as a pseudo visitor serving use. It's an allowed use. It's permitted. It would just be conditional. That's the way we've structured it.
But a B&B is not conditional.
A B&B would be.
Also would be a conditionally permitted. Okay, so neither of them would be principally permitted uses, but
that's correct.
Each of them could be conditionally permitted. Okay. Oh, that's another issue that's brewing in my county, is what kinds of supplemental sources of income, what kinds of supplemental conditionally permitted uses can further support an agricultural operation. So I was wanting for us to be as supportive as we can be. And is that my microphone? Thank you. The converse of that, of my wanting to support that kind of a conditionally permitted use, is I would echo Commissioner Schallenberger's concern about having vineyards be a principally permitted use. That, to me, is a serious concern. I understand that you don't have realistically a lot of potential for applications or for vineyards here because of weather conditions and so forth. Is that correct? Well, that's what I've been told. So is that, what was your thinking? I mean, in every other area where there are vineyards, my experience is that they are subject to at least a special use permit or a conditional use permit, so that the special impacts of viticulture can be addressed through a discretionary permit process. So what is the rationale here for saying that vineyards are a principal permitted use allowable without any discretionary review or appellate review?
I mean, I think that there's 2 answers to that. One is you should probably bring the county up to explain some of their rationale. They went through a long process where this ended up being a principally permitted use and identified as such in their submittal. And I know it was a subject of some controversy locally. We've also been considering it in terms of the like you articulated, that there may not be the possibility, given the particular context that's associated with viticulture, to see that sort of development here. So it didn't seem to rise to that same level of potential concern. And we were considering it as an agricultural use that would be potentially appropriate on agricultural land. We're not seeing it as something that there's a big rush, or there would be a big rush on viticulture. But again, I would encourage you to bring
I would like for the county to come up and explain why you feel that that's an appropriate permitted use, and that, but by that I mean without discretionary review.
Well, the county's basic definition of agriculture is production of food and fiber. We like to think of wine as food.
I'm sorry, could we
Marin.
get your name for the record?
Brian Crawford for the County of Marin. But, you know, this was a subject of debate in our planning commission, and there were different points of view about how to treat viticulture as a principally permitted use or a conditional use. I think ultimately the commission and the board may have relied upon a county ordinance that was adopted several years ago that places restrictions on grading and has various erosion control and sediment control requirements that are kind of tiered to the extent of a viticulture operation, and hillside and topography factors may have taken that into reliance as performance standards for deciding that viticulture could be included as a principally permitted use.
Well, are those ordinances part of your certified LCP?
I don't believe they are, no.
Okay. Well, I think I have some concerns about that, because in my county, our grading ordinance is not part of the certified LCP, and we've had a lot of issues that have come up with if you're going to allow grading without consideration of the kinds of issues that the Coastal Act requires us to look at. Thank you.
Yeah, I do think I want to point out that Coastal Commission staff, I believe, is generally correct about the potential for large-scale viticulture operations in the county. We generally don't have the climate and the soils conditions and the water in particular to accommodate that. That's not my area of expertise, but that's just what I've been hearing and learning about through the discussions about viticulture.
And I guess my response to, or my concern with the staff response of that you don't anticipate, or the county as well don't anticipate at this point in time any rush to have vineyard development here. When we certify an LCP, you know, we're 30 years out from the last go-around, and it's not going to get any easier. And so I think we need to be pretty careful about declarations that we don't have to worry about certain uses becoming more economically viable, or you know, that a market wouldn't be created in a nearer term. So I have continuing concerns about not including vineyards as a conditionally permitted use. This is not like what happened in Santa Monica Mountains. There, the county didn't want to allow vineyards at all under any circumstances, and didn't want to allow for an opportunity to apply. This is a middle ground, I think, to have them be conditionally permitted. So that's my thinking on that. Dr. Lester looks like he wants to say something. No? Okay. Okay, yeah. On the question of Commissioner Schallenberger's concern about the potential for reduction of the mandatory buffers, I think that it's a two-pronged issue. I think on the one hand, we have been reassured that under the provisions of the Coastal Act appeals section, any development that is within 100 foot of a stream is appealable to us. And that would include our ability to review the county's determination on a reduction in the size of a buffer in a given case. Is that a correct assumption?
That would be correct for streams and wetlands, yes.
Okay, so I think that's kind of an important clarification, because I think that to the extent that the environmental community is depending on the ability to appeal specific issues to this commission, you do already have that. And then the other comment I have with respect to the whole question of appeals jurisdiction that I would like some further perhaps discussion of is that in looking at where the appeals jurisdiction now here with being between the sea and the first public road, I mean, this is variable throughout the state, and this apparently is an area where that is potentially an area that's 3 miles between the sea and the first public road. Am I correct about that? That there is still appeals jurisdiction, regardless of the PPU thing.
Yeah, we could put up the slide that we had in the staff presentation, which could graphically depict that, I think.
Yeah, so we're not losing the right to appeal over this whole zone. We're actually retaining what we already have in the statute based on the
Absolutely.
location, and then for the other part of the coastal zone that where we would be losing the right to appeal to this commission, we also still have the right to appeal if it's within 100 feet of a stream, a
Right,
wetland.
all of the geographic things
all
stay
that
the same.
stuff is still there. So
Yeah.
it's about the losing it for what is a principally permitted use or not.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I think those summarize the comments and concerns I have at this point. So I would like to have further commission discussion and consideration of the vineyard issue. Oh, and also with regard to the loss of the right to appeal, it seemed a little confusing, but what I want to clarify maybe with the county, we know that there's an internal right to appeal from your counter level or over-the-counter permit person to the Planning Commission to the Board of Supervisors. What is the level of noticing that is done on a permit that is issued by your staff person?
Please state your name for the record as well.
Yes, Brian Crawford with the County of Marin. First of all, the county's coastal permits are not over the counter. We do provide notice and take into consideration public testimony and written information that is submitted to the county in advance of making those decisions. So there's a lot more involved than just issuing a permit over the counter. The noticing for those types of permits depends upon the lot size. In areas where we have a predominance of small historic subdivision lots, the basic notice requirement is 300 feet, and where we get into larger lots, which I believe are defined as a half an acre or more, then the minimum noticing is 600 feet. And I want to point out both of these are minimum noticing requirements, and the staff retains the authority to allow a wider radius, if you will, for public notices.
So, and the form of the notice is posting on the property and mailed notice to residents within the whatever number
Right.
of
No, we
feet.
follow the Coastal Act procedures for public noticing, and we post a notice on the project site early on in the review process. That's one of the first things our planners do when they go out to review the plans at a project site. They post a notice on the property that identifies that we've received an application, provides the contact name, a very brief description of the proposal, and then a reference to the project planner. That is then followed up with another notice that's mailed out to the property owners once we deem the application complete, and we're ready to make a decision.
And what is your how does your CEQA process work into that
I'm sorry.
level of permit? How does your CEQA process tie into that level of permitting? In other words, if it's a permit that's defined as a principally permitted use or by right, does that in any way change your analysis of whether you have to look at whether it's subject to CEQA or exempt or otherwise reviewable?
No,
under
our CEQA determinations are made squarely within the CEQA guidelines. So those are based upon whether or not it's a project by project determination that depends on both the type and the scale of the project. So in other words, if it's a project that clearly falls within what's called a categorical exemption, then that's the proper CEQA determination we make. If it doesn't fall into one of those categorical exemptions or a statutory exemption, then we would take it to the next level, which is usually an initial study of negative declaration, and there's a lot more process behind that, and then, of course, an EIR for larger projects that have significant impacts.
Well, what's coming into my memory now is a case that this commission looked at a little more than a year ago that was right in this area. It was a distillery, and a farmhouse and some vines, and it was very unclear, and maybe I should ask staff this question, or if you can answer. It was very unclear to me going into that what the basis for the appeal was. I mean, was it the house or was it the distillery, or and what did the county had exempted it from CEQA?
That I'm not sure of. I don't know if you recall that. I know that if you're speaking of the Brader McGee project, I know that we required a traffic study and a number of other technical reports, which leads me to believe that rose to a level above a categorical exemption, but I'm not certain of that.
But there was some question of whether ESHA had been accounted for at the county level, and then there was further, maybe the staff will want to respond to that. But back to the noticing question.
Yeah.
So the public will get it. Do you have any kind of procedure where a group like EAC or whatever other can automatically get notice of those administrative level permits?
Yeah, we have a
applications?
subscription service through the county's website, and people can sign up and they can receive notices that are distributed electronically.
Okay.
And we're improving that by basically allowing people to filter the types of notices that they can receive by geographic areas and planning areas.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it sounds like the issue isn't the adequacy of notice of what's going on locally, that the environmental group would have adequate notice of that, but their concern is that they want ultimate review to be retained.
Yes, by your commission.
I'm hearing that correctly then. And to that point, the internal appeal costs at the county, I know that's been an issue in other coastal counties, is where a county charges somebody to appeal through the Planning Commission and to the Board of Supervisors. Are there any exemptions from appeal permit fees that are applicable in the coastal zone?
Generally, no. Our appeal fees for Planning Commission, I believe, are $600, and the Board of Supervisors is $750-something, $775. We have been considering recently the proposition of eliminating the appeal fees for coastal permit determinations that are made at the county level, so that we could allow our Planning Commission and possibly our board, if there were subsequent appeals, to weigh in on those projects rather than having a lower level county decision referred directly to the Coastal Commission, because we do have an appeal fee.
Okay, I think those are all my questions for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Boczko?
Yes, thank you very much, and I would like to follow with the same congratulations to everyone for all their hard work and incredible amount of detail that's gone into the process so far. And I only want to touch on two things. One I don't think has been discussed yet, so I'm going to start with that, and then the other has been, and I'll get to that in a minute. In terms of visual resource protections, it's CDES2. Is that in my LUP amendment? Because I was scrolling through and I couldn't find it, but that could be my lack of computer skills.
CDES2 is on Exhibit 6, page 64 of the staff report.
Page 64. Because what I'm thinking is this. In reading all of the different requirements for the farmhouse and the intergenerational house and the workers' buildings and et cetera, I never saw any reference to protection of visual resources. So my question is, all the way back down on page 60, what have you, does that relate back to this? So it's a two-part question. One is that something that has to be considered in order to get the permit to do the farmhouse or the intergenerational house or any of the other farm buildings? And B, if someone should disagree with the county, is that an appealable to the commission requirement because it is a visual resource versus being an ag use?
A couple things on that. First, I pointed you to page 64 of Exhibit 6. It's also on addendum, the first addendum on page 10. There's a minor modification to the mod.
Yeah, I noticed that. I just didn't know how it related back to the other areas
Well,
of the...
Yeah, to your question,
Yeah.
all of the LCP policies would be applicable when they're considering development, including farmhouse development. So to the extent the visual resource policies were raised, then those policies would apply. As to whether that would make a project appealable, just a visual, because it was visible from a public view shed, for example, isn't a criterion for making something appealable. It would have to be a mapped, geographic appealable area, or it would have to be a conditional use.
Aha, so there we go. So it'd have to be a conditional use. See, that causes me some problems because, as I drove up here on Lucas's Road and all that, I mean, this is the most visually stunning place in California I've ever seen. And I thought to myself, look how wonderful these people are. They've put their buildings somewhere else. I can't see them. It was fabulous. So I think if that should become a problem, and I don't blame anybody who owns land to want to use it any way they want, but as a commissioner, it causes me a great deal of pause to say that's okay. I'm not that the county is not going to be diligent, but perhaps somebody will make a mistake and there won't be that backup of us who has the more sort of broader vision for the state and the broader vision for this type of thing. So I would really like to put that out there to other commissioners. I don't want to make any motions about that right now because I think it needs to be discussed a little bit further. But I don't know how you do that. If you could make and again, I'm not that well versed in the legal definition of a primary use versus a conditional use, except one is appealable to us and one isn't. So I would ask somehow if there isn't a way that something that is truly a protected resource being affected by a primary use in terms of buildings, not in terms of crops, maybe we could get that to be appealable to us in a way. And I'm putting it out there because I don't know quite how to do it. The second issue I have, which follows along with Commissioners Schallenberger and Zimmer, is the vineyards. Somebody mentioned that you're considering, or you have already considered, a 5,000 square foot commercial structure that could be, in addition to the farm use, like a commercial building to sell, let's say, wine. A winery, perhaps. So is that in here, too? Because I do admit that I missed a few things.
I think you're referring to the ag processing facilities, and there's as built in, and this is on page 16 of Exhibit 6, and these are the uses. This is a subsection of Policy C, Ag 2.
Okay.
So it identifies that threshold where if it's less than 5,000 square foot, then it's another agricultural use that's principally permitted. If it's over that threshold, then it would become a conditional use.
Okay. So I live part-time in Napa, so I'm very familiar what it looks like when the world becomes a vineyard. And I really would feel really sickened if I looked out that window and all I saw were vines. I mean, it works for Napa. It's a little valley. They started that way in the 1800s. Okay, fine. But I know you feel like your ground and your air doesn't fit, but trust me, if it can be done, they will do it. So, and I hate to bring this up, but listen, we're all sympathetic. They're actually moving a lot of their wine growing from France to England because of climate change. And that's going to happen here, too. I mean, eventually. So, but more immediately to that, I think there probably is a way for some very smart winemaker to figure it out. So I personally would like to make a motion to make viticulture a conditional permitted use. to just speak to the motion, just one more sentence, and then Chair Schallenberger, Commissioner Schallenberger. Viticulture is different than any other kind of farming. You know, and I don't care if it's orange trees or mushrooms, I don't care what it is. Viticulture is its own world. It creates its own culture. I mean, if you go to Napa Valley or Sonoma Valley or now down outside of Santa Barbara, these places have become nothing but wineries, vineyards, and tasting rooms. I don't know how many tasting rooms are in Napa Valley. I don't know how people could taste that much wine. And I love wine. My friends will tell you that. But I really do feel it is something very different and very special. And it's not to say you can't have them. You know, again, Santa Monica Mountains did not want them, and for very good reasons. And people argued, oh, well, we can't really grow it there. Well, they are growing it there. It's dry as a bone, and there's, you know, the dirt is like rocks. But they're growing it there. So I personally feel this is an important exception, and it shouldn't be dealt with lightly. So I will turn it over to other commissioners to talk further about that.
Thank you. As the seconder of the motion, would you like to speak to your second?
Only to add that the subtext to all of this is water. Actually, it's grading in water. We've been told by the county that that's actually why you don't think you're ever going to have a lot of viticulture here. But I think we're actually doing you a favor by urging you to put this in the LCP, and it will give you additional tools if and when there are proposals before you to put in vines. So I think this is a strengthening and one of those wonderful amendments that doesn't actually give heartburn, hopefully to anybody who's in the room at this time, only to those who might be in the future.
Thank you. So I'm just going to go through a procedural comment for the commission and the public as well. What we do is we take, as you know, there is a motion on the floor to approve the LCP amendments based on the staff's modifications. And now we've just had an amendment proposed that relates to viticulture. So what we will do is we'll take up individual amendments as they're proposed, and we will, I think for the benefit and the clarity of the public, we will take our action on our amendments as we hear them, and then we will bundle them all up for a final action based on the outcome of the different amendments as they're proposed. So in front of us at this time is the issue of a motion to and a second to remove viticulture as a principally permitted use where it's identified under CAG 2 number 4. And Commissioner Howell, did you wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Chair Kinsey. I would, just
Please.
briefly, I don't think this is a particularly good way to go. I worry that once we start picking out individual crops, when we're talking about updating LCPs, that, well, I disagree. Grapes are a huge part of our state economy. And if we're talking about water, well, you know what? Rice is also heavily water intensive. With climate change, you may have bananas coming your way. Who knows? And I think it's a little odd that we're going to just pick this one. I think we should be trusting the county to have some common sense. And if these things are coming forward, there's not the water, that you can't trust the grading that's going to come in, I think the likelihood of it coming here is negligible, certainly in an industrial. I don't think it matters significantly, but as we go forward, I don't think this should be, we should be picking and choosing which crops to tell our counties along the coast to grow.
Thank you. Commissioner McClure.
Yes, thank you. I too have a hard time with picking and choosing crops, especially when you look in the Coastal Act, and the Coastal Act defines prime ag as defined by the Government Code section 51201, and in that section, vines are identified as a crop in prime ag. Now, if we're going to start creaming stuff out, you know, I could be a person that said, you know, I love looking at these hills, but if I had to look at those hills and see herds of horses, no, We don't want that. So I don't think you can pick and choose. I think you need to follow the laws that we've identified, and in the government code, vines are one of the identified items. And I found it interesting today, there was a farmer that spoke to dry farming potatoes. So while I've been up here, I've done a little bit of looking into exactly what is dry farming. And one of the primary items of dry farming are vines. And in fact, there are several vineyards that do dry farming. So to make an argument that it's based on a water use is probably a misnomer, and I don't think that our reaching into ag laws of what prime ag is, as defined by government code, I think that that is an overreach of our ability to set standards. Now, if we want to make it all prime ag, I'm not sure you can pick and choose the prime ag definition. And if we do choose to do that, then any ag should have to be conditional permit. So I would object to adding the vines. I understand, I don't like them, but I could also not like lemon orchards. Or I could not like, pumpkin fields. I mean, so it becomes an issue that the farmer needs to be able to farm the land how the farmer sees fit to farm his land.
Thank you. Commissioner Zimmer?
To this motion or amendment, I strongly support it, and I just really want to remind us that we are not talking about banning a specific crop. What we're saying is that those of us who live in wine-growing regions and have a lot of experience with permitting these kinds of facilities, vineyards and the infrastructure that is associated with them, as well as the wine tasting and the events and all of that, all that means, present a different set of issues from other kinds of agriculture. Where I'm not suggesting that viticulture isn't agriculture. I'm saying that viticulture presents a unique set of issues, and all that this amendment would do is acknowledge that those issues need to be examined by local government before, and subject to a public review process, before they're allowed. So, it's not a question of picking and choosing among crops or redefining agriculture. It's a question of recognizing that there are certain forms of agriculture that have different impacts than others. So.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Schallenberg, you want to take a second bite?
No, not a second bite. I just want to set the record clear that I believe the maker of the motion and myself, it had nothing to do with trusting the county. This was not a trust issue. I think Commissioner Zimmer has just laid it out quite well in terms of why this form of agriculture should be dealt with a little differently in terms of being appealable to the commission. But I just want it to be clear that it's not about not trusting the county, because clearly we do.
Thank you. Commissioner Mitchell.
Clearly we trust the county, and particularly the county representative on the Coastal Commission, Steve Kinsey. So just wanted to put that on the record in case anyone was wondering. We deeply trust him. I have to say I'm not going to be supporting this motion because either you follow the Coastal Act and the law and prime ag is prime ag, or you don't. And it's intellectually dishonest to have the two split hairs on this. It is a slippery slope. Today it's vines, tomorrow it's broccoli. We can't go there. And the fact of the matter is that if we wanted to make it all a conditional use and not a prime permitted use or PP whatever, that would be a way to go, and I think that would warrant consideration of the commission. But to pick out a particular type of agriculture based on, the commissioner at the time's experience with that, I intellectually, we can't do it. It's not right. I mean, I don't think it's not consistent with the Coastal Act. Doesn't matter who we trust or don't trust. We need to follow the Coastal Act, follow the law, and within those bounds, decide how we want this LUP to go. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Any other commissioners on this? I will just weigh in a little bit on this one as well. This is a subject that was discussed at some length at the Planning Commission. It was also discussed at the Board of Supervisors. And I think that there was widespread concern on the Board of Supervisors that we didn't want to allow a monoculture to sort of overwhelm our coastal agricultural lands. At the same time, it was fairly clearly presented to us that the climate of the coast is not particularly conducive to substantial amounts of vineyard operations. And in addition to that, what was even more interesting for commissioners here to think about was, where do you draw the line? If a family wanted to have a few vines and make their own wine for their own purposes, would that require the expense and the time and the uncertainty of a conditional use permit? And so we dabbled at the Board of Supervisors with a variety of different sort of exceptions that we considered, and in the end, based on some of the comments that were heard, the unanimous board opinion was to maintain it in as a principally permitted use and to use our vineyard and grading ordinance to condition the environmental considerations associated with protection of habitat, riparian areas, and slopes in excess of 25% to 45%, depending on certain circumstances. So I think it's time for us to go ahead and just vote on this one by roll call and see where it lands at this time.
Commissioner Bochco? Yes. Bochco, yes. Commissioner Diaz?
No.
Diaz, no. Commissioner Duclos?
Yes.
Duclos, yes. Commissioner Groom?
Yes.
Groom, yes. Commissioner Howell?
No.
Howell, no. Commissioner McClure? No. McClure, no. Commissioner Mitchell? No. Mitchell, no. Commissioner Schellenberger? Yes. Schellenberger, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders? No. Commissioner Vargas?
No.
Vargas, no. Commissioner Zimmer?
Yes.
Zimmer, yes. Chair Kinsey?
No.
Chair Kinsey, no. The vote is 5 yes, 7 no.
Okay, thank you. So are there other commissioners that wish to speak to particular aspects of the motion? I'll tell you, while you're trying to think about motions related to some of the other issues that have already been raised, I would like to just bring up a few items for the Commission's consideration as well. And begin, as each of us has, by recognizing the substantial amount of work that has been undertaken by the public who've participated, by the staffs in both the county and at the Coastal Commission, and by commissioners ourselves as we've worked right up to the middle of this meeting to understand the changing landscape of conditions and proposed language. Everyone has done their best, and as I said yesterday, there's a reason that there are such passionate feelings, because we have a lot to look out for and to protect, and I think that's the unifying element in the room, and I really appreciate that. I would also say that I think it's not unique, but certainly impressive that between the hard work of the Commission staff and the county, that where we began with over 100 issues where we weren't in agreement on, the continued dialogue, the collaboration over a year now, and even earlier in our 5-year process to this day, we have heard that the county has accepted all of the proposed modifications of the staff, and those modifications reflect the substantial input from the public, as well as a dialogue back and forth between the county. And I just want to acknowledge that's pretty impressive, and it gives me a lot to want to say, let's accept that staff recommendation as modified, modifying the county's original approvals, and then it will come back to our Board of Supervisors for review. The other thing about it is we've talked about a lot about some of the biological, environmental, and coastal hazards, some of the impacts of sea level rise, certainly the agricultural-related issues and the concerns there. What we haven't talked about are the dozens and dozens and dozens of other issues that are in there, and I think that's great that we're not talking about them, because it reflects the fact that there's broad consensus that they are strong protective measures to keep our coast. So when we dig in on the other issues, I just will mention a couple that haven't been raised right now, but that were raised by the community, and I want to just speak to them even if it isn't going to result in any kind of proposal to change the language of the LCP. The first one is affordable housing, and for those who don't know, the Coastal Act did actually have protections for affordable housing on the coast, and it was removed by the legislature in the early 1990s. It's unfortunate, it was unwise, but it's a reality. And for us today, throughout the coast of California, and really anywhere in the urbanized areas and their surrounds in California, affordable housing is at a crisis state. We're not going to be able to overcome that, but I do think that the legitimate concerns of the community about affordable housing and the trend towards taking what have been owner-occupied houses and converting them into visitor housing is a troubling concern. At the same time, visitor access is a foundational goal of the Coastal Act to ensure that all persons have opportunity to get to the coast, and so I think it's going to take hard work on our part, and I'm just pledging to make the efforts to look for ways, not today, not in this LCP amendment, but over time, to how we can either legislatively bring it back as an opportunity throughout the state, or more particularly to our county to address the issue in the coastal zone, and that would come through a variety of different techniques, but certainly it begins with the idea of not insisting that we allow every single house to be turned into a visitor-serving rental just because an individual property owner wants the supplemental income. It brings up another point that I wanted to bring up, and that was on, let's see what I think it's CP3K or CPK3, and it has to do with the idea that we want visitor access in our commercial areas, and so the Coastal Commission and the Coastal Act really give a priority to visitor serving commercial, but we have in the language at the present time of CPK3, we permit, the coastal staff's recommendation is to continue to permit a mixture of residential commuses in the village commercial residential zoning district, which is the zoning district that we have in many of our villages and the surrounding communities. But what I've argued for, and I'll use for the local folks, I'll use the example that on Main Street in Point Reyes Station, it makes a lot of sense that you want to have commercial visitor serving purposes. But when you get over onto Mesa Avenue or Mesa Street, do you really want to bring the tourists into every single street in your town? And I think the answer should be no. And I think that the language that is in the Commission's recommended language would require a use permit to be able to allow for upper floors and lower floors that are not located facing the street to be able to have residential units. And so what I would like to propose is that we use the term in the commercial core of the villages, so that we acknowledge that on Main Street it makes sense, but on B Street or C Street or Mesa or somebody else's secondary street that it not be, and that we be able to have the language in the commercial core that it should be limited to these things, which would really give us a little more flexibility. And maybe I can see if the staff is ready to give me a little extra understanding of that.
I would absolutely like to do that. We actually had this conversation with county staff leading up to this hearing, and addendum number 1 on page 11 shows a revised version of CPK3 that does exactly what you just described, which focuses this policy in on the commercial core of the CVCR zone, so in the village areas. And that's also something we've committed to at the county, to working through clearly identifying those areas through the IP submittal. And so I know they've begun some work on that, and that's something that you'll see coming back.
That does it for me. If we need to tweak it some more in the IP, we'll be able to do it. But I'm going to actually ask our staff, I'm going to ask a member of the staff to come forward and try and explain the distinguishing difference if I'm seeing these hand signals come. that suggests they'd like to clarify your amended language. And please state your
Jack
name.
Leapster with the County of Marin. On CPK3, where you were reading and shortly before the underlining takes place, we would like to insert the words "in the village commercial core area" there to modify that residential uses shall be limited to the upper floors and the lower floors, if not on the roads facing side. Where it is, it doesn't limit it to the commercial core area, limit that restriction to the commercial core area. So it's just, it's a little bit of...
Would you be able to share your language with the staff?
I thought I had,
But
and I thought we had agreed on that, to shift it over.
Yeah, this is the language that we agreed to, but we can talk a little bit more offline if you want.
I'm going to just ask that during the course of the continuing dialogue with the Commission, you look at that language and see if that would be acceptable to the staff. I also wanted to just acknowledge that there was a speaker who brought up the issue of the protections that we have for what are described as visitor appeal and historic purposes. And I do agree that what makes for the visitor appeal in the sections that are being discussed, CHAR 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, that really I think that the speaker was correct in saying that historic is the right term. It's not visitor appeal, it's historic appeal. And so I just would ask that the staff look at that and see if they could accept that wherever the term visitor appeal is used, whether they would be comfortable that it achieves the same purposes but is more accurate by using the term historic in lieu of visitor. So that's a question, and we could take it up as a motion if there's a need to do that. And then I wanted to bring up the issue that was raised by the Resource Conservation District as well as some of the other folks speaking in support of agriculture. And that has to do with the limitation that the retail sales can only, on-site retail sales can only be for products that are produced on the ranch. And the point that, or the illustration that was used is that, let's take, for example, our most successful organic dairyman, Albert Strauss. Albert Strauss, the Strauss family dairy, they get milk from many different farms in the vicinity. They contract with ranchers. If they wanted to sell their own milk, ice cream, yogurt, and they had milk that was brought to them from an adjacent ranch, under the strictest terms of this language, that wouldn't be permitted. So I'd like to ask the staff, was it your intention to be that limiting, or is there a way in the IP that we could make sure that you can't bring in, nuts from Hawaii and start selling them, or products from other places, but that, if it's from within the region or it's as part of your ongoing operations, that it would be acceptable to market those in your on-site retail facility up to 500 square feet, not a very large. These are farm stands.
What we did in the recommendation was that we said that if it was going to be a principally permitted use, that it had to be products grown on site. But so it's not that importing products from other places in the coastal zone in Marin would be not allowed. It's that they would be a conditional use.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask my fellow commissioners to think about that with us, because I think that while I certainly am not interested in having us sell, gewgaws and products from other exotic places, I do think that the opportunity to use products that are grown within Marin County or within the, what I'll call the farm shed, which also does include portions of Sonoma County, the way we're configured, that it would be wise to allow that rather than to turn it into contraband. The other point I wanted to raise is that we had received a letter from the North Marin Water District that were concerned about a filtration facility on a piece of property that they own, the old Northwest Pacific right-of-way that lies mostly within the setback area for riparian protection, but a portion of the property is outside of it. And they're concerned that an upgraded facility would not be able to be permitted under the current language. In reviewing that situation, I think that there is an opportunity for the county to approve it, but there really is no way for this local coastal program to prevent it from being appealable, and I think that that's just the way it is, and that's the state, and that's the Coastal Act itself, which allows for appeals, as we've said, for any kind of facility, whether it's for public benefit or not, that falls within the buffer area. And so I've spoken with the general manager about that to make that clear. I think that if they come forward with a good, transparent application and have a good dialogue in the community, they may well avoid any appeal. But if someone chose to appeal, it would just unconditionally have to be considered by our commission. So then we come back to, I come back to thank the staff. Once again, I just want to point out something, that the issue around shoreline protection, I very much appreciate the language and support the language, as did the county's community development agency, that was generated through these hectic last few days, to clarify that in communities like Bolinas along Wharf Road, or Stinson Beach and the Cayes and the patios, or even in Seadrift, that we have a very different challenge facing sea level rise than we would have if we had bluffs, like many of the Southern California communities that we have been addressing coastal armoring. And so if it was originally presented with the inability to use the existing certified and permitted revetment that has been constructed in the Stinson Beach area, if you can't factor that into your considerations, then any new development would end up needing to, because of the low elevation changes and the sea level, the flood zone requirements of the federal government, we would be virtually requiring every application to go through a takings analysis in order to be built on the property, or we would face the need to acquire the property. The language that we now have, I think, is wise, because it gives the county 2 years to work with the favorable grant that we received to address sea level rise in these coastal areas that don't have significant bluffs, and to bring forward a complete application by 2017, and then to work directly with the commission to see if we can get a clear understanding of how we're going to address that going forward. As it stands, even in that language that we're approving today, and I want to be clear about this, new development, not redevelopment, but new development would be subject to the limitations that I think would make it very difficult for us to be able to approve a project without a takings analysis. But I think the more important issue that we're protecting is an existing homeowner whose house is being flooded that wants to raise it up out of the ground. They'll have the opportunity to do that while we're working on this, so I appreciate that. Then, as it relates to the issues that have been raised about the intergenerational housing and the buffers, I really feel strongly that Commissioner Zimmer has it correct, as does the Coastal Act, that anything that is approved by the County of Marin that lies within the 100-foot buffer zone for the different environmental resources that we're protecting is appealable to the Coastal Commission, and that we don't need any additional language to continue that practice which is permitted under the Coastal Act. And then to the intergenerational housing, I think that we need to keep it exactly where it is within the work that the coastal staff has done with the county. You know, there are so many protections that we have for correctly siting, correctly sizing these facilities, grouping them, clustering them on less than 5% of the land. We have the ability to require conservation easements on the balance of the property, and we've done that in other situations. We can require an ag stewardship plan that really shows what is your plan for productive agriculture before we give you the permission to put a farmhouse or an intergenerational house on the property, because the priority is for productive agriculture. And we also do have the ability, and we use it, to evaluate all of the contiguous lots, even if we're legally required to only limit development ultimately on the lot in which an applicant has made their application. We do require that they show us and they evaluate all of the contiguous properties, and the opportunity to say, you know, if you really have all these different legal lots and you want to put a house here and it's really not an advantageous place to put it, we can talk to you about why don't you put it on one of your other legal lots, and we can do our very best right up to a constitutional taking to achieve that, and we will. So I think that as was pointed out, the assertions that we're opening the door to a substantial amount of future development is simply incorrect. That we're allowing for no public process is incorrect, and that in much of the area itself there is an appeal authority that will be retained by the Commission based on the appeal zone that has been established, and that in addition to that, anything within these buffer areas is also appealable. So for all those reasons, I think that the coastal staff and the county got it right on the intergenerational housing. So with that, I would like to bring it back to Dan, just as it related to that one question about the opportunity for mixed use in the commercial core versus the other language.
Yeah, so I'll speak to that. So on the addendum, page 11, it does have the language that we talked with county staff about. It appears as though the location of the language is in the wrong location. So so what I'd like to do is to modify our recommendation to include the language in the correct spot. So if you were in, again, addendum number 1, this is on page 11, at the bottom of the page, and you'll see the double underline, and it says, in the village commercial core area, comma, residential uses. The sentence just before it is where it should be introduced with, in the village commercial core area. So we would just be moving that in the double underlined to start the sentence just prior to it in the same format. And that would be the same language in the right location.
Excellent. And with that, I appreciate that. I'm going to ask Commissioner Schallenberger, I had one other item. Should I finish that, and then we can bring it back to you? The one other item was the Commission did hear from our fire chief, who was raising concerns about public resource codes and the legal limitations. And I think that we as a Commission and the Commission staff have had to deal with this up and down the coast and have a very clear understanding from their perspective of the boundaries of the law. What I believe is the opportunity to get that clarity between the county's fire officials and the coastal staff exists, and if there is any clarification that we can agree on amongst those two entities, and it requires any change, that could be brought forward in the implementation plan. And I just wanted to ask Dr. Lester if he agrees with me on that.
Yes, that's the case. We could do that.
Great. Thank you. So then with that, I'll bring it back to Commissioner Schallenberger.
Thank you, Chair Kinsey. I appreciate that. And I want to continue on a little bit on the intergenerational housing. I think that you did a really, really good job of listing the tools that the county has on making sure where these are located and if they're located and if they're part of ag. But I'd like, in addition to that, I'd just like to explore it a little further. If I could ask the county to come forward, I just have some questions about, I'm still not clear on this intergenerational housing. You already know that I support it. I understand the need for it on farms such as you have here. But now we've heard from staff that through nobody's fault except the law, that you can't actually constrain it to be intergenerational housing. Is that right?
Yep. And you'll state your name for the record. Make your trip out here worthwhile.
Yeah, definitely. My name is David Zaltzman. I'm a deputy county counsel. We can certainly explore that in more detail with your staff. I think they're relying on the federal fair housing laws. I think our opinion in our office was more that since this would be a consensual arrangement within one ownership, that this is something we could do. But certainly that's something we're willing to explore, through the implementation programs with your staff in more detail.
Well, you understand my concern, though. I mean, if in fact you're constrained by law from making sure that it's a relative or that it's somebody working on the land.
And I think we maybe need to seek some clarity between the two legal offices in terms of giving advice, because when we gave our advice initially to our staff, we thought this was the kind of condition that was appropriate. And we frankly just have not talked between law offices about that, about where their opinion's coming from, whether there's some HUD opinion or something like that that is causing them some concern that maybe we have not seen.
Okay, so if I could ask staff to address that, maybe?
Sorry, if I'm just trying to pull up. But my understanding is no, it's not based. It's based on case law interpreting, and I'm trying to find the case law.
Well, there's some old cases like the Adamson versus Santa Barbara case that says a city can't regulate who's actually living in a house through a regulation. But my understanding of the way this was going to work was it would be part of the application submittal of a particular landowner. So he would be controlling it, not the county. It would be part of the application. So maybe we just need to...
So it's your opinion that the county can require the owner to regulate?
Well, I think we can say no to the intergenerational house unless the owner, explicitly agrees that he will be using it for intergenerational purposes.
But if
it's not like a regulation saying you can't have unrelated people sharing a house.
But if the owner didn't want to agree to that,
then we, could conceivably say no to the intergenerational house. I mean, there's no requirement that we grant it. It's not ministerial. So, but we can certainly discuss that in more detail.
Well, this is kind of core to this issue, because I'm not an attorney. I'll just say it right up front. It doesn't surprise any of you. But hearing this exchange, if we weren't talking about family members, but we were talking about somebody of a different race, I think that would be a problem.
Exactly.
So I don't, from a layperson's point of view, why is a family member... I know they're not a protected, I get that, but all right, we can move on, but I'm very concerned about it's not about the intention to do this, it's about is there actually a legal way
right, and I think we
for
need
you to implement that.
I think we need to be clearer about how we were intending to implement it and how they saw it as being implemented so that we can either agree or disagree. But I think we can definitely do that.
Do what?
Vote on it before you figured it out, right?
Well, I mean, I think we agreed for the time being that you're going to vote on staff's recommendation. I think we can bring back later if we can get staff to work with us, and I think we can, whether or not there's a way to expand on that, to limit it in some way to family members.
Okay, I think Hope?
But what you're voting on today, as I understand it, with the county's consent, is the staff recommendation.
Yes, and the staff recommendation includes intergenerational housing.
Right. And
so my concern is that legally possible to do?
Well, the way they are recommending it, it is legally possible. We think you can actually go further, but the way they have it recommended is certainly legal.
Well, and what we're saying is we're using the term intergenerational housing, but what we're saying is that you can't require it based on familial status,
Right.
and that's actually based on California law,
Right.
which has in the same paragraph as every other protected class that you noted, familial status.
Oh, it is
As-
a protected class.
Yes.
Glad
So
my
that-
siblings
so
don't know
that
that.
It's the
within-
right of privacy, I think, is what the California Supreme Court said. The counties and cities don't have any business legislating who you decide to share your house with. That's the Adamson versus Santa Barbara case.
Well, and it was codified in
Right.
Section 12955 of the Government Code.
But so I think what you're voting on today is their recommendation, and that's fine.
Yeah, but you're missing my concern.
Mm-hmm.
My concern is that their recommendation may not be implementable, and it could result in, if they're right, if it turns out that that is the legal opinion that we get from our staff, is that these two houses, intergenerational 1 and intergenerational 2, are in fact just additional houses.
Well, I thought
they're-
they said they could limit it to people using it for working on the ranch. It was their
No,
opinion.
I do not believe that. If we could have a clear clarification of your interpretation today, what constraints can be put on these, what we're now calling intergenerational 1 and intergenerational 2 houses?
So the farmhouse would be owned by the farmer who's actively engaged, and the farmer could choose who could live in the house. People living in the house do not necessarily need to be working the land. And that came from this notion that some additional generations or some other family member may work in town or something like that. So they're not required to work the land. It's only at the choice of the farm owner or operator who is there. But the other thing I would add is that my understanding is that not only can they not sell the intergenerational house, but also they couldn't lease the intergenerational house.
And why? Where do you get that understanding from? Where do we find that?
Well, they can't sell the intergenerational house because it's on the same
I understand
parcel
that.
of
Let me
land.
just hear from staff for a second, if I could. Why can't they lease it or rent it? Again, this has nothing to do with intentions. I mean, I'm clear as a bell that this is what the county wants to do and that this is what the current farmers want to do. I just want to be sure that it is actually, that there's some constraints on it and it is legally enforceable the way it's written.
I think we would need a minute to figure out the lease question. Clearly, it can't be sold or subdivided off from the farmhouse property.
Right. It can't be sold or subdivided, and I know you understand that part. It also can't be required based on any of the protected categories. You can't limit the owner to who may live there. But I actually we would need a minute to figure out a question of whether it could be leased out.
Okay. Well, I have to say, Mr. Chair, that's like a major. Nobody's fault, but this is new information to a certain extent. I could, if you want to take a break, I have a few more questions on this, if I should pursue it before we...
I think you should, and I think Commissioner Diaz also wanted to have a question directly related, or a comment directly related to this, so I don't know at the right time for yourself.
Well, if it's directly related, if you would then come back to me before the break, because I have more questions on this.
Thank you. Commissioner Diaz?
Fortunately, I come from a jurisdiction that's had an experience with trying to regulate who gets to live in a house. It's completely illegal based on the jurisdiction that we have. So my city in Escondido was sued over trying to regulate who lives in a house. So I know more about this, unfortunately, than I would like to. So regulating who lives in a house is something this commission and the county probably shouldn't try to intervene with. What I think the concern truly is that you're not letting farmers build homes that are then vacation properties that have a constant churn. So if that's what you're trying to regulate, then really that's what we have to get at. The definition of a family is so broad these days. It doesn't have to necessarily be blood family or that direct relation. What I trust here isn't necessarily the Coastal Commission or the county. What I trust are the family farmers wanting to have the ability to keep their family close to them, their children, generations of their children, able to maintain that same lifestyle that their parents have had or grandparents have had. My family was a farming family. My grandparents built a house. They had 12 kids a long time ago. 4 of them stayed, 1 of them in the main house, and 3 of them built their own houses around the family farmhouse. And that's just how farms operated. And, when you can't have your family stay on the farmland, they go to the cities. And so here I see this wonderful opportunity to swing back around. And I don't think any of us are worried about the farmers taking advantage. That's not where my concern is. So if we really want to just regulate the fact that you don't want up to 27 more homes in this region that are rental properties, then let's just focus on that. Perhaps a business license is required if you're going to have a rental property. I assume that's what most of your bed and breakfasts have to do as well. So if the property is going to have one family on the farm living there, in a long-term kind of way, that's healthy, that's okay, and that supports the farm. But if you're going to have a vacation property where every week you get somebody new coming through, then I would have the same concern that you do. And it really doesn't come down to trusting the county, it comes down to trusting the farmers. They wouldn't necessarily want that churn on their property either.
Thank you. Commissioner Schallenberg, it's back to you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I just have to say again, this has nothing to do with trust for me. It has nothing to do with trusting the county, our staff, legal opinions, or the farmers. I just want to be sure that we have a document that is accurate and enforceable, and that we all know exactly what we've approved. And so that's all I'm trying to get at. It's not a trust issue. If there is no ability to make this limited to family, and we know there's no ability to have it limited to somebody who works there, then I question the name of it. Is it really intergenerational? No. It may be that many farmers, maybe all the farmers, choose to use these houses for their family. But I don't want the misnomer in the plan that it's something that it's not. So going forward, aside from this issue, which I think is a big and thorny one, which I would like to have sorted out before we vote on this, I'd like to ask the county, aside from this issue, if we could go back to this question of principal uses. And right now, it would be a principal use in the geographic areas where you talked about. You want to run through those again for us? The principal uses for the first generational house.
Right.
The principal use is agriculture.
No, the first generational house is now identified in the staff report as a principal use in what geography is it appealable?
It's appealable in the geographic appeal zone that
And
is
in
established by the California Coastal Act.
Right.
That is shown up on the maps that we showed before.
Okay. And then in the other areas, again, the plan has 2 houses. One is principal use and one is a conditional use. Why is one and one the other? What's the thinking behind that?
Because 1 was not enough and 3 were too many. That's how it worked out.
So it was an arbitrary...
Actually, whether 1 was conditional was a compromise, knowing how hard it would be to get that through the commission. The reason there are 3 is because what we wanted to do was set up so that the more senior farmer could retire on the land. So presumably they'd stay in their one house, which are generally the older and smaller houses. While the operating farmer who's taking over, maybe 40, 50-year-old woman or man, would be able to have their family on the land and, run the operation, But their kids, one of their kids who had the opportunity to stay on the land, and their family, maybe a 20, 30-year-old generation, and their kids would also be able to be there on the land. And then at some point, I'm sorry to say, the senior generation would, a house would become available.
All right, thank you. This is kind of an interesting story, truthfully, but I'm trying to get to the fairness question here. Somehow we have a whole geographic area which, as defined by law, is appealable to the commission. The commission whose job it is to make sure that the Coastal Act is implemented, and that everything in that area is appealable to us, as it should be. And then we have, outside those areas, what's the fairness between whether you live in or out of that geographic area if you're the 75-year-old who's retiring and wants to stay in his house and build another house for his kid? Is it?
The legislature made that choice when they established the appeal area.
They made the choice
when they established the appeal
where
area.
It is appealable. You're making the choice where it's not appealable.
Yes, and that's a policy decision.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, unfortunately, I was actually prepared to support this. The longer we discuss this, I realize that that unless staff has come up with something new on this, if it's not intergenerational, let's not call it intergenerational. Let's just say that they have a right for a farmhouse, another house, and a third house, which is conditional.
So we addressed that somewhat directly by modifying the category title to agricultural dwelling units, and then in the parenthetical it says farmhouse, intergenerational, and ag worker housing, because we didn't think we could require this familial or intergenerational nexus for the housing, but we were recognizing that that's what the county was trying to achieve. Because of that, we then turned to the standards of how you would be able to approve such housing to make sure that it was in support of agriculture, to make it an agricultural use. So that it needs to be clustered in the existing farmhouse area. It needs to meet various other standards to assure that agriculture is being supported.
Well, it doesn't actually assure it, right?
Well, that's the judgment that you're being asked to make, yes. Assure that it's in support of agriculture.
We're not hearing any assurances. We're just hearing...
It doesn't have a requirement to be related to a intergenerational relationship.
Or related to the farm.
It does. It does need to be owned by the farmer and clustered with the farmhouse.
Who's actively engaged in the agricultural operation. That's part of the standard.
All right, sorry, I'm...
Commissioner...
Is there any requirement that they not rent it? Is there any legal ability for that?
It was staff's intent that there not be, but we think it could be clearer. And we're not sure if that was the intent of the county, but it was staff's intent that that be the case.
Would the county be willing to accept a change? Since we now know we have this legal constraints on this, would you be willing to have it included that it could not be leased or rented?
Let me go back to why you don't see that detail here. Because you're looking at the land use plan. And all of these details are part of the implementation program. And in fact, some of them are spelled out, and we can have a debate about those. And
Jack, I don't see the detail here because there's been a major change as part of this hearing. And that is that you, the county, are apparently unable legally, not because you don't want to, you are unable to limit these houses to family members and or to anybody working on the farm. So that changes. We can still call it intergenerational because that's your intent, but the legality of it has changed. And so that's why I'm asking if you would be willing, because legally you can say that it can't be rented or leased. You have that ability.
I can't speak for the Board of Supervisors, and so I don't feel qualified, nor does Brian, to make those kind of fundamental changes at this point. You have a staff recommendation before you on this. We recommend the staff recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I move
no-
that we
oh.
make an amendment to put a constraint in here that that these houses, the first and second generational, as they're being called, cannot be rented or leased.
Okay, that doesn't prevent us from coming back to that, but without a second, I'm going to move to Commissioner McClure.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions before we break in case staff is still going to have a discussion, because on the second housing unit, I think that by referring to them collectively as agricultural unit dwellings, it steers us to the direction of it being a ag use. Where I think there's a little bit too much wiggle room for me, and I can't find it in my report, I'm sorry, but if memory serves correctly, it says about the clustering when possible. And I would suggest that the clustering be required. And then that means that if you have a piece of property that you can't cluster, it means you don't have a second house, because that's the whole purpose of bringing the two farmhouses together. So somehow the if possible clause, I would like it to be that clustering is required as part of the requirement for a second house. And I think that would help to clarify about the, who's going to actually live there. And I have to say that I'm not a farmer, but if I were a farmer and my 25-year-old son came home to live on the property, I would charge him rent. Just because that's what my 25-year-old needs to know, that that's part of living, right? So I couldn't support it that you couldn't lease or rent the house. So for me, I find that that doesn't work. And I think that it needs to just be referred to as agricultural unit, farmhouse 1 and farmhouse 2, because I'm not sure that the intergenerational clause is correct. Because again, if I were a farmer and I had a partner, in fact, we met the two of the partners from the hog farm, the oyster, Hog Island. And they were similar in age. And so it would be very plausible that you could have a farming entrepreneurial group that might be the same generation, but they might be partners, for instance, in making sure that they were delivering the organic, valuable produce that's being produced in this part of the world. And I, too, want to say thank you to the staff, and thank you. But those are my questions in relationship to this little piece. I have some other questions, but I'll hold those as we move forward. Is that how we're going to do this?
Yes, I'm hearing echoes and voices saying that now would be an appropriate time for a brief break. Is that what I heard? So we're going to take a brief break. We're going to come back. I'm going to say let's limit it to 10 minutes, and then we will try to wrap this up. I think we actually are quite close. There's a few amendments that folks want to bring forward, but in the meantime, please respect the separation between public and commissioners. We are resuming, and I'm going to call on Commissioner Zimmer, and then Commissioner Zimmer, and then at that point, after Commissioner Zimmer's comments, I'm going to ask the staff if they had anything that they wanted to share with us. If not, I'm going to ask that we either take a vote on the motion, or if any other commissioner has any additional amendments, that they make their proposed amendment, and we can vote on those amendments and then move on to the final action. So, Commissioner Zimmer.
Thank you. What this seems to be boiling down to now is a convergence of this issue of whether these intergenerational homes should be appealable to the commission or not, and if so, what would be accomplished, in my mind, what would be accomplished, what issues could be or would be addressed that aren't otherwise already addressed. And this ties back to Commissioner Bochco's concerns earlier, which have not been responded to, in my mind, adequately, because I shared those. And to me, since these intergenerational homes we already know we've got appealability if they're put too close to a stream, and if they're west of the highway and all that. So we have a lot of pieces of the puzzle together, and I'm wondering, apart from visibility, what other local standards it would make any sense for this commission to try and take jurisdiction over. I don't know if there are any. But my bottom line question is, apart from the fundamental decision of whether these should be principally permitted and therefore not appealable, or conditionally permitted and appealable, can we pay attention over there? Nobody in the staff's looking this way. Can we, through the IP, try to refine and address these particular issues?
Yeah, this was one of the things when you came back to us that we were going to suggest. A couple of points of clarification on the IG homes. The way we've structured it is that these are ag dwelling units. They must be owned by the farmer or operator who's actively and directly engaged in agricultural use. And we've also structured it, they only be occupied by persons authorized by the owner or operator. We haven't structured it that there is a familial relationship. I just wanted that to be clear. It's not structured that way. We do think that the discussion that's been going on right here is something that could be handled through the IP and provide some more detailed refinements as to what exactly we're talking about and how exactly these are considered when there's coastal permit applications for one of these IG homes. And that seems like an appropriate context within which to have something much more detailed than we have right now in the land use plan. And so that's what we'd suggest at this point.
So would that include visual resources then? Through some kind of design standard, or don't put it on a ridge line kind of standard? Could we do that?
There's always
in the IP?
There's always a possibility that the IP could have more detailed standards. I think the land use plan, including CAG 7, I want to say. Sorry, CAG 7A4 and the clustering requirements speak directly to that sort of issue of clustering on existing developed portions of the site and the clustering in the 5% and all that sort of thing. But for sure, the IP could have more detailed parameters for how you consider that and what exactly you were looking for and all those sorts of things. So there's definitely the opportunity through the IP to refine.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Zimmer, if I may just add, on what Dan just said about clustering in existing developed areas and visual resources. Earlier we talked about how the principally permitted use would be a farmhouse or second and third house consistent with these standards that are here. So if they weren't consistent with these standards, it would not be a principally permitted use. And so I think we can look more carefully at that in the IP to make that clear, that if it doesn't meet these standards, it doesn't qualify as the principally permitted use. And one other observation, I understand that we had some conversations in the break, and that we would also intend to look closely at not necessarily an outright prohibition on renting, but looking at, for example, a prohibition on short-term rentals, which is something you often see, and we typically do. And I understand the county is also not interested in having as an ongoing activity in the ag zone. So,
thank you. If there are no other commissioners that wish to make amendments to the motion. We have before us a motion and a second on the staff's report. Excuse me? Oh, please. Commissioner McClure, I apologize. I didn't.
I had two follow-up questions for clarification, but it wasn't related to the intergenerational housing. So,
please.
It was based around the farm tours and the farm stays, that there was a brief discussion where the people can't do a charge for a farm tour, and I didn't understand why we wouldn't allow that. So if the county wants to clarify why.
Please state your name for the record.
Jack Leapster. I believe that was, wasn't that a mod that you guys did? Maybe it was our planning commission.
Well,
I think they were concerned with intensive activities that you can refer to as agritainment. I think of one. I think of one that was fairly prominent when I was working down in Half Moon Bay, where one property brought in 3 elephants to give elephant rides because they were livestock. So I think there's a little bit of concern there. But I think that the county recognizes that, and I thought we had this in there, maybe we didn't, that the agricultural operator, if they're doing a tour for the purposes that were stated, I think, by the representative of the RCD, it's a life-transforming thing for a lot of people to come out on a ranch and see how it works. And I know it was for me. That's why I'm here today. That they should be able to do that in a way that's economically feasible for them. So I think the county would go along with that kind of an idea.
So would the prohibition of farm tour, would that prohibit a UPIC farm activity?
Yeah, good question. Again, that's something that will be dealt with in the IP as we go through it and define what's in and what's out, all that detail. As you know, the land use plan talks about the type, location, and intensity of development. All these other specifics are really
going to come up in the... Okay, thank you. That's it.
Very good, thank you. Okay, so what we have then at this point is a motion and a second to approve the LCP land use plan amendment as recommended by the staff, and the county has. We don't need to ask the county because they have said that they would accept all of those modifications, which is something that we traditionally do, is ask the applicant whether they would accept them. If seeing no other amendments, I'm going to ask for a roll call, please. Excuse me. What was it? Okay. Oh, Commissioner Duclos. Excuse me. Yep. Just I need a little more.
Well, maybe I'm not sure if we come back to this after this main motion, and I think this is it. So I didn't want to lose something. I think you made a point earlier of something you would like to see in there related to the ability for local farmers to sell within the farm shed product, and I think that speaks so much to what we're all trying to do here to acknowledge family farmers, to support them any way we can, and so I would move that we include that in the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Would you like to speak further to your motion?
No, what I would like to say is that there's been a lot of thanks out there to the county and the Board of Supervisors and staff, but I didn't want to lose sight of not only the importance of what we're doing here, but the fact that it's a voluntary action, which is kind of, I don't know, who would put themselves through this, but we're glad for it, because we have so many of our local coastal programs that need to be updated, upgraded, and this has been a process that's been going on for about 10 years now, I think, overall, and certainly for the last 4 or 5 years intensely, and so the the county and is to be commended, I think, for taking this action of upgrading and making their local coastal program, come to terms with where we are today and where we might be tomorrow. So I just want to say thanks for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Can I just get a clarification that the motion was to allow the sale of those? And so our understanding is that is currently allowed. It's just a conditional use. So it's an allowed use right now.
So, Commissioner Duclos, you were responding to that. Were you wanting to see that it would be a principally permitted use so that they could use products that were within the farm shed?
Exactly.
And Mix Maker the second? Same? Yep. Okay. So, would you like to speak to your second or not? Okay, then let's just take a vote on that, and then we'll vote on the main motion. Vanessa?
Commissioner Diaz.
Yes.
Diaz, yes. Commissioner Duclos.
Yes.
Duclos, yes. Commissioner Groom.
Yes.
Groom, yes. Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Howell, yes. Commissioner McClure.
Yes.
McClure, yes. Commissioner Mitchell.
Yes.
Mitchell, yes. Commissioner Schellenberger. No?
Yes.
Schellenberger, yes. Commissioner Turnbull. Turnbull, Sanders, yes. Commissioner Vargas.
Yes.
Vargas, yes. Commissioner Zimmer.
Yes.
Zimmer, yes. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Chair Kinsey.
Yes.
Chair Kinsey, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. The next item is the main motion itself, and if you would please call the roll.
Got a little overzealous there. Commissioner Duclos.
Yes.
Duclos, yes. Commissioner Groom.
Yes.
Groom, yes. Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Howell, yes. Commissioner McClure.
Yes.
McClure, yes. Commissioner Mitchell.
Yes.
Mitchell, yes. Commissioner Schellenberger.
Yes.
Schellenberger, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Vargas.
Yes.
Vargas, yes. Commissioner Zimmer.
Yes.
Zimmer, yes. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Diaz.
Yes.
Diaz, yes. Chair Kinsey.
Yes.
Chair Kinsey, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. And that completes the land use plan element of our local coastal program amendment for Marin County. Within several months, the commission staff and will bring back to the commission the implementation plan, which is a much more detailed version that it would illustrate how these policies can be implemented. Thank you to all who have been here and to participate. And I'm going to ask that you leave the room quietly so that we can continue with the balance of our agenda for today.